You are watching the Vodka stream.
Woo! Sorry about that, guys. Forgot to plug in my damn mic. I unplugged it, and then I realized right at the last minute that the freaking mic wasn't plugged in, so I had to restart that, my little opening thing right there, leave, and then come back in and make sure all the settings were good. So hopefully should be good, right? You guys can hear me. Everything's good. Hopefully it's good. Let me double check. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Hit that like, thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We got some things to talk about tonight. Of course. Cheers, guys. Got my little vodka spritzer. Got that going for me tonight. Let's go ahead and put on some mood music right here as we get started with the show. What the hell is that? There's actually, oh, wow. StreamYard, look at this. Thank you. Wow. So, okay. So they added some sound effects in here. Test your might. Wow, they have drops in here now, and you can add drops. Well, that's fun. That's fun. Okay. Well, cool. StreamYard anything. Sorry about that. I was like, wow, that's pretty nice. All right. There we go, guys. How we doing out there? We got Real Skeptic. A major plot point from Lantern's leak tonight. Stay off the internet. There's no avoiding. I mean, the damn series comes out in 6 weeks or whatever. And, DC Studios can't catch a freaking break. But it's okay because there are people out there that want it to fail. So we just can't have nice things. But, then naturally it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to have to talk about it, of course. What's happening, Monique? Fantastic Friday to you as well. It's Dr. Pepper baked beans with fig and honey loaf bread and lots of butter. I love it. Dr. Pepper baked beans. I think I've heard of those. For sure. What's going on, Ghoul? Just wanted to say hi. I was currently about to watch a Nolan film, a part of my Nolan rewatch before the Odyssey, but I'll tune in after. Well, cool. I wonder which Nolan film you are currently going to watch. Prestige? Inception? One of the Dark Knights? Clone Avenger, what's happening? In Brightest Day and Blackest Night, beware of spoilers by a terribly run comic book site. Yeah. Well, there's that. They weren't the only ones, though. They got it from a certain thing. But, of course, that certain site, which is Cosmic Book, which, yeah, there was Mr. Matt McGroin, who is worst of the worst, and Snyder fans have adopted him as their holy savior, which is pretty sad because of how much that guy's shit. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the world of discourse of tribalism. Nobody gives a fuck. Remember, everybody online is full of shit. Let's just face it. Everybody online is full of shit. It's just crazy. It's frustrating, but what can you do, right? Gilmore, Eric Smith, what's happening? Honestly, I think DC skipping Comic-Con makes sense. It's not 2018. Studios spend a fortune on these presentations and every trailer. Yeah, I think we're going to, but at some point it should get back into that. And they're not skipping. They are going to have lanterns at Comic-Con. So there's going to be a little bit of a presence, but at the same time, it's heavily has to do with HBO Max because HBO Max has that one series, that spin-off series for Third Rock from the Sun, that one dude who has a comic book store that's all, Stewart, right? So they're going to have that presence there. So why not have lanterns also there? So it makes sense for sure. What's going on, Taladia? Good to see you. What's happening, Devin? I hate when plot leak go out there with movies and shows and lanterns. Avengers Doomsday, what are your thoughts about the Dune 3 trailer? For me, it's fire. How many times you want to watch? I hopefully I'll watch it at least 2 times on a big screen. It's like one of those things where where you got to decide. And I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to getting closer there. Because, I'm hoping to get some early access. I want to get some early access to, because if in fact Avengers Doomsday and Dune Part 3 do, if they both just stick to that day, which Dune Part 3, Warner Brothers is all in. Warner Brothers is all fucking in when it comes to Dune Part 3 on that December date. What is it, 18th? That, I don't know if Avengers Doomsday will move. I mean, there's some things out there. Good old John Campea said something on his show. But again, who knows? We don't know what the fuck's going on. But he said some things. But I'm just like going, Dune. I mean, we got a teaser from Dune, and we've got a full trailer, and there was a whole event that happened with the trailer. Avengers, of course, they don't need it. Marvel Studios doesn't need it. They don't need to hurry. We had the little tiny teasers, but we haven't gotten a full on. I think we're expecting it in a couple of weeks, right? We're expecting the actual Avengers Doomsday teaser to be in front of Spider-Man. Actually, it's more than a couple weeks. Yeah, it's a couple weeks. Yeah, like 3 weeks, right? At the end of the month. So we'll see what happens. Do you think DC Studios will release the final trailer for Lanterns and the anniversary of James Gunn's Superman? Do you have a favorite moment from that movie, from Superman? I have numerous. I have some favorite moments. I think at Comic-Con we're gonna get another trailer for Lanterns for sure. So what's going on, Indiana Jake? Good to see you. We got Dan right here. Already jumping right into those. Yeah, I mean, there's no avoiding what the spoiler says, but again, we still don't know what's true. And I'm gonna give my 2 cents. On this whole thing right here. So, of course, it's all doom and gloom because that's what everybody likes to do. Constant doom and gloom, man. I tell you, I don't know why. I mean, I'll talk shit. I like talking shit, but when it's constant doom and gloom, and when you're just banking or grifting on nonstop doom and gloom, I just don't. I'm like, do you not find happy? Are you not happy inside? I don't know. It's all just pretty freaking crazy. I don't know. Braden, what's happening? Dave, you think Spider-Man Brand New Day will become the highest grossing movie of all time? I don't know about all time, but it's gonna be up there. I don't think it's gonna hit $2 billion, but who knows? You never know. But I think people are very much excited for it. I think it's definitely hitting $1 billion. By the way, speaking of Spider-Man, I finally hung up remember when I had that Spider-Man guy right here posted up and he lit up. If you guys saw when I was doing Film Junkie Live, this was like a few weeks ago when I bought that, but I hadn't hung it up. So I just had it on its stand right here and I bumped it with my elbow and it hit the ground and busted the little light bulb inside so it doesn't light up anymore. But I still was like, oh, I'm still going to keep it, still going to hang it up because it still looks cool. It fits in with my, obviously I've always had my old Batman right here. Then I got the Loki mask from The Mask movie. And now I got Spider-Man right there. So just added something else to the background. You got to add to the background. When I see some people out there that are streaming, making videos, and I don't know, like sometimes I'm just, you got to have a good background. Sometimes I think, you gotta snazzy up the background a little bit. I know sometimes things are hard, but try your best. If you're trying to do this, it helps. It helps to have some things going on in the background. What's going on, Hunter Iggy? Do you believe the leaks about the Lantern first episode about Hal Jordan? And here, what if Hal Jordan gets shot? But all right, like I said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents. Don't worry, that's just what the big news was today. Got to definitely cover it. Nerdster, what's happening? When Spider-Man going to stop spoiling it? See, that's another thing too. I can't fucking refresh my Twitter feed without seeing a new clip or a GIF, a 2-second GIF of Spider-Man. I posted about that today. Like, what is happening right now? I was like, why are they just constantly releasing clips from Spider-Man Brand New Day? I mean, especially the Spider-Man and Hulk fight. They just keep on releasing and releasing and releasing. I just can't every time I refresh, almost, I'm not saying every time, that's a little hyperbole, but a lot of the times, all of a sudden, I'm just seeing like, oh, here's a new GIF or a new clip from Spider-Man Brand New Day, and it's showing him doing some cool shit. Something's happening. He's fighting the Hulk. And I'm going, can we relax, guys? Oh, another TV spot. Oh, we got a Chinese TV spot. Oh, we got a Japanese one showing more footage. And I'm like going, guys, I mean, this is what sucks. It happened with Supergirl. It happened with Superman. It happened with Fantastic Four. It happens with all of them when they just constantly are just like, check this out, check this out, check this out. You could almost put full fight scenes together. And I'm like, stop it. Ugh. Well, that spoiled side. Yeah. Do you think Superman bulked up? I mean, I think he might have he looks relatively the same size. I think the suit just fits better. What's going on, Peter's laboratory? He didn't. He just shrunk the suit. Oh, there you go. Anthony Schrader, what's happening? Do you think that SDCC Marvel will announce the new X-Men movie along with other projects post Secret Wars, or just focus on Avengers Doomsday? See, that's another thing. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to focus on Avengers Doomsday, in my opinion. I hope the show is good regardless of the Snyder versus Gunn thing. DC needs this. They're in a bad spot. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't like say a bad spot. They're just in a little bit of a, oops, kind of thing. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Also, everything they reveal ends up being stuff that's been rumored for months, right? That's kind of what it is, it seems. 880 max. I don't know what that means, but hey. A lot of very sad people out there, right? So it looks cool, yeah. Spidey mask. I know. I wish it could light up, but it doesn't light up anymore. It's all right. It doesn't need to light up, but it's up there. It's all that matters. It's up there. It still stands out. You can still see it pretty good. And it fits, like I said, it just fits along with the little scheme right there. So, what's up, Anthony? Are you going to check out the A24 new movie called The Invite? I'd like to, and I've heard good things. I wanted to see it. And I just don't think that's going to happen unless I just get a wild hair up my ass and decide to go see it tomorrow. But I'm supposed to see Toy Story 5 on Sunday. So I was like, yeah, okay, if I'm going to go see Toy Story 5 on Sunday, I wasn't going to go to the movies tomorrow, unless I just want to just get out of the house. But I needed to take care of some things around here. I need to do some cleaning, and organizing. So I probably won't. I'll probably wait for that. But I've heard great things too. So, Dave, can you tell me why the hell WB is making a reboot or a remake of Free Willy? Yeah, did you guys see that? Free Willy! Free Willy is going to be remade, and the Russo brothers production company is actually going to be producing it. I remember seeing Free Willy. Before I moved to California, I was on summer vacation, and we, the family and I, this is when I lived in Alabama, and again, Army brat, if anybody didn't know, and my family and I, we flew to California. This was 1992, I think it was. I think it was 92, 91, or 92. I can't remember. Whenever Free Willy came out. Because I remember going to the movies to see Free Willy with my cousin up in the high desert. And yeah, I remember seeing that and good times. But yeah, they're remaking Free Willy for some fucking reason. I don't know. Once you have a strong foundation with main characters established, then you could branch off and do the niche character. Yeah. I think, honestly, I think that James Gunn had the ego and he wanted to just do something different where he was like, hey, you can start off with the off-brand characters and then build the universe. I think there was a little bit of that. I think he thought that he could pull that off. And I think slowly realizing that that's not the case, but still, they did still start with Superman. We have to remember that. And it was successful. No matter what anybody says, it still was a success, okay? There's no way that a movie, even in 2026, even in 2026, maybe in 2017 standards or whatever the fuck, there's no way that you consider a movie that makes over $600 million a bomb or a flop or whatever the fuck. But there's people that still come after me saying that that's the case. Like, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing here? Anyways, guys, thank you for joining me again. Let's go ahead and get started with, of course, my Evil Dead Burn full review that I like to do. And I want to bring up something, too, when it comes to the director that I saw earlier that I've been screaming about for so long, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But yes, Evil Dead Burn. So if you saw my first reaction review, go check it out. It's always fun to do those. But yeah, I really enjoyed you guys. If you guys have followed me for a bit, you guys know that I'm a big Evil Dead fan. The original Evil Dead, Sam Raimi's Evil Dead, is my favorite all-time horror movie. When I bought that DVD and put it on, I just was mesmerized by it because I knew that, oh yeah, this was made, and just from the limited information that I had on it, I knew that it was made in 1978, 79. It was Sam Raimi's first movie, which I already knew who Sam Raimi was. I already watched a lot of his movies. Obviously, Spider-Man. I knew him from Spider-Man, Darkman, and various others. So when I watched The Evil Dead for the first time, I just fell in love with it because it was made with, a small budget. I think it eventually got made with he raised $90,000 for that movie. And when you watch that movie, I don't know, just something every time I watch it. And I plan on doing a rewatch, a binge watch of all the Evil Dead movies. I didn't do it beforehand, but I want to do it this weekend. I'm probably just going to put on just all of them. And what's interesting is the first movie was supposed to be taken seriously. It was a serious horror movie. And then he just kind of, as Evil Dead came out, he started leaning into the more comedy aspect, changed the story, and then even Army of the Darkness, he changed the story a little bit again when it came to Ash, Bruce Campbell's character, and kind of just made it like a different thing. And then it just kind of and then there was nothing with Evil Dead for a while. There was talks, I remember when Freddy versus Jason came out, there was talks about a sequel that was going to be called Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. So they were going to do a triple crossover at one point in the mid-2000s after Freddy vs. Jason came out and did fairly well at the box office. They were going to do a sequel. They were talking about maybe even bringing Michael Myers in, of course. But then they were talking about bringing in Ash, Bruce Campbell's character from The Evil Dead, to do a follow-up to Freddy vs. Jason. And it never freaking happened, which is it was disappointing. Because I would have loved to see that. That would have been interesting because I actually enjoy Freddy vs. Jason. I thought they actually did a pretty good job. It's cheese. It's more of an action movie than it is a horror movie, but whatever. I still enjoyed it. I mean, when you see Freddy Krueger doing roundhouse kicks to Jason while there's fire around them, come on. What are we doing here, folks? It's fucking awesome. I don't mind it. But yeah, so when it comes to Evil Dead, and then of course in 2013, they did the remake of the Evil Dead movie, which Fede Alvarez directed, and he did a fantastic job. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, essentially, of course, it's just the same story. And then, of course, they had Ash vs. the Evil Dead series, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. Enjoyed that. And then there was talks about they were going to cross over, there's going to be dimensions that were going to be crossed with the remake of the Evil Dead to the actual timeline. They were going to start dicking around with that. That really didn't happen, sadly. And then, of course, Evil Dead Rise came out, and that was great because it added another little spin on it, which was Lee Cronin. Lee Cronin did that one, and he did a great job, and it took place in an apartment building, which was new. It felt, okay, this is adding fresh. It's adding something fresh to the franchise. Now we got this one, and this one is just fucked up, man. I mean, I think it's the most fucked up because story-wise, it's fucked up. Things that happen, Sebastian Manichek. I think it's I don't know if he's Russian or I don't know. He's got the little thing over the C in his last name, but I would say that this guy, he totally was like, all right, let's create more to the mythology of the Book of the Dead and things that were happening with it. Now, do I wish that there was a little bit more when it came to the mythology? Because there's this whole thing about the grandfather of this family and this is why the Deadites are targeting the family. I wish there was a little bit more of what the hell the grandfather was doing. I don't think there was enough of that. I don't think there was enough. But then again, I don't know what's happening with Evil Dead Wrath. I don't even know if Sebastian Vanek is going to be directing that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I think what he did was he added to the mythology of it very well. He shot it very well. And it is unsettling. There are some, he didn't hold back. I mean, when I tell you there were times, guys, in the movie theater that I was in, that there were audible gasps. That happened, I think, like twice, at least 2 times, maybe 3, that there were audible gasps from other people in the movie theater with shit that was happening on screen. Particularly, I know there was one time where you're going, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. And it happens. It happens. And there was an audible gasp of something that happens in this movie. Probably the loudest of the audible gasps that happened in this movie. So, yeah, definitely expect that. And then, like I said, there is a nice little Easter egg, couple Easter eggs, but there's one in particular Easter egg where I literally was like, oh! And I looked probably like a crazy person because I went to the movies by myself, and there's like a seat in between this couple right here, and I literally went like, oh, like that. They probably thought I was fucking nuts. But that's who cares? Who cares? But anyways, you're an Evil Dead fan, go see Evil Dead Burn. Can't wait to see what happens in Evil Dead Wrath. How is that going to tie into this one? This has an interesting story, and it's a fucked up story. It's a fucked up story. Altogether, it's just a fucked up story. It really is. So, anyways, but what I wanted to talk about, though, guys, what I really wanted to talk about when it came to the director of Evil Dead Burn, Sebastian Vanek, who, of course, he co-wrote and directed the movie, and he did a good job. I think he had some flavor and did a good job adding to the mythos of the Evil Dead and everything. Okay, so in an interview right here, he said something that I've been screaming about forever. Squints. Forever. But I've been screaming about it into a camera and a microphone ever since Deadpool came out. Okay? Because I was like, hey, studios, okay? Comic books. Obviously, 10 years ago, comic book movies were the shit. And Deadpool showed you that you can make an R-rated comic book movie that has a character that is killing people, breaking the fourth wall, and kind of and he's an anti-hero. So hey, guess what? There was a movie that came out in 1994 that was successful, which had a sequel that was a piece of fucking shit. And what movie am I talking about? The Mask. Talking about The Mask. And that movie is a great movie. I love that movie. Jim Carrey nailed it. It had revolutionary visual effects. I remember just like, holy shit. I remember seeing some kind of thing on TV before I moved from Alabama to California. I remember seeing something was on TV. It was like Entertainment Tonight. I don't know, it was some kind of thing. And they were showing like, oh yeah, there's this movie coming out, and they're showing like the visual effects. I didn't know what it was called. I just remember they were showing the visual effects, and it was for The Mask. It's kind of crazy. And then of course I moved to California. It comes out in 1994. And I remember seeing it in the movie theater 4 freaking times. 4 times. And that is The Mask. But the thing is, folks, some people don't know that, yes, they're like, oh yeah, The Mask, that was based on a comic book. But have you read the comic book, The Mask? Because I did. I read the comic book, The Mask. And the reason why I did, because Mama Film Junkie came home from the grocery store, and there used to be a time ladies and gentlemen. But when you went to the grocery store, at the front with all the magazines and everything, they used to have that little comic book, like whatever, that rack that turned around. Oh yeah, she found a comic book of The Mask. It was The Mask Strikes Back. And she thought, oh, well, my son, because my mom's awesome, she goes, my son loves The Mask. There's a comic book. I'm going to get that for him. So she gets me that comic book. And when I read it, I was like, oh my God, I was excited. I read it. And I realized, I'm like, wait, this is not like the Jim Carrey Mask. This is a little darker. This is a little different. This is a little different right here. And then I did some research. And this is pre-internet, by the way. This is in the 90s, okay? But, you had you get like the Wizard book, you get comic book stuff, and I had friends that were more in the know, and I went to comic book shops to ask. Turns out it's like, oh yeah, The Mask is actually very much an R-rated graphic book. And then I remember when we went to Universal Studios, we went to the City Walk afterwards, and we went to this one place on the City Walk, and they had a bunch of graphic novels. And sure enough, there is the graphic novel, the very first graphic novel for The Mask. And I saw it, and I went, Mom, can we get this, please? And she did. She didn't know. She just thought it was like the Jim Carrey version, which is, it's watered down. It's PG-13. It's fine. Oh, no. That, you open up that book, you're seeing heads decapitated. You're seeing faces getting blown off. You're seeing graphic violence. No nudity, at least, right? But there are beats in that book that are in the movie, but they are very much graphic, R-rated in the book. They call The Mask. They don't call him The Mask. They call him Big Head. Okay, they call him Big Head. And Stanley Ipkiss is only one of the characters that wears the mask. Other characters wear the mask. There's a whole thing. The mask jumps around, but for essentially anybody who wears it is just Big Head. It's basically the same, which is something the movie kind of changed too. It's like, yeah, essentially it's like it takes the personality, but essentially it's still Big Head. So what Sebastian wants to do, and his quote is right here, because I'm like, yeah, please. I always forget to put the background. Damn it. Right here, Evil Dead Burn director Sebastian Vanecek or whatever wants to bring The Mask back with a darker adaptation in line with the original comic books. I think I would dig into The Mask, but make it closer to the comic books. The comic books are actually very, very violent and dark. Yeah, they are. Please. Because he also breaks the fourth wall, just like Deadpool. That's why I remember making a video after Deadpool came out and blew up the box office. I made a video, and this is like 10 years ago. I remember making a video going, hello, studios, you have The Mask. People have nostalgia for The Mask, but I have a feeling the reason why that they never pulled the trigger with it, because they'd probably be too worried that people would go into that movie and think, oh yeah, I remember The Mask, nostalgia. And then all of a sudden you're watching a violent, dark movie. Oh, so that's probably why they didn't pull the trigger. But I'm like, come on. I want to see it. And I don't know, man. It's just, there's even people that are like, I see a tweet right here, somebody saying, no, let's not ruin a classic with a dark, gratuitous violence. And I love horror movies. See, that's the thing. So they watered down and adapted it. It was a hit. Now people are probably not going to accept. They're like, oh, The Mask. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, but that's probably why it hasn't been made and probably never will. Sadly, because people wouldn't accept it. They would want it to be like the Jim Carrey 1994 movie, not wanting it to look, be actually really violent and dark. So that's the bad part. I'm like, I would love that. But then it's like, yeah, the realization is people probably wouldn't want it. Sadly. Because you're weak. You guys are weak. You can't accept the source material. Anyways. Yeah, see, the Mask will probably suffer the same fate as Dredd. Yeah, because people didn't accept Dredd. Even though they didn't accept Dredd, even with the Lord, I am the law. I am the law. I am the law. Hey, home run. Got the Giants game on. Of course. Anyways, all right. I have to take another one before I talk about this. Why can't we have nice things anymore, guys? You know, we always wanted to have a dedicated DC like studios. We had DC films, but that was really nothing. And, Warner Brothers was just trying to do their thing. And, they brought in Zach. Zach wanted to do his own thing. They fucked up with Zach's thing. Zach didn't want to do this whole universe. He created a universe within himself, within his story of telling a Superman story, which is exactly what he wanted to do. That's why, Snyderverse is essentially his 3 movies. And I think, and I've even seen the diehards out there even say that, and I'm glad that they did. It's like, hey, we can agree with that. You guys are batshit crazy, and you guys are obsessed with James Gunn and the DCU by tweeting about it every day, and obsessed with Zack Snyder. But at least we can agree that you guys think that Zack Snyder's 3 movies are actually that's the Snyderverse. That's the true Snyderverse. Wonder Woman is Snyderverse adjacent. Aquaman, Snyderverse adjacent. Suicide Squad, Snyderverse adjacent. So I think we can agree with that because Zach, he had a different backstory for his Wonder Woman, his Aquaman, his Flash, his Batman. He created his own Bible when it comes to all that. Yes, but he was very collaborative, so he still collabed with other filmmakers. But that's besides the point. It's just being a DC fan in the DC movie space has been, we just can't have nice things. We can't have nice things. And then we have Lanterns right here, which, hey, it's nice to hear that Lanterns, cool, fucking great. They're actually going to be in Hall H. There's going to be a panel for Lanterns. There's going to be an interactive thing that's happening. What is the interactive? Let me pull that up. I forgot exactly what it was, what they call it, like an interactive training thing. So Lanterns is coming to the Comic-Con. Okay, so HBO Max is inviting fans to join the Corps at the Lanterns training headquarters. Okay, and this is this right here. If you haven't seen it, which cool, gonna have that. They're gonna have a training quarters. Gonna have something like that. Why not? Who knows what's going to be in there? They had something like this, of course, for that other HBO Max show, the Third Rock from the Sun, Big Bang Theory spinoff. So they're going to be having stuff like that. Okay, so cool. They're going to be having that. Great. Love that. There's going to be a presence after all. I don't know if they're going to sneak some Man of Tomorrow stuff in there. I don't know. Clayface might have a presence too. Who knows? But then, of course, you wake up today, and then apparently there's some kind of freaking plot leak, which it's not. Okay, so, I mean, obviously, it's going to be tough to avoid, guys. I was hoping that I was like, do I have to talk about this? Yes, I'm going to have to talk about it because it's all over the place. I can't ignore it. Obviously, I can't ignore it when it comes to all this, and things are happening when it comes to all this, too. And there's people that are heavily trying to destroy what's happening when it comes to this. There are people that just, again, the diehard Snyder fans, they aren't Snyder fans, first off. They're fucking tribalistic, culty type people who just want to destroy whatever things, just like people wanted to destroy what Zach was doing. They're the same, they're cut from the same cloth. And then you got other people that just want to destroy things and put things out there. And when it comes to DC, nothing's ever going to be good with DC. Let's just face it. We're getting to that point where nothing. It's not going to be however it was when it came to Marvel Studios, where it seemed like they couldn't miss. But even Marvel Studios nowadays is struggling when it comes to everything. So, but yes, the biggest part of the plot leak when it comes to all this is the fact that Hal Jordan is supposed to die at the end of the first episode. That's the big thing. And when people are like going like, wait, is this true? Is this not? There's some DMCAs that are going out. I love the fact that Cosmic Book got struck with something, but of course, he's still doubling down. And posting stuff because that guy has no fucking soul. He is a piece of shit, Mr. Mac McGroin. And well, he looks like a piece of shit if you've ever seen him. The guy's a piece of fucking shit. He's been a grifter and a piece of shit for a long time. And I'm not afraid to say that. I mean, I don't care. I think he knows he's a piece of shit. But whatever, he's just that. He's that sleazy kind of type when it comes to all this. But the thing is, it's like, first off, we don't know if this is fully true. We don't know if it's fully true. I haven't dug into it and said anything about that. But the thing is that I'm kind of like looking into, and I'm kind of like putting my head when I'm thinking about the plot of Lanterns. Well, first off, hey, guys, somebody dies in a superhero universe. Do they stay dead? Do they stay dead? Anyone? Zack Snyder killed Superman in the second movie. Did he stay dead? Remember when people complained about that? And I'm sure if Zack did this, killed Hal Jordan like that, right? Come on. Let's not be hypocrites. First off, they don't stay dead. And then there's two timelines that are happening in Lantern. Two timelines. So, yes, what if Hal Jordan does get killed? Which timeline is that? Does that mean that Hal Jordan is not in the remaining episodes? No! Look, maybe he dies in the current timeline. Maybe something happens to him then. But there's still the 10 years ago timeline where they're doing stuff that coincides with the modern timeline. Did you ever think of that? Now, it sucks that we might have got spoiled by that little surprise after episode 1. Again, it sucks that we have pieces of shit out there like Matt McGroin from Cosmic Book and pieces of shit out there, these scoopers that are just trying to dig up all the stuff and they spoil it, and then we all have to talk about it. It sucks. It sucks that that's the case. I wish I wasn't talking about this right now. But I have to because it's out there. It's what people are talking about. It's what everybody's talking about. But I'm just saying, just because that happens doesn't mean Hal is fully dead because it's a superhero series. And there's two different timelines where Hal is present in both timelines. So yes, Kyle Chandler is going to still be throughout the whole series. You guys are making it seem like there's no Hal Jordan after episode 1. You're only doing that because you want this universe and series to fail. You're negative. Fucking negative. You're just ruining it for everybody else. So if he does end up dying in the first one, that just means he's gone. No more Hal Jordan. Bye-bye. No. But you want to put it out there and be like, oh, here we go again. Fucking James. God damn it, man. God, there's people I follow that I just go what the fuck? Why are you just post negative shit all the time? That's just your shtick online. Are you like this in real life? It's frustrating. I didn't want to have to talk about this, but it was like, how am I just going to avoid it? Am I going to avoid it? It was the big thing that happened today. I couldn't avoid it. Sadly, it's frustrating. God damn it, man. Somebody should deeply investigate Cosmic Book news too. I should take it upon myself because I'm sure I could find some sleazy fucking shit if I just put my mind to it. People like that, people like other scoopers and whatnot as well. I don't know. It's just getting to a point where it's like, God damn, especially in the DC universe, we just can't have nice things because of these people. Anyways, I don't know what to do. What can you do? That's it, though, when it comes to that. Sorry, had to rant off. Because it was frustrating that I had to talk about that. I'm like, what the hell? Why? But at the same time, I'm trying to just reassure you guys that, okay, if we got that spoiled, okay, fine. That does not mean, and I can guarantee you, that does not mean that, oh yeah, Hal Jordan is just not going to be in the remaining episodes. No. Okay. How about we wait? We got what, 6 weeks to the series? How about we wait and see what happens? And again, when it's like, oh, so-and-so dies in a superhero universe. Yeah, that means they're always going to remain dead? Okay. Cool. If you say so, yeah, because that always happens. Right, guys? Jesus Christ, man. It's like, hey, did you guys just forget that this is a superhero universe? That, oh yeah, just because a character dies, but they just stay dead? But no, the people that just want this to fail and just want to moan and groan about this, be negative, they want to use it over. They just want to use it just to back up their feelings, and pat themselves on the back. Be like, I was right. I love it when people go like, I was right. Right about what? Being a negative Nancy? Being a Debbie Downer? Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You're miserable. Congratulations. Some of us just want to have fun with this stuff and have discussions and look forward to it, but no, that's not what you want to do. You want to grift. We got some grifters out there, 100%, that just want to be like, that just want to be negative Nancy's. Because then that's their audience. Their audience is just full of negativity. Anyways, I know. I said end of rant and I kept going. Sorry. It just chaps my ass. Well, let's see. Did you see that there's a photo of? Yeah, I talked about it on Film Junkie Live. I'll probably post a clip about it. Yep, he's still bald, which, just saying, guys. Is he Harvey Dent? I saw that. I actually posted about it. Did you guys see that shit? There is a crazy little video of a little like drone spaceship thing. Did you guys see that they released? Should if you haven't seen it, but it's weird looking. It's weird looking if you guys saw that. That's right there. So look at that. And you guys know me, I love me some UFO kind of stuff. Look at that thing. What the hell is that? Looks a little weird. Looks like a funky, weird drone. Looks like a mushroom, like a fungus looking thing. It's just like, there's like real no definitive shape to it. It just, I don't know. Pretty crazy. But yeah, they released that. They're like, yeah, there you go. What do you think of that? Huh? Just, the alien's going to show up. The alien's going to show up and Donald Trump's going to be like, I invited them here. That's right. They're my friends. They think I'm the greatest. That's right. They think I'm the greatest. Just show yourselves. Saying Freddy vs. Jason is underrated. I enjoy it. There's a Freddy vs. Jason Ash comic book. Oh, yeah. See? But they wanted to make it into the sequel. I think it would be cool if they got Ash, Mia, and Beth team up together in a future Evil Dead movie. That'd be pretty interesting. Yeah, you have like the different generations. Yeah, because essentially it's like, yeah. And then even bring in the newer chick too, who was in this latest one. Could have her in there too. Kind of broke the fourth wall, not explicitly. Yeah, it wasn't like full on, but it didn't like not like Deadpool. You're talking about the mask. Jim Carrey's goated. He owned the 90s. Yeah, especially 1994. Some stores still do. Yeah, when Dave lays his eyes on Jim Carrey movies, Dave's oh yeah, and I, you know, we all when people like, when you talk about what inspired you, like especially if you're you know, a persona, a presence, especially, you know, Jesus Christ, I was obsessed with Jim Carrey when he first came out. Yeah, so that of course shaped my humor and mannerisms. That's the way it is. The big head killer. The Mask would suffer the same fate as Dredd. Yeah, I know, right? It probably would. Sadly it would. Probably sadly would, but you know, what can you do? Please make a new Mask. Jamie, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. Son of the Mask that came out with Jamie Kennedy. That movie was, good God, I don't even know what the hell they were thinking when it came to that movie. I don't even know. That movie was god awful. The Black Mamba. Zach was doing great with DC regardless of bad critical reviews. Fans showed up for the DCEU. What's going on, Droga? Good to see you. I think it's time to cut the cord with Gunn's DCU. No, let's not start over again. Gunn can get demoted. Gunn can go away. And you can get somebody else in there, but why start over again? That's what I don't get about you guys sometimes when you say this. Just like, we're just gonna start over again. I mean, I think like when it comes to casting wise, there's some good castings in there that I think that Corn Sweat's fantastic. Millie Alcock's fantastic. I mean, Momoa, if he ever shows up again, I think keep him in there. I think Brosnahan is a fantastic Lois. We don't have to just because, yeah, maybe James Gunn's not doing like the fantastic job doesn't mean we have to wipe out the entire. I mean, it's just like, Jesus Christ, why do we have to wipe out the entire universe? You know, why do you just look at DCU and DC Studios? Let's just wipe it out because of Gunn? No, you could just demote him or get rid of him. Why do we have to wipe out the entire fucking thing? It's stupid. It's like, again, why do we have to get so fucking we have to always be extreme about every little goddamn thing. I just wipe it out. One bad movie, wipe it out. It's like, movie's doing bad at the box office, wipe out the whole thing. Just nuke it. Just fly up and nuke it. What was that line in Aliens? No way he's dead in the first episode. But he might be, but it doesn't mean that it ruins the series because there's two different timelines. And again, superhero. Doesn't mean he's dead. Then they complain there's no stakes. Oh, yeah, right? Hey, steaks. I know everybody talks about steaks. I had steak today. The Green Lantern thing doesn't mean the DC Studios is having a spot at Comic-Con. It's HBO Max that is showing up. DC Studios still hasn't confirmed it. Doug, what do you think shows up in front of every episode of Lanterns? Okay, I mean, I get it. It is an HBO Max thing, but it's still DC Studios having a representation there. It's still... There's still, you're gonna, every episode you watch of Lanterns, you're gonna see the DC Studios logo in front of it. Yes, it's an HBO Max thing. I get that, but it's still DC Studios. I'm sorry to break that to you, Scotty. They're not doing anything movie-wise. Okay. Gunn says the characters in the DCU will have permanent deaths. Gunn says a lot of things. What if Hal comes back as Parallax? Ooh. Some people would hate that. Patrick, anyone who thinks another damn reboot is a good idea is not using your brain. Thank you. Yeah, just because, you could bring somebody else in, it's like, Jesus Christ. When a coach, like for instance, the fucking Giants, my Giants, were sucking ass this year. Did they just get rid of the entire team? No. Maybe in some cases. No, but no. You get rid of you get rid of the manager, you get rid of the coaches, you restaff at least that. You make some changes within the players and boom, if you look at it like a team. But yeah, let's just wipe out the entire universe. I'd stop. It's dumb. That'd be dumb. Yeah, I know people saying for the sake of remakes or reboots, people will show up for movies like the new James Bond, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. I'm not mad at them, just confused. Yeah. Hey, there's Christina. Hi, Christina. Good to see you. That's a real life friend right there. Can't the plug on this? Can't cut the plug on this. I'll conceive a universe and reboot in 10 years. Ill-conceived. Oh, okay. All right. Well, again, stupid. Let's see. I consider the Snyderverse to be all the DC movies that were in production while Zack was in charge. Man of Steel through Aquaman, and the Monoverse was Shazam. Okay, but I'm just saying, like, true Snyderverse was just his 3 movies. He had a different backstory for Wonder Woman and Aquaman. And that was revealed by him. I'm just saying, like, Zack wanted to be Elseworlds. He wanted to be Frank Miller. He didn't want to be, like, the main timeline. And it sucks because, you know, obviously Warner Brothers, they wanted, like, what was happening at Marvel Studios. Zack was like, he wanted to tell his story within a DC universe that had all the other characters that he could bring in to support this Superman story. But he had an idea for how he would play it out. That's why maybe we'll eventually find out the backstory for his Barry Allen, his official Barry Allen, like what was going to be happening with that. I guarantee you it's not going to be what we saw in the fucking Flash movie. Or even what's his name was going to have in his movie. Zack didn't come up with, like, we should do a Suicide Squad movie. No, he didn't come up with that. But he's collaborative, so he did use Jared Leto's Joker. He did help with Patty Jenkins' Wonder Woman and James Wan. Dave, does your Spider-Man head... Yeah, it used to until it fell down and broke. It doesn't light up anymore. I wish it did. But it doesn't, so it just hangs there looking cool. What's your hype level for Lanterns? I would say I'm at about a 8.6. Yeah. Maybe a 9.2. 9.2. Now that I got all fired up with all this stupid shit, I'm at a 9.2. Infinity, what's happening? What's up, Dave? You'd love that mass story this week. When are you seeing the Odyssey? Oh, yeah, I'm seeing it next Thursday with brother film junkie, dad, pops film junkie, and nephew film junkie. So, yes, I know, but Gunn says things. You don't always have to believe everything. Things can change, but it could be a fucking thing where it's like, oh yeah, Hal is dead, but maybe he's not actually dead. Again, guys, can we just watch the freaking movie? Or show, I should say. Tom Brittney as Batman. You think he could do it? I think he could. He's got that deep voice, man, that I wasn't aware of. I was like, oh wow, dude's got a pretty damn deep voice. That was certainly interesting. But thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some people in here. Turn off the music. All right. That's first off, Mr. Williams, Sci-Fi Center. What's happening, sir?
What's up, man? How are you doing?
Oh, just ranting off about things.
Wild day. By the way, that Hall H thing for Lanterns is going to be on Friday as part of the HBO Max one. So
yeah,
it's not on this Saturday one that will be, camping out.
Yeah, it's not going to be like the big thing. I get that. And it's still a presence. It's still something.
Yeah. Listen, I addressed that, and it's like I think it's a mistake.
What? That they're doing it?
No, that for them not to
have a presence,
to be somewhere. And if you're not going to be at Comic-Con, if your reasons, if you have cost reasons, which I don't. To me, it's a lame ass excuse. When you plan these things, when you say you're going to do something and this is what we're going to produce, this is what we're going to provide, and you're in the planning stages, the advertising budget is part of that. That's like getting on a plane going to Comic-Con and not bringing money for food. That's part of the trip. So whenever somebody says, well, maybe they don't have the money to do it, then they fucked up. Yeah. Or your company messed up or something happened. How do you plan to produce a product for consumption without a plan or a budget to take you wherever you need to go to promote that product? So
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a Warner Brothers thing that said no, and of course.
Okay, then say no to the project. Because there's no jumping out of the plane going skydiving.
Again, I think this is like I think it could be because you can't tell me that James Gunn, somebody who loves this kind of shit and being in the spotlight and shit like that, where it's like you can't tell me that he would not want to be on stage and be like, all right, guys, well, we got a surprise for you. So you guys have been wondering who she's playing. Let's bring out our Wonder Woman, and all of a sudden Adria Arona comes out. Yeah. You can't tell me that he didn't think, that
then it's on them. Then it's on them.
Yeah, and it's just like I'm. You try to put yourself in that headspace. It's like someone like James Gunn would absolutely love that. I mean, he's been at Comic-Con when it came to Guardians, and he would totally do that. Who wouldn't want to like blow up Hall H? That's always been a thing. But it's just I wouldn't be surprised if like. Because even though like he says like, oh yeah, we only answer to ourselves, bullshit. I mean, we all call bullshit from the beginning. It's like, no, you're still answering to Warner Brothers.
Well, and when he's accepted the job, we're in a negotiation of where if I'm going to do this, this is what is allotted for me to make this right. Otherwise, you're wasting a lot of hard work and a lot of people's time, not wanting to promote. And even if he's not going to be at Comic-Con, okay, then where are they?
Filming. Well, they'll still be filming, of course. But.
Okay, everybody that's going to be at Comic-Con is filming something.
True.
It's to the point to where the frequency. The two problems I have with it, because I think one leads to the other. There's just not enough out there in the 3 years to really slingshot your momentum off from another. Your two theatrical releases are out, and your next major, I'm not counting Clayface as far as major, as far as what it means for the entire DCU, is not till next July.
Yeah.
So I think the output, the biggest problem they have is there just hasn't been enough out there, and we're deep enough into this to have more than what we have now. Honestly, there should be a presence there with the Superman cast, with the Man of Tomorrow cast. There should be something, and then this would be a perfect opportunity to reveal who Adria Arona is actually playing. Yeah, it's all there for you to do that. It's like take that 4 or 5 days or maybe just a couple of days. It could even be like 3 days. You take a break, you go in there, you're promoting the product, you're showing this. Have Amelia Alcock there too as well. I mean, just to show that it's like, hey, sure, Supergirl not doing well, but hey, she's still part of this thing. She's still, she's still a presence. She's still going to be. She's in Man of Tomorrow.
There should be. Yeah, there definitely should be something there because. Yeah, more than Lanterns. I'm like, cool. I'm glad that Lanterns is there, and there's going to be something, and they'll probably show a trailer or something. I don't know. They'll show some more things that people were like, oh yeah, finally, we're going to see this, we're going to see that. See them in. I don't know if they'll show the costumes full on in action. Who knows what's going to happen when it comes to all that? But
even if you like this universe, even if you just love everything you've seen out of it, there's just not enough out there to really
not enough hype.
There's not enough to care about at this point because. You have to keep that frequency. I call them rhythm of retailers, where you keep your customer constantly in that rhythm of coming back and constantly engaged. He's part of a network that owns currently CNN, TBS, TNT. They do wrestling crossovers. I have some of them up on my shelf now. If you're not going to be at Comic-Con, where are you? And if you say, well, I don't have anything to promote, then why is that? These are all problems that face each other. So
that is not good. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know.
I'll be at that little thing in Lanners that they're doing now.
That's good. That's good.
Right. Give me early on Monday morning to get my little, because you got to reserve.
Yeah.
And those things fly. So Yeah, give me a ring.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you a ring. Plus, if you come down to Vegas ever again, and watch Lanterns here, I actually will. Everybody who shows up.
Actually, I'm going to be in Vegas in October, so
Okay, the show ends on October 1st, so
there you go. I'm gonna because my second cousin's getting married, so I'm gonna be there for 3 days. So yeah, we'll hook up for sure. Cool. It's actually happening, so I'll be there for sure. Wow, I'll probably come visit you a couple of times, maybe.
And then so yeah, if you come here while we're doing lanterns, everybody's gonna get a glow in the dark lantern ring.
Sweet.
So starting August 16th. So I want there to be more. It's just I said give me to lanterns. I didn't mean for that to be the only thing to get hyped about.
Yeah.
I thought that lanterns was going to be something that, launched me into something else, and that something else launched me in. Right now, it's like a frog with nothing to jump to get to the other side of the river. You're just going to drown.
I think part of it's just, like I said, it's like I've given Gunn benefit of the doubt of like, yeah, you don't have to do exactly what Marvel did. And I think he's trying to go too far against what Marvel Studios was doing. It's like, okay, you learn some of the bad, the good and the bad, but you have to do the good. And doing the good, I mean, obviously you're announcing the slate. I give him the benefit of the doubt. It's like he was just like, hey, you got to sell this. You got to sell this thing. So you better have like an idea of a slate. And yeah, he had an idea of a slate, which, some of it's canceled, some of it is still in limbo. Some of it, things have changed, and it's just like, and I'll even give it the benefit of the doubt of like the fact that it's like, oh yeah, you had to sell that. Sure. You're getting from the higher ups, but then at the same time, it's like, Comic-Con is just, now it's getting back after COVID and after all that. It's like now Comic-Con it's got to be a place where you got to display your shit. And I know like you're going to have a presence there, but I mean, now a lot is riding on Man of Tomorrow. You should be on Hall H and have the fucking cast and show a little bit of footage and announce fucking, again, characters that we don't know that are in there. And, you could have a
Brainiac.
whole
Show me the actor playing Brainiac.
Yes, show the first look of Brainiac.
I mean, have Millie Alcock out there so that you can have her associated with something going forward, and not necessarily Supergirl.
Add some positivity with everything. Yes.
I don't like. There's just no reason when people like you look at the MCU, that 2024, they had the Fantastic Four there before they shot the movie a year before. Yes. Fantastic Four was released in 2025. They were there in July, 365 complete days before that movie got released. They had the entire cast there. And I just don't want to hear the money excuse, because you either can afford to be in business or you cannot. Yeah. If you can't afford to do it, then don't do it. Don't do the projects. Because if you do this and you haven't become part of the culture and it doesn't do well, now people look bad that shouldn't look bad. So I just don't understand it, but hey.
Yeah, I know. It's but we got Taladia showing up. What's happening, sir?
Just surviving, man. Just surviving this heat wave. If this is heat wave,
stop it.
Wait a minute.
112 here. I don't want to hear about no heat wave.
Wait a minute. You got to realize he lives in the UK. He's got humidity and no AC.
Yeah.
That's right. They don't have AC. That's common in there. Ooh.
Yeah. AC. Yeah. AC is not common over in his neck of the woods. It's fans and open windows. So
and an ice block and a fan or something.
Yeah. So we got to realize we're while we're sitting in our AC over here, it's like he's
pretty much. This is it's pretty much bad. That's why it's heat wave number 3 here.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I'm still planning up everything for the end of the month to go and see Spider-Man and all these things, and trying to find the right seats, trying to get the good seats and all these things. And the heat wave's getting to me is just crazy.
Yeah, indeed. Well, glad you're surviving, man. Glad you're surviving.
Yeah.
And I see Clone Avengers said I went to Hawaii. They also don't use AC there. Yeah, but they're like, they got the ocean breeze just passing through that island like crazy. When my dad lived there, he lived in like the first house. He lived in like this townhouse, no AC in there. It was just those shutter windows, and you just open them, and there was literally just always a constant breeze going through the house. During summertime, it's always like in the high 70s, low 80s with a breeze. So yeah, in Hawaii, you get that. Yeah, they'll get humidity every now and again. Obviously, certain weather patterns heat up the oceans and start creating that, which is what's happening. Thank God today there wasn't humidity here, but we've had humidity that's been in California, which sucks. But today, thankfully, the humidity was down. I was like, oh, thank God. It was 100 degrees today, and it was 100 degrees yesterday, but there was a vast difference because yesterday it was just like, ugh. And then today it was like not that bad because the humidity was actually down. I was like, thank God. But yeah, I know William, you're like always 12, 15 degrees hotter than me.
And then we got rain coming next week, so that's
that's the humidity. That's the humidity coming back. Typhoons are coming, which I don't mind. But we got some more people joining.
Phil? Hey, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Yesterday was hot.
Yeah, it was.
It was really hot here in the valley. Like the humidity definitely hit. Like it was like 90 something degrees, but even still, it was like you felt it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was gnarly.
It's like that over here too.
Yeah.
But then today, thankfully, it was like, the humidity's down, so it didn't feel as terrible.
I don't know. I was inside all day, so I didn't really feel it. It was my day off. Well, I spent like 2.5 hours at the gym this morning. So then I came home and just took care of some shit before I go to San Diego, like laundry and things like that.
Getting close to San Diego.
2 weeks away.
I know. Can't wait.
And I'm not coming back with fuck this. I'm not leaving 73 degrees heat, 3 degrees weather to come to 114 degree heat. I think I could be homeless. I could lay out on the beach.
It's gonna be humid over here too, though.
Even in the food that you beg for, it's good. It's gonna be good food because it'll be like.
Didn't you stay in line Friday night into Saturday for Hall H?
2024, I did.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, I remember that. I remember you telling us that. I was like, fucking madman.
Well, it wasn't planned though. We went I came back. I was with you guys. I was with that and Ray. I came back and I was on the vodka stream. I ordered a burger and I'm going to get about 5 or 6 hours of sleep. And the bed that I was in had other plans because it almost killed me.
That's right. Yeah.
I had to flee the place, and I had nowhere to go. Couldn't sleep. Bed's broke. Everywhere else is closed up. So I'm like, I might as well just go down to the down park. And I had to wait for Starbucks to open. I had 7 shots of espresso, man. And my heart, I thought my heart and my head were going to explode. Ray is like, "You okay?" I'm like, "Nope." Nope.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, that was 2024. This year is going to be a lot more organized. I got a plan this year, so
that's good.
Yeah, so it'll be. Sony hasn't announced anything so far. The first event in Hall H on Saturday starts at 2. I can't believe that there's not going to be more announced. There's
going to be a Spider-Man presence there, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Well, that's part of the.
Zendaya are going to be there.
I don't know which one is that going to be part of Sony's or part of.
Pretty sure Sony is going there to promote Spider-Man. Like I'm pretty sure that it's
Saturday
there.
Or Friday. So
I think it's Saturday because I'm trying to get in for Thursday and Friday. Thursday for Batman Cape Crusader, Friday for Green Lantern.
Friday's. I'm going to be there for Friday because Friday's Lanterns, and it's also a Blade Runner 2099.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, I got to catch that too. I was telling William like my absolute priority, pun intended, is getting the absolute Batman Funko. I'm hoping because I signed up for the exclusives portal, I should hopefully maybe get a spot in line for that. But if not,
did you have to use a certain amount of points? Is it because I've never done the portal before? Because they said there's like points you get to use, you have to use or something like that.
No, it just it let me sign up for all of them, and I was like, all right, whatever.
I'm trying to get.
So I'm not really sure. I mean, it'll tell me here in after the 16th, I think, if I got anything. So we'll see.
Hopefully you got them before them because I really want.
But you know what's also attending Hall H this year? Wolverine.
Oh, yeah, the game. Yeah.
Oh, I was like, what?
Yeah, I was like, what got
they're gonna have like this claw thing or something they're giving out and all sorts of things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, last year they gave away the Predator mask. I got that. And then the year before that, they gave away the face huggers that I watched everybody walk out with while I was in the Hall H line watching them walk. And nobody would sell me one of the face huggers from Alien Romulus.
Oh, yeah. No, they weren't going to sell that.
Yeah. If they're handing out some of those lantern rings or that little the lantern keychain, like I said, grab it for me, guys. I would appreciate it.
Totes my goats, my guy. Totes my goats. I got you.
Cool. And then we got.
What you up to?
What's up, Chris?
I thought you were on vacation this week.
I came back today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he hit me up. He was on vacation, but hey, he made it home just in time
Now,
for
now,
the
now,
Vodka
now
stream.
next week, not so much. Next week, I will not be, unfortunately, able to.
Got you. Okay.
But good to see you, Chris. How was your
Yes.
vacation?
Hot. I mean, I know William beat us all at that point, but I mean, when you're 110 in Hilton Head, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's hot.
That's a different kind of hot. That's a
Yeah.
that's a-
At least
that's
it's
a
on the
swell
beach,
drink.
so the wind kind of doesn't make it feel as bad. But yeah,
Right.
it was nice. It was on the beach, and you got to hang out with be with the wife and kids, and watch them, just make sandcastles. Be a kid and just say like, when were those
Totally.
days like? Just bask in the glory of just watching them having fun in the simple things.
I was actually reliving some of my younger years just not even an hour ago, playing Call of Duty Black Ops with Claudia
Yeah.
and our
yeah,
friends,
Yes. Yeah.
being total fucking menaces and talking shit to people online
Yeah. Pretty much.
in
That's
those
what we were
fucking
doing.
stupid meeting rooms. Yeah, the lobbies. No, we weren't. We had microphones off. We were just chilling in a Discord chat, just getting-
Making inappropriate emblems.
totally. Oh, most definitely. Except I can't do that yet. I need one more level. But yeah,
Oh,
but I'm not gonna make anything
those,
inappropriate.
Those were the days.
I'm gonna make a Deathstroke logo. That was my go-to back in the day. So I'll be remaking that when I get the chance.
There you go. We got our skeptic. Thank you for the $5 super chat. They need to make announcements regarding the DC. Well, I think he meant the DCU. Flash, Aquaman. They need to start. Well, I don't know about jumping that far ahead, but what William and I were talking about is perfect opportunity. I think we even talked about it when Yara was on here, and she said that she definitely heard that Adria Arona is playing Wonder Woman. Perfect opportunity to do that. And, there's all the Batman stuff that's being floated around out there. Perfect opportunity to do that. I mean, again, you have a stage, take a break from Man of Tomorrow, get the entire cast flown in, put it up on stage, show Brainiac, get everybody talking, get Lars talking. I mean, there's definitely a fucking missed opportunity for a movie that now has a lot more pressure on it, So,
or if you can't fly them out there, there's these big giant screens in Hall H
that too.
you can close circuit yourself to. You have some people there, and then we got he's out there filming. Too broke to bring him out. That's bullshit. But hey, here he is right behind me in real time, live. I'll take that. It's not like I'm going to be like within 10 feet of him anyway.
Go with the guarantees. Go with what that you already have in the can, or do something like we're saying. Like have them speak, have them do something. Don't even have to show footage. Just build any kind of goodwill at this point.
Dude, Colin Farrell came in via fucking Zoom and during the Penguin panel. Like
he's a star.
I don't know.
He's a
I
star
feel
of
like
the show. He was able to be there some way.
Right. I feel like if I start talking, I'm just going to piss some people off. But hey, here we go.
If this was year 2, it would be different. This is from the day he made his announcement. So before he made that announcement, there was planning and all. Hey, you're going to take this job? Yes, sir. I'm going to take this job. Here's what I need. Here's what I want to do. We're in is this 3 or 4? We're further down. We're further enough down the line to have more than what's there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's not trying to be like Kevin Feige, but I think that's also going to kind of bite him in the ass. Because
that's what I was saying too. That he's trying to go against the grain so much that it's going to fuck him.
But what specifically is he worried about? Because we're not talking about Slate. I don't think anyone's necessarily here asking for a Slate. But what is he worried about that he's going to be compared to Feige?
I don't know. I just think that
ego. It's just ego.
There's that. That's a major part of it. But also I think he thinks, I'm probably going to sound like an asshole for saying this, but I think that James Gunn thinks that he doesn't need to go to Hall H with his Man of Tomorrow movie because he feels like it's going to make a bigger impact when he actually does show it off for the first time. Case in point, that first Superman picture he showed in July, literal weeks before Comic-Con, before they started filming outside, and everyone just kind of went, right?
Yeah.
And he thought it was like a big fucking deal. He said, get ready, July 2025, Superman. It's just like, all right, dude. And I feel like, if he flew the cast out and they show off some of the movie, that'd be cool. But at the same time, it's just like, if you go online and look at some of the conversations surrounding that movie, it's almost just as mixed as it was with Man of Steel. It's crazy to think about too, but like, no, I mean, on the general part of it, you know, general consensus is like, oh, it's positive, it's great, it's a fucking perfect representation of Superman, blah 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 blah. But
yeah, I know it's all that stuff. Also, Phil, check your mic. You're coming in a little hot.
Yeah,
a little.
I
hot.
see the red coming. Let me.
Yeah. Check your mic. Yeah. But no, I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just.
What about now? A little better.
Oh yeah, you're better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, no, like I think, I don't know, man. Like I think James Gunn is kind of full of himself in a lot of ways, and
there's definitely that. He needs to be, you know. Hopefully, this is all a gut, like a check. Like, hey, you realize, you know. But I mean, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know that there was a lot of pressure when it came to this too, and I know they needed to like get something out there, go. And I think he was like, "Oh, I got this," and I think he's slowly realizing that, "Oh, maybe I don't fully got this." 3 years in now. And now a bomb. Now you got a movie that's a bomb. Like Superman did what it needed to do. You know, the series seemed to do what they needed to do, but then there you go. Now we got a first bomb, and now it's like, and then it's
not even like a decent bomb like the Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk's actually a pretty interesting movie, and it's not not bad by any means.
I hate it when people do that comparison. Yeah,
I'm just saying for like second movie universes comparatively. Like,
I mean, I get it, but yeah,
it quality wise, like if you ask me which movie would I rather watch between the Incredible Hulk and Supergirl, I'm probably going to tell you Incredible Hulk every single time. You know, I just think the quality of Incredible Hulk is far, it's there. It's just a better made movie. But that's not to say I think Supergirl is a bad movie. I just think it's kind of a bad adaptation of Woman Tomorrow. And I think that's a thing for a lot of people. But I also think like that movie just suffers from a really shitty villain. And like it had a really, really bad release date a week before 4th of July and the week after Toy Story.
Yeah.
I mean, from a box office perspective, that movie was probably going to fail in that slot. If it moved up like closer to Mother's Day or something, I don't know if it would have done a little bit better, but I think it would have fared it probably would have made a little bit more. I don't know. I can't say that for sure. Hindsight's 2020. But it's not a great look when the second movie in your universe not only isn't that great from a quality perspective and you have mixed reactions from everybody, but the fact that it fucking bombed, like that's definitely not a good look. So yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more pressure on Man of Tomorrow. I'm sure they're probably looking at Clayface going, oh, if it does whatever, it does whatever. But we're not really
I mean, I think they're looking at Clayface is the fact that it's a low budget. They're hoping for, and I'm not saying they're hoping for like Joker numbers, but they're hoping that it's going to, at least like people are going to be like, holy shit, check this out. And it's kind of funny too because, and I had a feeling it was going to happen when I went and saw Evil Dead Burn, saw the Clayface trailer for our teaser in front of it, and I was like, good. Yeah. Get horror people. I mean, my theater for Evil Dead Burn was probably about almost 70% full. So I mean, obviously when you have a horror movie, you're gonna throw in all the horror trailers. Definitely. Glad it was a part of it. I was happy. I was like, cool. It's the first time seeing the Clayface teaser on the big screen, and I was like, good. At least there's that. And it has potential to be, it doesn't have to make $1 kajillion. It's got less than $100 million budget, apparently. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're banking on, okay, that's probably going to, if it, with the way horror is going right now, if that could strike a chord, fine. And then I'll probably, and hopefully again, Lanterns is a series where people are talking about it and like, whoa, check this out, and, that's what's really going to be the test. Supergirl was just as we got closer. I was starting to be like, oh, I don't know. Like as much as I was rooting for it and being optimistic, there was just a lot of things that I was going, man, release date and I don't know, are people gonna? And then all the the backlash that was happening, which is of course dumb, but of course it's part of the conversation. I don't know.
I also think that like that movie did not live up to the expectations that James Gunn set for DC, the DC Universe standard, right? Like he talked this big game about how the movies are supposed to be these big cinematic events. And that movie, as a superhero movie, you can pinpoint so many things in that movie where you're like, I've seen that done before. I've seen that done before. I've seen that done before. And as much as I dislike Superman, there are things in that movie that you can point to and go, that's not been done before. That's not been done before. Oh, that's different. Do I like it? No. not by any stretch of the imagination. But I will acknowledge that it was different enough for people to be like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is done different. You know, it has that novelty to it. I can at least admit that. Whereas Supergirl, you know, the fight sequence where she's literally bouncing around with that fucking warp technology is like, this is literally straight out of the Marvels. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff in there, but yeah, I mean, some pieces, like I said, the pieces were there casting wise, which, you know, we all agree with, but yeah, it's just, but yeah, when James Gunn's like, oh yeah, we don't have green light a script, and I'm like wondering, was the initial script like really good, and then like just there's so many questions of things, you know. Script was good.
Where's Batman? That's my question.
I know, exactly. It's like, okay, so you thought the script was good, but then I'm starting to go like, is that just something that you were just putting out there to sell it? Because again, he slipped up. He slipped up in that interview with Screen Rant when they asked him about Clayface. Were you planning on doing a Clayface movie? And he was like, no, we didn't, but we got the script and we needed DCU content. When he said that, I went, you just fucking slipped right there. You needed. So it almost seemed like, because we know that there was been a Supergirl script that's been floating around since the DCEU days. Right. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was iterations of, because when did Woman of Tomorrow come out? 2019, 20, 18? It came out.
Woman of Tomorrow?
Yeah.
2019, right?
2019, yeah.
I thought it was later than that.
And I wouldn't be surprised if like they were always trying to toy with the idea of adapting that right away, just because, you know. And so
2021 to 2022, that's when it came out.
It's interesting, and they've been bouncing. I mean, obviously when Sasha Calle was
2021.
Yeah, Sasha Calle was Supergirl. They wanted to do something with that, and then I don't know, and then they just got the script, and it seemed to like, oh yeah, this is something, and he probably thought, all right, yeah, this works. We need. Again, this is where I started going to the whole. There was pressure on him to be like, because especially with Zaslav wanting to again flip the house that is Warner Brothers. I think that doesn't help either. When there's like, okay, I'm trying to sell the product. Now in DC, we have DC. You've got to get something going, and obviously announcing the slate when you have 4 DC movies that are coming out that same year that are supposed to wrap up this previous thing. You know, it's just, I mean, that's the thing. It's just, it's a mess. And that's why I'm like, yeah, as much as I go like, yeah, James Gunn, you're putting your foot in your mouth numerous times. But at the same time, I'm also going, yeah, but there's like Zaslav that is a big issue. There's Saffron even that's an issue as well, being on the business side. And I don't know. It's like this experiment of having a co-CEO that is also a creator. I don't know.
Well, when Zaslav is speaking, because I think he knows DC about as much as your senior citizen neighbor does, which is the mainline people. That's
what part of the Batman's in the Marvel universe, right?
Well, that's what he sold to the stockholders when they hired him. I mean, you know, this is these are the IPs that that are the money makers that we expect him to do. And I'm surprised that he didn't set a mandate saying, do whatever the hell you want with in this particular regard, but these are the ones that as a company we need first. Yeah. You can go talking raccoon and talking tree type stuff 2-3 years down the line, but 1, 2, and 3 needs to be exactly what you expect 1, 2, and 3 to be. I shouldn't have to be a rocket scientist to tell you what the first 3.
Yeah, and I think this.
I shouldn't have to ask the question, why is there a TV show about Jimmy Olsen and Gorilla Grodd happening?
I mean, I think that's kind of like it does have that opportunity of like expanding the universe a little bit and doing something different. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not against it, but like, I get what you're saying. Like, why does that need to be a thing right now?
Like, Peacemaker getting a second season kind of made sense, right? Because John Cena had a built-in fan base there. First season was very well received, right? Like that I understand. Lanterns, another no-brainer. Like, you hired Chris Money, Damon Lindelof. You have excellent grade A talent there working on that show, and they brought it to life, and it looks phenomenal. It looks great. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, that is my most anticipated thing of the DCU so far. But I'm looking at this show and I look at like this actor who's in potential talks for Grodd, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, I've seen the kind of characters that actor plays, and I'm like, I can already tell where the fuck that's going as far as if James Gunn's in charge of it. And, you know, I don't know who else is going to be writing the show. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about Jimmy Olsen. I don't give a damn about the fact that Gorilla Grodd's going to be like the second fiddle to Jimmy Olsen in a fucking TV show. I just don't fucking care about this shit as a DC fan. Like, I want to watch the Mr. Miracle show from Tom King. I want to see My Adventures with Green Lantern. I want to see fucking Nightfall. That's the shit I'm definitely more excited for. But a fucking Jimmy Olsen show with Gorilla Grodd? Get fucked, dude. Like, I just don't fucking care.
That dude definitely will have a good voice, though, I will say.
You're falling into the same trap.
I don't agree, but I see where you're coming from.
Well, no, there was like a clip that was floating around where he like was being interviewed and he did like a deep voice. I was like, holy shit, he doesn't even need to have a voice modulator on his. At least
I don't know.
I was like, at least there was that, you know, when it comes to this. But
DCU came around, and once you got outside of Zack Snyder's characters and we started going on to the bullshit, every time that they put something out, they got the question of where is so and so. Now here we are with, like I said, the expectation. Every time you do a Jimmy Olsen, every time you do a Cleveland, every time you do anything, you're going to get the question of where is Batman, where is Wonder Woman. You're going to keep getting those questions, and it eroded. Yeah, it eroded.
Yeah, you got Gorilla Grodd. Where's the Flash?
Yeah, if you got anything else, right. Clayface, where's Batman? Where is the expectation level? And it's going to be a long time now. You have like I said, it's a full year between the next major IP is on screen because nothing else is in that level of production besides Man of Tomorrow on the DCU site. So you have, not only do you not have the momentum because the last movie wasn't received well, you have a long time
because Batman Part 2 is also in production, but that's not DCU.
Yeah, DCU wise.
Well, that's the thing. Like next year we have both of those coming out, but then it's like, what's 2028?
Yep.
We got nothing.
Gorilla Grodd, Jimmy Olsen, Dave. That's what.
Yeah. But you have nothing in between from where we're sitting now. Yeah. You don't have anything major. And that's what happens when you don't have the frequency. People move on to other things. They're just not out of animosity or anything. They're just like, if you're not talking, if you're not keeping me engaged, this other guy or this other person is, let me go over to that table. And that's what happened the last time around. And I kind of was hoping that good or bad, there would at least be some frequency so where you could say, okay, I'm looking at this thing as a whole, and here's where I like, this is what I don't like, here's where I see them going. I have any kind of that data right now. You have, as a customer, you don't really have much to go on to or really care about.
Yeah, I mean, at least like when it came to when Zach was doing it, I mean, like, you know, it was like, okay, obviously this was 2013, and everything was under a microscope as much as it is now, and everything's crazy it is now, and Marvel was starting to get their stride. It was like once they announced BVS, I mean, he went right into Justice League, and it led right into, which was good. It was like, okay, it was like going right into it, and then of course it all went to shit. But for that time, but at the same time, it's like, you know, as much as they're trying to do that now, it doesn't seem like, I don't know. And with the merger with Paramount, what are the Ellisons thinking about? You know, I think it'd be dumb if they just decided to just scrap the whole thing and just start over again. Like some people are like, just start over. I'm like, why? There's pieces that are there. I think Corden Sweat's a fucking great Superman.
What are you scrapping though? And I you know what I feel, how I feel about reboots. You know, I got my
exactly.
But what are you scrap? There's nothing there.
Well, I mean,
I got a movie that makes $600 million. I got one that's not going to make $600 million, and then I got 2,000 years in between now and the next major thing. What am I scrapping? I agree with you 100% because this restart and shit, it gets old. Yeah. But if I'm somebody coming from the outside, what am I scrapping? There's nothing there. There's crumbs. Yeah. You know,
you got a point. I know. I think I'm just in the DC fan that's just going fucking stop.
Yeah, another one. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. I think it's a mess. Personally, for me, I think it's a mess because when David Zaslav came in, he was like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman are top priorities and all of this stuff.
Yeah,
and then now it's like, well, we've only had Superman, but there's no Batman, no Wonder Woman announcement of that sort. And I'm like thinking, where's Brave and the Bold? Where is Wonder Woman casting announcement?
And then coming in with the fact that you had a solo Batman that was successful that people really liked, and then already having a series spinoff that ended up being
Wasn't him
what everybody liked, and it got a bunch of awards, then you have that problem. And I'm sure that was, I'm sure that's a thorn in James Gunn's side. But at the same time, it's not like he wants to just like dive bomb what Matt Reeves is doing. But at the same time, it is a thorn. It is a thorn of like in his side of like, oh shit, you want me to do this whole universe?
In his side is the best way to say it, because I was told that he sidelined that movie happening in favor of his own. So,
but it didn't happen though.
When I say sideline, I mean as far as production, but also, Matt Reeves also had something else going on too. So it was kind of like a, in James Gunn's case, he lucked out in that respect, right? But even still, like the fact that he was like, no, let me do my Superman movie before we get your Batman movie off the ground. That kind of, as a Batman fan, that kind of fucking bugs me a little bit. But even still, like, the movie's happening now. I can't complain. Matt Reeves is in the director's chair. Everyone's coming back. Well, mostly everyone's coming back, but it is what it is. We'll see what happens when next year rolls around and Superman and Batman both hit the box office at their respective dates, and we'll see which one, does better for DC Studios. I don't know.
It's gonna be Batman.
I'm a Batman fan.
I think Batman Part.
Superman.
Batman Part 2 will do really well.
I think part of the problem we see with DC is just they've lost for years a number of grounds that and trust and that Marvel has had, but also Marvel's taken their hits too. So because of DC's not been the level of fanfare that Marvel had, and the hits that Marvel's been taking, DC's been an unfortunate recipient of those hits as well. And so the ground that they have to make up and the proven ground they have to do, like it or not, that's an unfortunate consequence of being in the genre. And I think that's something that, maybe that's why they're not saying, hey, we're just going to focus on what we do have, ready to go, versus creating, I guess they're feeling right now, maybe they're not so sure, saying, hey, we don't want to create this unanticipated, whatever, this fanfare for it, which I think could also help. But maybe they're like, we believe in our product, but we also feel like we've damaged the brand a little bit, which I don't think. I think some people think they damaged the brand, but again, people are saying, oh, James Gunn's over, get him out. It's like, you have to stay the course. You have to see this through enough to actually give it a chance. This is the first, it's a big bump in the road, and it's unfortunate what happened, but you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that you don't want them to be desperate, but they ain't got that kind of time.
No, you're right. You're right.
They don't have the kind of time. And to be honest with you, they didn't have the day that you took over as David Zaslav. You didn't have that kind of time, given what he was going to do. And
he wanted to flip the house. Yeah,
the top priority.
That's why he rushed everything, and that's why I don't like when everybody puts it on Gunn. I'm like, no, it's not just Gunn. Like he was probably ordered, like, okay, you take this job, you got to fucking jump on this like real quick and everything. So, I mean, that's just the way it is. And Larry, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'll tell you. The why for Jimmy and Grodd. The only stuff kids can watch for the DCU is Superman, Supergirl. That's it. So they're looking at it as more like, okay, so it's more like appeasing to like the entire family kind of thing. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Kids.
I mean, sure, but there's so much more to DC than just the DCU. Like,
but I mean, I think what also the series is going to try to do is expand as well, because there's going to be things that are going to be looked at. And I think there was like a rumor that it might be shot in a sense of like how The Office was. So I don't know if they're going to be like trying to do like some kind of like mockumentary kind of type. I don't know. I know they try to do that with that one show. What was it called that had Vanessa Hudgens?
Powerless.
Yeah. I know they try to do that, something like that with that. And I always thought that was a good idea. And I'm like going, is this kind of like, are they trying to be like, yeah, that's a good idea, we got to make it work? And they're trying to make it work with this. If that's the case and they do make it work, where like it can be watched by the entire family, but also it's going to be like, oh yeah, but
adults will get the, it's like that whole thing where it's like, oh yeah, the whole family can watch it, but adults will get some of the jokes, more of the jokes or whatever, right? Because obviously it's going to be jokes. If they could pull that off, all right, then fine, fine, cool, you got me. But yeah, I mean, I totally get it. It's like, yeah, if we're talking about priorities here, it's like, let's start getting some Wonder Woman and Batman, and we know that is totally being worked out in the behind the scenes.
Well, here's the thing:
Comic-Con would have been a perfect time.
By the time they get to getting her out there and announcing who is a bat, you don't have a TARDIS. You don't get that momentum back. Right now, your next opportunity for a box office or a perceived win, forget about even just financially, as far as on a scale as large as what the theatrical platform gives you, is a year away. So what are you doing to keep not only your audience engaged, but the people who you're going to be going to fund these things, the investors and everybody else? What are you doing in the interim to say this is what we're doing? This is who we got coming down, and a face to put on it. I don't want. We're talking about. We're doing this. We're talking about Batman, and we've been having discussions. Fuck that. All right. Who is he?
Yeah.
Who is he? I need to see.
You might as well. I mean, and for the most part, like I said, I've been hearing that. I mean, that they were already holding auditions at the end of last year, which makes me go like, all right, there's going to be something in Clayface. You might as well, yeah. You have to. I mean, there's people out there like, no, don't put Batman in Clayface. Why not?
Fucking,
like, put something. Doesn't have to be.
You have to.
Yeah,
he's a fucking Batman villain. Like what?
Like, especially if this is not the joke. This is not the Joker situation. Even in Joker, you had the Waynes get killed. Yeah. In Joker, so people were like going, "Oh, hey, look at that, the little Bruce Wayne." You had something
Joker's
there.
synonymous Batman, though.
Clayface is literally a fucking character in Creature Commandos. We see Batman's silhouette in that show before the events of Superman take place. Like, get fucked if you think Batman is not going to be.
I don't understand when people say that there shouldn't be. It's like, no,
I don't either. That makes no fucking sense to me because this, like you said, this is not a Joker situation. Batman is going to have some kind of fucking presence in Clayface, whether you want it or not. Like this is so stupid thinking. Oh Jesus!
And then going back to what I think it was what Chris was saying, like the fact that where's so and so, or I think you were saying that, Chris, like when you have stuff like where is. Was it you said it or was it William? I can't remember.
Me.
It was you. Probably sorry. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, if you're going to have, what I kept saying when people were like, oh, do you really think Batman would show up in Man of Tomorrow? I'm like, if you have like a global threat that is Brainiac, why the fuck would Batman not be involved? I mean, dude, I mean, like at the same time, people were starting to say that, like, but the benefit that Man of Steel had was it was the first Superman movie, so we didn't even know if there was a Batman, and there was a global threat that was Zod trying to change the world. And then what happened in the next movie? Oh yeah, that's what there was a Bruce Wayne running around the fucking, and it made up for it, and that was smart. It was like, oh yeah, there is a Batman, but he's Bruce Wayne, and he's running around the fucking, trying to save people.
There were also two Easter eggs. There was the satellite, and then there was the sign, keep calm, call Batman. But also, even to take that point even further, Zack Snyder even talked about the fact that, like, oh yeah, I almost had like a Bruce Wayne Easter egg thing at the end of my fucking movie. Yeah. Like, he almost did that with a box of kryptonite. He talked about it. Like, Batman in the peripheral of Superman is not a fucking, it's not a thing that doesn't get talked about. So when it comes to Man of Tomorrow, like, will Batman or Bruce Wayne be in it? I think the likelihood is more yes than no.
Yes,
well,
absolutely.
I think so.
And thank you, Larry, for the $10 super chat. Again, I'm saying I have 10-year-old nephews who love Snyderverse and the new Superman. They can watch Dark and Light, but Creature Commandos, you can't. Yeah, Peacemaker can't watch those. I'm talking about. Okay, I mean, I get that. Yeah, no, and I totally agree. And then of course, even Lanterns is like, how hardcore is that going to go? So. I mean, I get it. It's like you're trying to what you're saying, Larry, is like they want to find like a balance of like you have like the adult series and then you have something that the entire family can watch. Totally get it. And I mean, and I think it's smart, but at the same time, I think what we're saying is where's Batman Wonder Woman? It's like, where is that? And then thank you for the $5 super chat. Larry's being generous tonight. I think the mistake
is divided adult and kid audiences for the DCU. We all watched MCU and DCEU, but DCU isn't for all ages so far. Yeah, I think like Superman and Supergirl, even though it got a little darker, have been like the ones really that have been.
Trafficking kind of takes the kids out of it, but
Supergirl takes more of an adult approach, I think. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting when you look at it, where it's like, wow, like the DCU has been more for adults than entire family. With Creature Commandos, Peacemaker, Superman was for everyone. Supergirl got a little bit more serious. And yeah, Lanterns is pretty serious. Clayface is R-rated. I mean, that's the thing we have to realize, we have to like think about too, is like, wow, that is.
And also Creature Commando season 2, which
is
yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, I know, like, you know, looking at the demographics and the analytics, I mean, even like a studio head said in that THR article that superhero content or movies are mainly for millennials more than Gen Z. You know, he did say that, and he's right to a point, but at the same time, you're saying this, you know, in an article that's coming out a month before Spider-Man Brand New Day is about to fucking blow up the box office and be the biggest movie of 2026. Because
Spider-Man is also in his own category alongside
That's very
Batman.
true.
So there is that to take into account.
Yeah, that's very, 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 very true. And then our skeptic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Maybe they're waiting for Paramount takes over. Yeah, could be that too.
Okay, if that's true, they all need to be kicked square in their nuts on an individual basis. They need to stand up. They need to stand up and brace for the kick. If that's what they're doing, they need to be. That is okay. So there's a whole bunch of yarn that goes with that, and a couple more lawsuits that are about to come down. So we may be talking about another year to 18 months before that even gets settled, and it may not be the same type of company that's taken over. They cannot be waiting for that. That's if I ever got wind that that's what they're doing, I'm going to disengage even more, because that's what you're waiting on. You have your uncertainty that you're going to attach to someone else's uncertainty. That merger. If I'm them right now, do what you're doing now, and whatever happens with the merger happens, because you may have a long time. Most of you guys that are having these conversations might not even be with the company by the time that merger takes place. So I hope that's not what they're doing. That would be awful.
Yeah, it would be pretty crazy.
Stupid.
But we got Paul joining in right now.
Hey, guys.
Up, Paul? How's it going?
Just in Florida.
Florida.
Florida. It's Florida.
Fucking Florida.
Sweltering, humid, hot over there.
Yeah, for the most part. But I stay mostly inside with the air conditioning, so it's not too bad. And then when I go out, I usually go to the pool, so it's not, not horrible.
Not too bad. Not too bad. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
How was your 4th of July?
It was fine. Nothing too crazy. It was pretty uneventful, honestly. I tried to get fireworks that day, and it was a nightmare trying to just get to the place as well as get in, because Florida traffic and whatnot. So then I ran out of gas because I had forgot to pull up the night before. So I had to walk to a gas station in sweltering heat, and then I got a gas canister. I had to buy one and fill it up. And I forgot that the new gas canisters have like this safety lock mechanism on like the thing. So I'm sweating my ass off trying to fill that thing. Yeah. So that was a pain in the ass. And then, and then I decided to give up and no longer did fireworks. And and my roommate and his girlfriend were out doing whatever. They weren't like seeing fireworks per se. They're more or less just like out to dinner and stuff. So I just kind of was a homebody and just stayed in and just watched a movie or something. So
there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I was like, I don't know how the rest of you guys' fireworks. I mean, Chris, you were were you on were you out where you were for all that?
We were in town until we left on the 5th. So
that's right.
Saw the fireworks and parades and everything in our hometown. So
that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah. What about you, Phil? What'd you do? Anything?
I stayed inside and just made sure my animals were okay.
I know. It's like a friend of mine was like, which is funny enough. Like her birthday was the 4th of July. I mean, we got together at another friend's house who has a pool, and we, hung out I brought over some pizzas and people brought over food. We had fun, swam a little bit, but then she was like, I got to go home with my dog before the fireworks, which, obviously that's a big thing.
Fair.
And then I went over to my other friend's house and for the rest of the night, and they had a good view from their cul-de-sac of the school that launches some fireworks. So it was pretty cool. Talata, did you celebrate? No,
No.
I know. You're in the UK. I get it.
Yeah.
Joke. But it was pretty crazy over here because you know what I noticed? Because we had the TV on, and after we watched our fireworks, we were looking at they're re-showing like the live broadcast. It was like New Year's because it's 250. So like everywhere had their own crazy big production of a show, and I was like, it feels like it's New Year's Eve because you don't really see something like this, So we were watching, like they were showing feeds from like Houston, DC, and Nashville, and it was crazy drone shows, crazy fireworks, and I was like, Jesus Christ.
Because the 250th. That's why.
Yeah, it was the 250 show, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they up it now, where it's like, oh yeah, maybe we should take this a little more seriously. People really tuned in, and I don't know what the ratings were like, but it was kind of cool. It was cool to see that, but
nice.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, yeah,
Tell you.
It was crazy. Like they had drones flying through the fireworks, like with cameras, and I was like, Jesus Christ! I mean, Disney went all out. ABC, they went all out. They had
24 hours.
Yeah, it's just blowing up shit like crazy. But that's good.
Nice.
You guys good that you had. Thank you for joining, Paul. We're just talking about DCU and Comic-Con and stuff.
Paul's favorite topic ever,
Yeah.
DCU.
Well, first off, just real quick, when does San Diego Comic-Con start?
2 weeks
22nd.
from yesterday.
2 weeks.
Okay, cool.
So a week
yeah.
and 6 days, 13
Yeah.
days from now.
I'm never able to get tickets, so if I did, I probably would check it out. But honestly, like I'm kind of, trying to budget things this year as it is anyway. But I will be going to New York Comic-Con, so we'll see how that
That's
goes.
good.
Yeah.
Easier to get to.
Yeah. No, I mean a little bit easier for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, as for the DCU, I don't care. But I will say I did not see Supergirl in theaters, nor did any of my friends, with the exception of Phil. Yeah, I mean, I know it didn't do great in the box office, and my anticipation for Lanterns and Clayface is more or less the same. So nothing's really changed too much for me, honestly. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I will. If Lanterns is on HBO, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I will be checking. I will probably.
Comic-Con.
Yeah, I will probably check out at least the first episode. See what I've heard rumors about things happening in the first episode. I won't go into it.
That's they're out there.
Yeah, but I will see what happens, see how I feel about it, and just kind of take it from episode to episode, because I still like Damon Lindelof, but again, I don't know what their plans are with DCU, with all that and everything. And then Clayface, I think it's a cool concept. I think it's an interesting idea. So again, I have to see how it kind of plays out and just see how I feel about it and stuff. But I've not seen Supergirl, but everything that Phil's told me about it, or everything that I've seen from other reviews, I'm pretty sure I would have not liked seeing it or wasting my money seeing it in the theater. I will check it out probably sometime on streaming just to get a general sense of like an actual opinion on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, for right now, I'm kind of glad that I skipped it personally from everything that I've heard about it. So I'll just leave it at that. But
it's streaming for sure.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just kind of we're just kind of talking about like the presence at missed opportunity of being at Comic-Con.
Oh yeah.
And stuff like that. Where it's like, you got, I mean, but and then of course just like who's making the decisions here of doing that? Is it the higher ups that are going like no? But then it's like, well, we got to invest in your product. Then you got the Warner Brothers merging with Paramount. There's this whole thing, and it's like, how does Paramount feel about there's not a huge presence at Comic-Con? Is this a gun decision? But then I'm like going, well, why wouldn't he want to just like blow up his next movie at Comic-Con and be like, hey, here's Adria Arona as Wonder Woman in the costume, and then You know, it's like, why not put on a whole big, you know, show when it comes to all this, you know? And so it's like, good Lord.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but
No, you don't.
Fair enough, Dave. Yeah, I mean, my personal, from looking at, I mean, maybe I'm jumping the gun, no pun intended, but I think James Gunn is done at DC personally. That's my 2 cents. But, you know, like, it's also a bunch of different other things, not just Supergirl. I think it's just the merger. I think there's a lot of like what ifs up in the air. And personally, they've got to do a lot of other things. And I think they just wanted to allocate their money somewhere else. Now, that being said, I think they are advertising lanterns at San Diego Comic-Con, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Friday, Hall H. They're gonna have a Hall H panel for. I think it's mainly because it was like, oh yeah, HBO Max is gonna.
Yeah, it's a different set of money. It's a different budget.
Yeah, but it's like, because they're doing the panel for that Big Bang Theory spinoff series. And
the something saves the universe or something.
Yeah,
Stewart saves the universe or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
But hey, you know, I was over Big Bang Theory after like season 6. So I was like, all right, I think I've had enough.
I don't hate Big Bang Theory, but I don't love it either. It's just to me,
it got old. It got old.
I mean, I hate to use the term, and if I'm out of line, you can call me out on it. But people have said that it's nerd blackface, and I kind of feel that.
No, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I never heard that term.
Well, I felt weird saying it with William, but I'm glad that William agrees. So,
well, I know of no nerds like that.
That's hilarious.
I think those guys legit do exist in real life for sure. I don't think that they do not exist, but at the same time, I think the viewpoints or the way that they are is a very stereotypical version of nerds, at least in the modern day.
Yeah. What
like the extreme thing about every nerd you know, and it's those guys. And I'm like,
yes, no. Yeah, they did a big time stereotype, but I think they hit when the iron was hot because, you know, before when they would do like nerd stuff, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like when things were mainstream and when comic books and comic book movies really became mainstream thanks to Marvel Studios. And it's kind of funny because it's a Warner Brothers product, so they couldn't really do Marvel things and everything was all DC. They could wear DC clothing. They had DC stuff. They couldn't have Marvel stuff. They could mention Marvel stuff, but they could. So I think like it just struck when the iron was hot, and and that's why it blew up the way it did. But I mean, to me, I was like, oh yeah, I dug it. But yeah, it was like extreme versions. And I always complain about, I'm like, God damn, these guys live in Pasadena. And they're always wearing jackets and long sleeves. That would not be the case because it's so fucking hot over here. But that's just stupid technical, whatever the hell. That's just my brain. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I think it finally, I mean, they squeezed every little, and they're still squeezing it with this new series. They're trying to squeeze every little drop of it because they had Young Sheldon series that wrapped up finally after like 4 or 5 seasons. They're like, all right, and that was like a different kind of series. And now they're like trying to squeeze a little bit more with this other series. And I don't know. I think this is probably going to be it for the Big Bang stuff. But hey, kudos to them. I mean, this series is like going on almost 20. No, it started in like what? Maybe like 15
10 years.
10 years? It's been 10 years? I thought it was a little bit more. When did Big Bang I'll look it up, but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, that it was like they took every stereotype and just kind of wrapped it up into all that. And it worked because, like, again, I remember when I met my ex-girlfriend at that time when it was big. And obviously I was like kind of like nerdy because I knew the superhero stuff and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
I think that's what kind of drew her to me, because she was watching that series, and because like her previous, relationships were not people like me. So it was kind of like, oh wow, like I kind of liked it because she liked she was a Superman fan, Batman fan, and stuff like that. She liked that stuff, but didn't, wasn't like big into it. And I think she got into that because it was just kind of all blowing up, and like the nerd was becoming like very culturally like having that impact. It wasn't just like, oh yeah, it's just a nerd, where we had like nerds in like like Revenge of the Nerds or like stuff like that in like 80s and 90s. It wasn't like that. It was like something kind of different where, oh yeah, this they're gonna have it where obviously they have the stereotype of the blonde hot neighbor, which is ridiculous, but you know, that was like they had the things there that just struck right at a perfect time, I think. But you try to do something like that now, not going to work, I don't think.
Well, because it's not new. It's not different. You got to realize when this whole thing started, you know, if I wasn't a certain size in grade school, there was a lot of fights I would just for picking up a comic. You know, people wanted to roll you up. You know, you went from going to Comic-Con and it just being all 100% nerd. And then now it just over the 20 years or so, it's just become the cool thing. It wasn't that. And they fit right in that.
Yeah. I mean Big Bang Theory started in 2007. So
2007.
Right when Comic-Con got to the point where you couldn't get in anymore.
Exactly. See, they captured that because that was always like a big story point too, like every season about Comic-Con. And they would do all that, and they try to tap in as much as they can. So they did a good job. I think after like about season 6, I was like, all right, I'm kind of over the shtick here. I was done, and then they started, doing, that's usually what happens. They went for 12 seasons, for fuck's sake. Like it went on for a bit, and then they had Young Sheldon, and now they have this new one, and I'm like, I don't know about this new one.
Mandy and George's first marriage.
So what?
That was another one, yeah.
Well, there's Young Sheldon, and then there's Mandy and George Mandy.
Oh, right. Oh, God. Look, at this point, like, I mean, it's more, yes, don't get me wrong. I know some sitcoms are obviously known for doing stereotypes to a degree. Like that's kind of what they're known for in some ways. Because, the whole point is that it's a 3-camera world. Like, things are kind of supposed to make sense and wrap up every episode, that kind of thing. But, yeah, I just never really... I think the Sheldon character was always interesting, in a sense, but he never really faces like real consequences for his his clear extreme autism and things like that. They never really call it out that way because they don't want to be held to that.
Is it Asperger's syndrome?
Asperger's, like he's clearly on the spectrum. It's very clear
for sure.
But he constantly makes the lives of his friends rough. And they will try to call him out on it. He never really fully gets his comeuppance about it, essentially. They kind of just exist with Sheldon. Because Sheldon is the star of the show. He's the Fonz of the show, basically, if you want to call it that. But, the opposite of Fonz. But, yeah.
There is kind of a great moment there towards the tail end finale of the series where he does accept the Nobel Peace Prize. And he does kind of, a little bit of self-reflection and kind of, understand, I wouldn't be here without them.
Yeah,
it's not quite I've been shitty to my friends, but in the finale, he does kind of acknowledge the fact that Amy lets him know hey, these people have been here for you and they put up with your fucking bullshit. The least you can do is give them a fucking thank you during your fucking Nobel Prize speech. And he was like, "Poff, no, absolutely not." And then he fucking realizes no, Amy's right. I wouldn't be here if not for them. So he does, acknowledge their existence at the end of it, and it is pretty heartwarming. But he does.
And he's had those moments peppered through the series,
right?
But when they wrapped it up, they did I thought they did a pretty good job of he kind of, they're definitely if you look at Sheldon from the first episode to the last episode, it is an arc. It is an arc.
No, it's an arc.
When he left on the plane, when he was the girl was flirting with him, and he just walks out, takes a cab all the way to the airport, gets on a plane. That's out of nowhere. Gets on a plane, lands, finds her, and proposes to her right then in the last 5 minutes. I thought stuff like that was kind of funny. I just thought that their existence was
it was a good show and people liked it from start to finish. My mom was she loved it. From start to finish. I just was, like I said, I think a lot of us were just you just kind of get over the.
I think it had a much better ending than How I Met Your Mother.
I never got into that show.
That one was fun, but much like you, after about 6 or 7 seasons, I was like, all right, I'm kind of tired of this. This is.
The biggest gripe I had about that show was the fact that it's okay, so you had the main dude, Ted, right? His name's Ted. Yeah. And you had that actor, and he was in his late 20s. Going in his 30s
at the time, yeah.
but that he was also narrating it, but it was Bob Saget.
Yes.
And I'm like, they sound nothing alike. I was like, what are we doing here? He doesn't sound like Bob Saget. And I was like, why would they have Bob? It's like, I totally get it when they did the Wonder Years, when it was like Fred Savage and Daniel Stern was his older self. It's like, yeah, because he was a kid and everything. But I'm like, you're literally like narrating yourself in your late 20s and the 30s. Your voice doesn't change that much. They don't sound anything alike. And I was like, it was just a little.
Stop bringing logic into this, Dave.
I know. I just thought that was funny enough. I just thought that was dumb. But at the same time, when I watched just the characters and stuff, yeah, good. Neil Patrick Harris. What's his nuts? The big dude.
Jason Segel.
Jason Segel. Yeah. Allison, what's her name? They're all great. Yeah, I mean, it was all great, but I watched the finale and I was like, oof.
Yeah, no, I heard it was
not a good finale. I thought they were supposed to. Them two were supposed to end up. Oh, what? Ugh. Yeah, I didn't really. Yeah, I thought just from what I knew, not being an avid watcher, I was like, and I saw people that were like, they didn't like the way the show ended. So, but no.
Yeah, I mean, sitcoms. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say even 2.5 Men. I fell off that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, well Charlie Sheen left, and that was it. Yeah.
Charlie kind of fucked up that one a little bit. Yeah, the Ashton years are not really that great.
Well, his character just had a fucking goofy name from the jump, like Walden Schmidt.
Yeah,
this is Ashton fucking Kutcher, and you give him a character name like Walden Schmidt.
Yeah, and then he's like all hippie Jesus looking. He's all literally in the first episode, he's like naked. Like halfway, like for half the episode, he's just like, because they find him like because he was going to commit suicide by swimming in the ocean or something like that because of his wife left him, and he was just like sad, and then it was just really dumb. And then they try to slowly like get it like, okay, let's make him less weird, and then they shaved his beard, cut his hair, and the finale of that was fucking dumb. I mean, that show fell off big time. I mean, as much as like Charlie Sheen was like, crazy person, but I mean, he held that show together. The dynamic between the 2.5 Men, I should say, was what made that show work. And once he left, I was like, anytime that if I've had like regular TV on and there's an Ashton episode come on, I'm like, yep, changing it. Nope. I don't like the Ashton episode.
The same thing happened with that 70s show when Topher Grace left.
Oh yeah,
and then Ashton Kutcher left that show. Yeah, so then like the last season sucked, and then of course they got Topher to come back for like the finale, and the finale was able to wrap up like okay. But the last season, everyone hates of that show, and then they revived it with 90s show, and the less said about that show,
really nobody cared.
No, well, it wasn't even
at first. People were like, "Oh my god!" Because obviously, when you're doing that, you're like, "Hey, we're seeing what Red and Kitty are like, as grandparents
in the 90s."
Yeah, and then it's like, guess who's showing up? Everybody was making an appearance, but then when it came to season 2, it was like that was the only thing that was holding this together was just having a reunion, and then nobody gave a shit about the initial story.
Well, the main cast are the kids. I only saw the first season. I didn't even know the second season happened.
Oh yeah, there was and then that was it.
Yeah.
There was 2 seasons, and that was it.
So I didn't miss anything. But yeah, the main kids of 90s show, they sucked. And that was basically it. But and
they weren't that bad.
No. I'm not saying that like they're awful. I'm just saying
you literally just said they sucked. But
I'm saying in the sense of like to hold up a show. Look, how do I put this? No. So the 70s show, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but there is a British remake of the 70s show, kind of like what they did with The Office, but in reverse. They literally did the 70s show and they made it for UK television. And just like The Office season 1, they didn't change much. Like they literally kept the scripts verbatim. And they even shot it on old 1970s cameras, so it looks like it's actually from the 70s. It was a pretty clever idea. The difference is, though, is obviously the cast is entirely different. It's none of the original cast of that 70s show. And it was awful. It was terrible from beginning to end, even though it was the exact same situations, exact same lines. But because it wasn't that cast doing the reading and doing the performances, it just didn't fucking sail. And so it's kind of the same thing with the 90s show. Like, because it's not that cast, or because it's not them being the main focus, because these new kids, again, they're probably not terrible actors and other things or whatever the case was, but for whatever reason, it just didn't work. I didn't care about Eric's daughter that much. And
I mean, when you have like every episode, I mean, like they had the concept of every episode would end with them sitting around the table in the basement, and the camera would be spinning around, and they're just getting high, and then like it was just funny because you couldn't really show them obviously, doing it, but you just had to show like there was like, some smoke in there, and then they just were acting high. They got away with it by showing the bare minimum, and that was like the shtick of like, and then like I said, the cast was just worked with, you had the main guy who has the crush on the girl next door, and he's like quick-witted and the way that he talks, and then you have his dad who just calls everybody a dumbass, and you have the mom who's optimistic and has a funny laugh. Then you have the conspiratorial best friend who's just saying the government, and then you have the dumbass who has the girlfriend that drives him crazy. And then you have the foreign kid. And it's
right. And they tried to do the same formula, and the worst part and I felt bad. I feel bad for the kids because they have to live up to the previous show and the previous performances. And the thing is, they didn't even try to make the kids really that different. I mean, Eric's daughter is basically Eric, like as a young prepubescent girl, and Kelso's kids are just as dumb as he was. Like if they had flipped it, like where Kelso's kid is like actually competent and Eric's kid is a dumbass, like that would have changed it up a little bit.
That could have helped.
I don't know.
Yeah,
sure. I don't necessarily.
Who knows?
I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. I mean, I have no idea. I'm not a.
There's a certain level of nostalgia, like we said, like okay, the first season was okay because it was just like okay, we're seeing them back. Like, all right, what else you got? Nothing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was fun while it
lasted.
That's the thing.
It's like you can only do so many cameos, then sell it. But the cameos of like, guess who's showing up?
But that also doesn't make it good either. That just makes it like we said. It's just okay. It's cool to see them. What are they doing? All right. That's cool. But that doesn't make it a good show.
That's for sure. Talati, I know you got to take off, man.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Always great. Stay out of the heat. I know you're burning up over there, but I appreciate
you guys. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend.
Take care, man.
All right, bye.
Yeah, when we were doing like nostalgia stuff like that, I mean, I watched the first season, but then I was like, all right, what else? I'm like I'm not invested into the actual characters. I was just seeing where they were going to go with all this, and then it's just like same with Fuller House. They were trying to do it with that.
God, I never.
And I remember like I went over to my mom's and we watched some of that stuff, and it was just kind of like, all right, it's this, and it's the girls like Stephanie and DJ that with their daughters and whatever the hell, and it wasn't in the Bob's dad.
I don't know. I kind of think it worked better with Fuller House because I feel like you had the dynamic there with DJ as the Danny now.
Yeah.
Steph is the Uncle Jesse, and Kimmy Gibbler was the perfect Joey. Like I feel like that dynamic really worked out well for them. The kids, you could probably take or leave, but I feel like
because that went on longer.
5 seasons.
5 seasons. Yeah. So it did
5
it
seasons
did work
by being bad. And
it did work.
Definitely
it
wasn't
work.
bad.
But like personally, me, I was like, all right. Saw the first season. I was like, I wasn't big on Full House even when I was growing up.
I was.
Out of all the shows, like I watched it, but out of all the shows, I was all more about Family Matters and Boy Meets World. And I even tried to watch Girl Meets World when they tried to do that on Disney, and I was like, nah.
I watched like the first season, I think, and again years later I was like, oh, that girl from Girl Meets World, Sabrina Carpenter, is that her name? And now it's like this huge
she was the
thing.
friend. She was the friend of the main girl.
She was the Sean of like
And now she's like one of the biggest pop stars out there, which is kind of crazy.
Well, it's really funny because for a while I didn't know what happened to like Corey's daughter in that, and I guess she's also still famous because there was this again. I don't follow this. This is just stuff that pops up in my.
Don't lie. It's all over your
I'm just saying.
He's on the Reddit forums. We all know.
No, listen. I love Mr. Feeney, so it might have come from that because I do follow William Daniels because he's got like a thing. He's like, I'm still married to my wife, and we have an open marriage, and I'm like, I don't want to know that, Mr. Feeney.
I know, like
Mr. Feeney, why?
So the daughter, I guess, is still friends with Sabrina Carpenter, but she's got like a huge following on Instagram, which I found out, and everyone started calling her like Sabrina Carpenter's Wario, and I'm like, what is this? What kind of reality are we living in? But that's I don't know what.
God.
I don't know
what kind of pictures is she posting now? Provocative?
No, I think it was more or less innocent, but it's just regular.
Because Sabrina Carpenter kind of when she's on stage, she's doing some.
She's handcuffing the guy from Stranger Things or Mrs. Piggy or something or other. I don't know. I don't know what I don't even listen to her songs. I don't know what.
That's
I don't know.
Fucking wild. But all right.
Yeah, it's weird. Like when I see anytime like Sabrina Carpenter's like doing something, it's like, all right, and then I look, I'm like, okay, so she's simulating something on stage. Wait, young girls are going to see this? Cool. All right. Well, and their dad
messaging, but here we are.
I'm like, imagine you're taking your daughter to a Sabrina Carpenter concert, and then she pulls the shade and there's a bed and she's simulating. You see silhouette of sex basically happening. And it's like
that ride home has got to be a very interesting conversation. I'll just say that.
I'm like going like, how do you? Because I've seen that. I mean, she's done that on stage. She does, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, can you imagine? Like, I feel sorry for the dads out there that did not know what they were getting themselves into.
Or did they? And they were like,
yeah, they did their own little research before.
Maybe so.
Anyways, but yeah, it was kind of, when I watched Girl Meets World, I was like, nah, this ain't for me. Yeah, because I love the original series. I watched that from start to finish, and yeah, I love that. I mean, I thought they did a good job of progressing that series very well through the years. I thought they did a pretty good job.
It was decently
new characters, huh?
I said it was a decently consistent show. I haven't watched it in a very long time, but I loved before Ben Savage and them start don't hang out anymore. I guess,
apparently Ben Savage just totally just doesn't even talk. And no reunions. They have a podcast. And they even talk about how they try to contact him and he doesn't, and he went into like politics.
I don't know I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know what the reasoning behind it. It is a little sus either way, but I got a picture with all of them before they broke up, and I think they went to Boston Comic-Con. So I made to get a picture of all of them and Mr. Feeney. So I was like, cool. And I got to talk to Mr. Feeney. So
once they met you, Paul, they said, nope, we're done.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was it. They were like,
we met Paul.
Up the cast of fucking Boy Meets World.
No better.
Is that?
Time to burn it all down. Burn it all down. Yeah.
But I know. Like when it comes to like those TV series and stuff like that. I mean, like I don't even know if has there been anything like a sitcom, a multicam
Cheers
sitcom?
And Frasier.
No, I'm just saying like a multicam sitcom since Big Bang that has had that kind of impact.
I personally feel the last good one was that 70s show in terms of consistency.
Well, for you, but I'm just saying like culturally.
The Big Bang, success.
Yeah, has there been something recently that's been like a multicam sitcom that I don't.
Shameless comes to mind, but that's kind of like
that's
an office
not a
situation.
multicam. Yeah,
it's kind of an office situation.
Yeah, I'm talking about like when it's on a sound stage and it's got the multicam and the
filmed
laugh
in front
track.
of a live studio audience.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Like, yeah. So, but that's the thing. It's like that. I mean, it's so hard to do that now. And I know there's been other ones, but they've been short-lived. But I think Big Bang was probably the last one. I mean, it went 12 freaking seasons. Crazy.
CBS kind of had the lockdown of that for a long time. I mean,
with the group.
NBC kind of
even
went away from
Topanga.
it.
I mean, come on, Topanga.
Wow. Holy shit.
Look at that. Jeez.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Topanga. She. I mean, let's face it. You grew up in that time period. You had a crush on Topanga.
Yeah.
I had a crush on Topanga, and Danielle Fisher. She's still hot. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
no, I thought it was Danielle.
It's Danielle Fischel.
Oh, Fischel.
Her last name is Fischel. Yes.
Fischel. Sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Funny enough, she's actually going to be, speaking of reunions, I don't know if you guys saw that Patrick Reina, who played Hamilton in The Sandlot, the great Hambino.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They are
Dugout Dads. Yes.
The Sandlot crew minus Benny is going to reunite for a series, I think on Hulu or Netflix, I can't remember, that's called Dugout Dads. And apparently Danielle Fishel is going to play like his wife. I don't know. She's going to be part of it. But yeah. Kind of cool. Like they announced it. Yeah. Sadly, like when it comes to reunions, the only one that doesn't show up is Benny, the guy who played Benny. But apparently he just walked away. Like he didn't pursue acting and he became a firefighter, which is cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And he had no desire to even get back into it. I don't know if he'll ever show back up, but it's kind of crazy how the rest of the group is all going to be a part of this series. And, so it's going to be called Dugout Dads. And it's about dads who are like, have their kids in Little League and everything. So cool. I'm going to watch it because I love the Sandlot. That is, I have to watch Sandlot the weekend of 4th of July. That is my ultimate 4th of July watch right there, which I watched it on Sunday since I was gone all day on. But that scene when it's 4th of July in there and you have Ray Charles,
when the fireworks going off.
Yeah, and they're all playing and they're watching the fireworks. That scene is just so fucking beautiful right there. I don't know. It's just because I love baseball and just it kind of remember, you get reminded of when you were a kid and it was like, oh yeah, your friends and during 4th of July you were playing at night and you were out and who cared? Nobody cared. Everybody was just having fun and stuff like that. That just that scene always is like
hits different.
Yeah, it really does.
I feel like the 90s, early 2000s was like the last time that like you could really do that. I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe you guys have different experiences.
It feels like that. It feels like that. I think we're all. I mean, I know we're all like slightly different ages, but at the same time, it's like it does kind of. I think we can all kind of agree with that. Yeah. Where it just. I mean, I remember when it was 4th of July in the 90s. I used to go to the university in the town that I lived in. They had one of the biggest shows. It'd be an all-day thing. There was a park thing, and like, parents, they were like, "All right, meet here at this time," and it would be like 5 hours from that time. We would be roaming around in the park, doing whatever the hell. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It was like your parents were just like, you meet at this time. There was no cell phones. There was no nothing. It was just you just had a certain time to meet, and then you got on that blanket and you sat and watched the fireworks at 9 o'clock, and then you went home. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so
good memories.
America, sweet America.
I did a quick search on saying like most recent multi-camera. So they said came up with George and Mandy's First Marriage, which is a spinoff of the Sheldon universe.
Yes.
Happy's Place premiered on NBC 2024, live studio audience, and then Leanne, which is a Netflix show, premiered last year as part of their multi-camera revival slate.
Interesting.
Is Leanne the one with Reba McEntire?
That's Happy's Place.
That's Happy. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. I know. Yeah. It's like it's just.
But it's not as big as it used to be. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah.
You were asking Dave too, as far as like revival shows. I just thought of it. Scrubs did a revival. That was good.
Malcolm in the Middle.
Malcolm in the Middle. I still haven't finished watching the revival, but yeah, those kind of I think set the new standard. Scrubs and Malcolm in the Middle, where there's
we were kind of talking about that. I think if on the Vodka stream before, where it's like I haven't watched it yet, and I was a big Scrubs fan, so I keep forgetting. I need to catch up on other stuff first, but yeah, I mean, like sometimes revivals don't work, but apparently the Scrubs one totally worked. Where they have a season 2 of the revival already.
Yes.
Like, oh yeah, we're doing this because people just. I mean, and even like Zach Braff.
Yes,
Zach Braff, yeah.
He was on a podcast and he was like, he even said that when it came to the initial show, he was, it got to a certain point where it's like, yeah, I'm done. And then they tried to do another season where they were trying to introduce a whole new cast and kind of like turning the existing characters into teachers. I remember that season. That season didn't work. And he even said like, yeah, we're kind of ignoring that one. It's like, yeah,
They retconned it away or something.
Yeah, he even said, he's like, yeah, we're kind of retconning that, where it's like we're just kind of just getting back to basics. And he said it was a lot of fun, and they were hoping for a season 2, and I guess we're getting a season 2 of the revival. So I gotta watch it, because I used to watch Scrubs all the time.
Yeah,
but that last season was what the fuck.
Well, no, so I think from what Bill Lawrence said, because I followed Scrubs heavily I loved the original finale before that, whatever season was, because even Bill Lawrence has said that season was not supposed to be Scrubs. It was supposed to be like Scrubs,
spinoff, kind of like a spinoff,
interns. Yeah, it was supposed to be its own thing, but ABC or whatever was like, no, it's got to be called Scrubs, and I guess they were going to try to do like a Degrassi type thing maybe, and then that didn't work, and then and then it was done. So, but I think this is good though, because it allowed the other actors to kind of go off and do their own thing, try to figure some stuff out. And honestly, I think they've come back with it, and they've left a lot open to what can still be done with season 2. Still finding stuff out about the characters in between, both shows essentially. And but they don't play it easy, because JD returns to Sacred Heart, and they show that Turk has not been having the easiest time, like just certain things like that. I won't go too much into it, but like they don't pull punches. I guess that's the best way to put it. They do what old Scrubs used to do, where they make you feel safe, they make you feel funny, and then they throw the hard stuff at you.
Yeah, then they throw the Brendan Fraser episode where it's like, oh,
yeah, nothing that dark. You just
that was like, oh. Yeah,
they did that in season 1. I've been like, Jesus, they're not holding back on this thing. But
no, but that's what I loved about Scrubs. It was like they had all the goofy stuff, and then it would hit you with like something freaking serious, and it was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But moving topics along from nostalgic sitcoms, how did everybody feel about that glorious Dune 3 trailer that came out?
Pretty good.
I'm listening to the audiobook of Messiah.
I love that.
Pretty good. Because I'm like Phil. I have not read, because I read Dune and Dune Messiah basically back to back when the first Dune came out, and I'm still on like the third Dune book, because that's like later on. That's like because the whole Dune series goes
or whatever.
Yeah, it goes all over Paul's descendants and things like that, like all different Atreides after like the first 2 books, because Messiah was essentially written at first, not because Herbert wanted to continue on the franchise. He literally wrote it because he realized that a lot of the readers, when they were coming to him at conventions, were misunderstanding the book. That they thought, oh, well, Paul won. He figured it out. And they're like, and he's like, well, no, Paul won and lost. And then he had to basically make Messiah to explain, no, Paul won, but at what cost did he win? And like, this is the consequences of that. And that's why it follows what it follows and stuff. And obviously Children of Dune is about other stuff later on. I don't want to go into in case people haven't read the books, but yeah, I think it looks cool. I'm excited to see like what they do. I really hope it looks like they're doing a good job of it. I hope they explain what Duncan Idaho or Jason Momoa is in this movie, because that's very important.
Well, he's like
I don't know how you don't, because he's
like the character Hyatt, which is kind of like I don't know how exactly he comes back, but I know there's a reason. But I know his name is not Duncan, it's Hyatt or something like that.
Yes, and the reason for his return is tied to Robert Pattinson's character Scytale. Scytale is a type of character that I won't say what he does, but I will just say that they call him a face dancer for a reason. And there are just fucking wild concepts in this series that you just kind of have to take at face value. And it seems like they're doing. It seems like Denis Villeneuve is doing that with this third movie. And the reason Momoa's return is actually very pivotal to the plot. And I won't say how or why, but very much like in the trailer, Pattinson's character says regime change. That's kind of the point of Messiah, because it's supposed to be this story about like to Paul's point, like it's Paul dealing with the consequences of his actions. That is essentially what Dune Messiah is about. And the actions of his consequences reverberate all throughout Arrakeen and throughout his family and throughout just things that are pertinent to that world. And it'll be very interesting to see if the movie ends in a similar fashion that the book ends, because the book has a very poignant ending for Paul Atreides. And based on what I saw in the trailer, I was like, yep. This is all tracking. Exactly. It's following the trajectory of the novel. And it's going to be very interesting to see how fucking just wild this final installment is. Personally, I'm really looking forward more to the Odyssey, but I think it looks good. You know, I don't think Denis Villeneuve's ever turned in a bad film. So, you know, as far as IMAX like must sees, I'm still probably gonna. I can't see the Odyssey in IMAX. I should have bought those tickets like over a year ago, and I just didn't. But yeah, you know, I'm. You know, I think it's going to be good.
2026 is an interesting year, and I was trying to come up with like a certain name for 2026, and the name is Zen. What is it? Zen Berth Hollinson, because you had the drama with Robert Pattinson and Zendaya,
right?
You have the Odyssey with Zendaya, Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson, and John Bernthal. Then you have Spider-Man Brand New Day with John Bernthal, Zendaya, and Tom Holland. Then you have Dune with Zendaya and Robert Pattinson. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like the crossover, these four big movies. Well, drama wasn't like a big movie, but it actually did very well. It did pretty well at the box office. But it's just like crazy how 2026 is just having like, you're seeing like these four actors just kind of just within like this space. And I was like, yeah, it's like the year is Zen Berth Hollinson.
Yeah. I mean, I would be more upset.
Right. Trademark.
I would be more upset if they weren't like good actors, but I like them in most of the projects they've been in. So, I mean, they just happen to be in the biggest movies of the fucking year. So it just is what it is. But I'm looking forward to every.
Nope. I think
he froze.
He froze. He froze. The freaking the humidity froze him. But like when it went, but I mean, what's cool about that though, it's like, I mean, it's fun to see that. And obviously with the Odyssey coming out and everybody, you know, obviously they had the premiere and the press was there. Critics were posting on internet reactions. Obviously there's backlash that was all happening with everything. And you know, it's funny because I was talking to my brother about it and he was like, yeah, I'm hearing that people aren't liking it. I'm like, you're just seeing the videos. Don't worry. People are liking it. It's still going to be a hit. This whole thing is just the fact that Thunderstorm took out the power. Oh, so yeah, we lost Paul to Thunderstorm right there. So, but I mean, like, it's obviously like it's so funny because, you know, I've talked about it many times before where it's like everybody's like freaking out about certain casting choices and then Christopher Nolan taking liberties when it comes to the mythology. And it's like, was Christopher Nolan the right person to adapt mythology when he wants to ground everything? And I'm just like, well, why not? It's something different. And then when it comes to casting choices, I was telling my brother, I'm like, Helena Troy, I mean, she's not, I mean, according to this, what I'm hearing, she's not even in it that much. It's not that significant. And I don't really give a shit. I think everybody was dead wrong about who Elliot Page is playing. I think that was like a whole thing that was put out there just to freaking rile up people. I don't think he's playing Achilles. I don't think that's what I'm hearing.
But even like we said, like casting, it's like it's his movie. It's his adaptation of it, of a story that has been, you know, adapted in different versions and things like that. Like this is the Odyssey as told by Christopher Nolan. You know, he's not presenting it as the definitive. He's not presenting it as anything. And as we've seen, he's also getting great actors and actresses to come in these parts. And also he's also saying, hey, I'm going to get these big time actors that are great in their craft and also get people coming out to the movies to see it because they like those actors and actresses. So he knows the hustle. He knows the game. Yeah. And I'm excited to see it. Yeah, it's going to be 3.5 hours of Christopher Nolan doing very cool idea. It's like I'm very interested to see him do mythological like history.
But the thing about Christopher Nolan, and one of the things about Oppenheimer, is that movie was 3 hours also, and you don't feel it. You don't feel it, and that's a movie about
which you already know the ending of how it's going to be. If you
know the ending, and and then it's like, how do you tell a 3-hour story about a guy making a fucking atomic bomb?
And make it interesting and not feel like you're in a very bad college lecture. And I'm a former history teacher, and that's not easy.
And what's funny is you don't walk out of there going, oh, that was an uplifting movie. No, you walk out of there feeling like shit. I remember walking out of there with my ex-girlfriend. We were like, Jesus Christ, that was.
Thank God we're seeing Barbie next.
Exactly. Dude, I mean, it was you walk out of there going, oh, you feel kind of, because, and that's what Christopher Nolan wanted you to feel, because, there's no happy ending to this story. There's no happy, and he made it. But I remember when we were driving, I was like, there's no other director that could have fucking made that movie flow like that and be as interesting as that. And even though we're walking out just going, ugh, God, there's no other director. And I was telling her, I was like, there's no other director that could freaking do that. I mean, I'm sure that story has been passed around and they just couldn't get it right. And Nolan came in and goes, I know what to fucking do. So when it comes to the Odyssey, I'm taking that logic to this. Yeah, this is something that Nolan is a very grounded person when it comes. We know this. He wants to ground everything. He wants to make everything feel like real and be grounded in reality as much as possible as he possibly can. So when you're taking something like this, it's going to be interesting to see how it's received. And I think, and then when I see people going, oh, this movie's done for, and this, that, and this, and doing all this stuff, I'm like, shut up. No, it's not. It's going to make money. Is it going to make $1 billion? Maybe not, but it's not going to be a fucking flop. I know you want it to flop because you're like, doing like the it's fucking woke, which I'm so tired of hearing in 2026. Jesus Christ. And it's like, it's Christopher Nolan. His worst movie is better than most directors.
Yeah.
Movies. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, and I might be biased. Sure, fine. But at the same time, I'm like, this guy does not, when I'm hearing that from these reviews, and I actually read, there were some long reviews that were posted on Twitter, and they're not just like fluffing it all. They're talking about like the scope and going, geez, like how this movie looked. And then they're talking about performances, and they're mainly talking about the leads, which is Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway, and Tom Holland. And even Robert Pattinson, people are going like, Robert Pattinson's fucking awesome as his film.
I've heard like he
steals the show. Like he's a scene, he chews up this scene.
You hate him in this movie.
Yes,
I love it. Yeah.
But you also like you appreciate what he's doing. Mm-hmm. And then what I really like seeing, because he's needed this, is Tom Holland. They're praising Tom Holland in his role, because let's face it, Tom Holland. What movie besides Spider-Man can you mention him in? You really can't. It's like he hasn't really made his presence known outside of Spider-Man. So this is going to hopefully show people like, hey, this dude can be not just Spider-Man.
And it's also a sense of like, again, he's taking direction from Christopher Nolan that can, he wouldn't have. We have to say like this. He's not just going to cast, as I just said before. He's casting people that he feels can do it. And if he didn't feel Tom Holland could do it just because he has, his wife in it, that's like, he's not doing anyone a favor. It's Christopher Nolan. Like and I think, what was it? I was reading that Nolan shoots very quickly and show like 3-minute sequences, and he thought like he was not doing well until he realized, oh, that's how Nolan shoots.
Well, that what was part of that. Yeah. The reason why they were shooting shorts because of the new IMAX camera.
Yeah, the camera.
Only run.
That's what it was.
For
like
a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So Nolan knew that, and he just
didn't pick up on that till later.
Yeah. Nolan's like a machine. Nolan was like a machine, and it was like very like, all right, we got to do it like this, like this, like this. And Holland was like, oh fuck, am I fucking up? But that's pretty funny. Hey, welcome back, Paul.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. Thunderstorm took out the took out the power.
That's all right. At least you weren't in a DeLorean and went back in time.
Yeah, no. So so fun story. This was years ago, but when I was in Cape Cod, we had a massive thunderstorm, and we have a lot of trees on our street and stuff like that. And one tree did fall over, but it didn't go near my house. It just basically fell into the street. But the lightning strike was so hardcore, we just could feel that there was see from the shadows, because we lost power for like a good second too, that like something was coming toward us. So my friend is in the living room, and we just saw the shadows change, and he just jumps out of the couch like on the other side of the living room, and we hear like a huge fall. We were like, oh fuck, like we like ran out. It's just a giant tree in the middle of the street though, but it was just like
I mean, like sometimes I remember when I was living in Washington, this was when I was 6-7 years old. I remember it was a Saturday night, there was a storm, and so like the family that came over to hang out, obviously the parents were hanging out downstairs doing their thing, and like the two youngest were in my room. We were watching Looney Tunes cartoons on like fucking my little black and white hand-me-down TV, and I was in the back of the house. My brother and the older son of that family were playing like Nintendo or something in his room that was in the front of the house. And out in the front of the house, there was a utility pole with a transformer on it. And there was like there was a thunderstorm, and lightning struck, and it ended up blowing the transformer where it blew up.
Damn.
And it was funny because all of a sudden it was just like, we heard this pop, and then everything went dark. And I remember like sitting there, and I was like, what the hell? And we heard my brother and his name was Zach. They went, ah, because it was like right outside their window, window, because it just like blew up. Yeah. And it was like, it was just like, I was a memory when you were talking about that. That memory just hit me right now. That was crazy when it comes to thunderstorms. But Phil, I know you got to take off. You got an early day tomorrow.
I do. I got some shopping and prepping for more Comic-Con stuff to take care of, but it's been fun, gentlemen. I hope you all have a good rest of your evening.
Always fun. Sure. Like your shirt too, by the way, even though they got a lot of backlash recently.
Fuck yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. Goddamn shame, Sony. But yeah, it's whatever. Maybe I'll hit the Wolverine panel at Comic-Con. We'll find out.
There you go.
I don't know.
There you go.
I'll post about it on maybe TikTok or some shit. Everywhere else except Twitter.
Better.
Beat you to it. All right, guys. Much love. Take care.
See you, Phil.
But the Dune trailer. I mean, one of the things. I mean, when you get a filmmaker like Denny, it's just like you. I mean, when I watched that, even when I did my reaction, I'm like, and I was talking about it with Scott. I'm like, how do you shoot something? It just looks so good. It just looks so good. And when you have all these other movies where you go, all right, that's fine. And then comparing it, and the thing that people are going to be talking about until Marvel Studios decides to fold, but I don't think they will. It's just like when you're going to go watch Avengers. I'm going to watch Avengers Doomsday. I'm probably going to watch it first. I'm probably going to watch it opening night, or maybe I'll watch Dune first. I don't know, depending on what happens when it comes to maybe early access or whatever the hell. Because I was kind of talking about like, I almost was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to Avengers Doomsday, but I'm like, that's just the popcorn. That's the amusement park that I'm going to go to and have, we'll have fun. But then I'm going to sit down and be dialed in for Dune, where it's like, this is sci-fi taken seriously. Yeah. Because you look at those images. I mean, that shot where you got Javier Bardem's character, I forget his name, when like him and like his soldiers show up to the water, and it's their first time seeing water. Just the way that it just looks, like the water and the scenery looks so fucking crisp and beautiful. And then he pops in the frame, and I'm like, everything looks so cinematic. Nothing looks, you can't even really. I mean, I even said this when it came to Dune Part 2, like the scene where Paul rides the worm for the first time. I just go, every time I've watched that, I go, how the fuck did you even shoot this? Like, this doesn't even make sense of like, how did you shoot it where I feel like I'm on top of the worm and then seeing it from a distance, and it's just beautifully seamless, and I can't even see any flaws. Like, it's it's just so, I mean, and I think Denny and Christopher Nolan just have that way with them where it's like, how do you guys just do stuff like that? And that's why I'm looking forward to the Odyssey, even though, like, you know, I read that book when I was younger in class, and I don't really remember much of it. And with all the backlash, I'm like, fucking shut up. I try to just be like, shut up, just watch the movie and see what the hell.
Yeah.
I don't know. These two are just on such a level where I go, I don't even know how. And I know even Tom Holland in interviews has said, like, he went up to Christopher Nolan and goes, how the, I think Christopher Nolan actually said this in a junket where he goes, yeah, like Tom Holland would come up to me, he would ask questions and I would just ignore him. And one of the questions was like a certain sequence. He was like, how did you do that? And he just ignored him. He just didn't even say anything. It's like, yeah, it's like, how do you do that? And he's doing it as practically as possible. And I think Denny does the same thing, doing it as practically as possible. And I think that's lost on, you know, especially when it comes to the superhero genre and some of these other movies that have big VFX where it's just put them in front of a green screen and let's have at it. But I don't know. I think like there just needs to be like when it comes to quality and Dune. When it comes to Dune Part 3 going up against Avengers Doomsday, Dune Part 3 is not going to be the winner. But Warner Brothers is all in, and I think even though it's not going to be a winner, I think it's going to be a good challenger for it. They are not leaving that date. They have IMAX locked in. They got everything locked in. Doomsday, I mean, Marvel Studios might pull the rug because there's I know John Kempe was saying some shit earlier this week from what he was hearing. Who knows if it's true. But I mean, Doomsday has a lot riding on it. There is a lot of pieces in there. And there's a lot of actors and there's a lot of things. And it's all got to be crowd pleasing and everything. I don't think they're going to skip out on their date either. I think they're going to still make it. But it's going to be, it's two different types of movies. And it's going to be interesting to see what Doomsday is going to be the clear winner. No doubt. But it's going to be interesting to see what Dune pulls in the box office.
See, Dune is for the Oscars, though. Yeah, it's going to make its money. It's going to make its same amount of money anywhere you put it because those fans are dialed into Dune. But you're putting that movie out on December 18th because you're running against the eligibility of Oscars, and they got screwed because as much as I liked Oppenheimer, had Dune Part 2 been eligible for the Academy Awards, the only guaranteed one I see them walking away with was Robert Downey Jr. for supporting actor, because that's what should have been released that year because of the strikes. And I don't, and they Oscars mean something to Warner Brothers. Even when they lost money on Blade Runner 2049, when they got those two Oscars, they happily touted that around because that was something that the original Blade Runner never did, was never even nominated for that thing. So in that when you're going to say, hey, I need you to fund my project. Oh, by the way, you see these Oscars on my mantle. You could be up on that stage with us. So I think Dune. There's just two different missions, and there's no reason for either one of them to move. I think Avengers is going to make its money, and Dune is going to make its money. But Dune is more for the prestige of the Oscars. So I think
that's what's going to be interesting next year.
Dune is not the one you're going to take all the family to.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But that's what's going to be interesting next year when it comes to award season. We're going to have a Denny versus Nolan, like Villeneuve versus Nolan, like through all aspects of like technical stuff, I think. I mean, maybe performances. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see because you have Hans Zimmer for Dune. You have Ludwig, who is now, you know, he's one Oscar away for being matched with Hans Zimmer because he won last year. And so it's just it's going to be very interesting to see award season going into 2027 between those two movies, because you're talking about two powerhouses. Again, these two are just on just a different level when it comes to cinematic scope of modern day filmmaking. It's just going to be very interesting to see what award season is going to be like between those two. I mean, and then I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, acting is one thing. We'll see like who gets nominated for the performances. Probably more the Odyssey side would probably get nominated, I would imagine, because
who's the star of the Odyssey? I mean, because there's a lot of people in the Odyssey, but there's going to be
but Matt Damon. I think the main is just going to, the mains are just, they're going to be looking at Matt Damon Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, and who was the other one that was Robert Pattinson. I think they're going to mainly look at those 4. Everybody else is kind of more just really side characters. But I think
I'm going to bet that Dune sweeps.
You think so? Technical? The technical.
I think no, all of them. And here's why.
You think that they're like Timothée Chalamet might get nominated?
Yeah, I think he gets nominated. I think unless there's something I would like to see Ryan Gosling for Project Hail Mary, but I don't think. I think that the thing about Dune Part 3 is it's going to get honored as an achievement of the trilogy and not just the one movie. Especially with Dune 2 being a much being kind of screwed because of circumstances. I think that movie is going to be a culmination of the entire trilogy, and I think that is going to overwhelm just about anything else out there.
Yeah, I at the very least see it being at least on a technical level, it's definitely going to outdo the Odyssey personally, because like. Yeah, I mean, I think
I even said, I'm like, this might be my. I mean, I'm just going from me. I'm like, I think Dune 3 is going to be the best movie of the year in my
probably. I mean, Dune.
Timothée Chalamet should have won for 2, but he couldn't get nominated.
Yeah, that speech he had at the end. I mean, that was fucking great. That actually made me go, oh, okay, I'm coming around with good old Timothy. And then when it came to Marty Supreme, I went, okay, this guy's a real deal. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, if he doesn't get it, even if he doesn't get it for Dune 2 or Dune 3 or whatever, Timothy will get it eventually at some point. Like he's on his way to becoming the next Leo at this point. But anyway, as it is, I mean, his performances as Paul have been terrific. I mean, he's amazing in those films. So, and of course Marty Supreme as well. But yeah, I mean, I think Odyssey, Dune 3, Doomsday, I'm there. All of them opening day, and Doomsday and Dune is going to be like a Doomsday. It's going to be a Barbenheimer for me. I'm going to be seeing them back to back. So
one day.
Yeah, but I think both movies are going to be hugely successful. Yeah, they're both going to be hugely successful. I don't have any doubt in my mind. Obviously Doomsday will get all the box office, but Dune 3 will get all of the Oscars or get the awards and whatnot, and they'll get a sizable box office too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, my only real reservations are basically with the Odyssey, and not because of casting and stuff like that, just more about like what they choose to adapt from the story and like what's important to Nolan. Have any of you guys? I know we're all different ages, but did any of you guys grow up watching the miniseries? Was that shown to you in English class when the teacher was too drunk and didn't want to go through like the comparison of the book and just put that on? Did that happen? Yes, Amar Nasante. Yes,
I think I did see that too. Yeah.
I enjoy that one. All of campiness and everything like that. I did enjoy it.
Yes.
So I just rewatched that because it's on YouTube for free. So I just went through that again. It aged better and worse than I imagined. But I enjoyed it. I still enjoyed watching it quite a bit.
All we got.
Yeah, just for nostalgia's sake. But that's roughly around 3 hours as well, all combined in the miniseries. And I think Nolan's is about the same length. So I see that as a good sign because I think it still did a pretty good job adapting the book. So I'm very curious to see how Nolan's interpretation comes about and like what they choose to do. My only real issue, honestly, that I do agree with some people is I think the dialogue is just a little weird, and I don't mean like off-putting, just the Odyssey, just simple little things like the fact that maybe Nolan is trying to make it feel more modern, but he's like calling him my dad's gonna come back. It's like just call him your father. Like you're supposed to be of an ancient time,
call
like
him
just
pop, you know,
pop or something. But it just sounds weird when he says like my
dad, daddy-o.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. So that's
grounded.
That's the only thing that I've really agreed with, because you can argue about costumes, you can argue about casting, and just it's like, how are the performances? Do I believe this happened thousands of years ago? Am I invested in what's happening on the screen? That's what it comes down to. So But do I believe that Amar Narsanti definitely looks like an old school Greek warrior more so than Matt Damon? Yeah, I definitely do. But I think Matt Damon will still give a good performance. So
Matt Damon.
Yeah.
No. This is.
and this is what I love about Christopher Nolan. He's constantly challenging himself, and
Yeah.
I love the fact that what he said, or like what I heard, reading some of these long like internet reviews, was there's like a horror element that obviously when it comes to like Cyclops monster or whatever the hell, I mean, there's going to be like elements of like, and even Nolan said that he wants to eventually do a full-on horror movie eventually, and because he knows that horror is like, that's killing it right now. Like, he's, as much as Christopher Nolan doesn't have a cell phone that he says, he doesn't do any of that, but he still goes to the movies. He knows he's very aware of what's happening, and he knows that horror has just been killing it. He's seen Obsession, he's seen The Backrooms, he's looking, he's watching all these movies, and he eventually wants to do a horror movie. But it's kind of funny because, I mean, he's already had elements of that in his previous movies. I mean, even with Batman, I mean, he had he wanted, like, he even said
the Scarecrow stuff was great.
Yeah, the Scarecrow stuff, and even wanted to make Batman like this kind of like this, this horror type, like that first scene when he's full on Batman, he's taking out those dudes at the dock. It's fucking awesome. I mean, he's just like, he's like this entity that's just going around. Where are you? Here. And then it's just, it's he's already has that in him where he could, but it's like, I mean, obviously it's Christopher Nolan. He's got to figure out a story that's going to mind fuck you.
Yeah, that too.
He's not just going to do a standard like, oh yeah, family terrorized by a poltergeist. No, he's got to figure out like, okay, we got a family, then we're going to have this other timeline with a family, and then it's going to go in reverse, and then it's going to be a dream, and he's got to figure out. He wants to have something that's multi-layered, where it's like you got to peel the onion.
I definitely feel the Odyssey, especially now just rewatching the miniseries. I mean, yeah, I definitely understand what they mean when they say that it's like partly a horror film. I mean, really, from Odysseus's perspective, it's worse than the Trojan War that he probably fought, because not only is he never able to go home, basically, well, for most of that journey that he's on, he loses his men, and in all the weirdest ways too. On top of that, like, depending on what parts they adapted the book, I mean, you have his men being turned into pigs, you have the Cyclops eating his men, you have, I mean, and I'm not spoiling. I mean, it's the fucking Odyssey.
Yeah. It's been around forever.
Way to ruin a thing that's been gone for a millennia,
Yeah, that's older than Christ.
Exclusive.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think Nolan also, like, a lot of people have made the comparison that I think Nolan sees himself a little bit in Odysseus as well. Now, granted, his wife is his producer as well, but it's like, you are essentially going away from your family to make a movie, to go on another journey, and then having to finalize the product and get home, basically, So he's always, and that's a recurring theme in a lot of his Inception is I mean, you want to talk about connective tissue. Cobb is just trying to get home to his kids. That's the whole movie. It's not even just the mission. That's the mission, is get home to his family that's still alive, basically. So so I think the Odyssey will be a very interesting movie at the very least. That's at its worst. At its best, it could be a great grand epic that's going to be rewatched for decades to come.
I mean, Nolan's like, I mean, it's funny because there's never been a Nolan movie I haven't watched at least twice. And because no matter what, the scope of his movies are always just like something that's not captured by most. Where it's like, there's just something about, he just knows. And that's why I think Denny's like that too, where it's like, man, there's just, how do these guys just have this certain, but certain filmmakers just have the, like, Fincher has his way that his gritty kind of like way that he shoots his movies. Michael Mann has his like kind of a different gritty type of way that he does, like the handheld, and just the way that, like when you watch, like when you watch like Miami Vice, or when you watch Collateral or Heat, there's just something like, how does he capture that, just the story he's telling just fits, like how he captures that atmosphere. That's what I love about these certain filmmakers that just know how to, when you have David Fincher and you're watching Seven and everything. And I've seen people break down where I even catch things that I don't even like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's right. 7, like it starts off, everything's very dark and rainy, and then eventually leads into what is the last scene? It's bright and sunny. Yeah, he led you through the story through weather. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even catch that. Because it's like, yeah, through the movie, it's like dark and rainy, and then it's the rain starts lightening up. And then the final scene, it's bright and sunny out in a fucking, field where it's like, oh yeah, look at how he took that journey. Just he told a story through weather that I didn't even fucking think about. And that's what, like, Nolan does that too. That's why, I mean, like, when it comes to, I can watch that video of him explaining Memento, my favorite movie of his, and how he describes it using a paper clip. And I'm like, I don't know how you fucking did that, but Jesus Christ, dude. Like, that's just crazy. That's why I love that movie. And just the way that movie feels when you have the same character and you're telling the story of this guy who just blanks out and his memory he just doesn't know where he's at. And you're telling the story backwards while telling it forwards. And then it meets up. And I'm like, I don't even know how you did that, man. Like, it's insane how you pulled that off. And that's why I love that movie so much. And that's still my favorite movie it is. But when you tell something like Inception and you're going down the levels and how you're trying to explain that, and then it's just so cinematic. And I'm like, nobody else could do something like this. I'm like, who could actually do that?
Well, what's interesting is that we can follow it. That's really more of the trick. It's not so much that he can create it; it's more that we can go along for the ride. Same thing with Prestige, things like that. I mean, that's just what he does.
Can you believe that's 20 years? They're 20 years next year.
Yeah, that's it.
And they're going to re-release it out in movie theaters. They said, and I'm like, it's been 20 years. Yeah, but that movie, same thing. It's like that movie has so many layers, and you're just following along. And literally, the actual title of that movie is the whole thing, where it's like you're showing the Prestige, and like the ending scene is literally like, ta-da! Like, gotcha. After the back and forth of these two dueling magicians trying to outdo each other, and then I remember even seeing a video that came across my feed where, like, you realize that he shows you the ending right at the beginning, right?
Yes, with the hats.
With all the hats and all the stuff. You literally see that in the opening shot.
Are you watching closely?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, and then he even brought that up in the video too. It's like the line, like, are you watching closely? It's like he literally shows you like that right at the beginning. It's like,
it's a masterpiece.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Is like these storytellers on such another level. It's Tarantino has an aspect of that. Mm-hmm. All these, Coogler has an aspect of that. When he came to Sinners, Zach has an aspect of that. Everybody has an aspect of that. But but when it comes to like Nolan and Villeneuve, he's like, I don't know how they achieve some of what's on the screen. I'm like, how does that look so goddamn good? And then I can watch this movie over here and it doesn't look good. It's like, how is that? What the fuck? I mean, I'm looking at these war sequences in the Dune 3 trailer, and it's dark. It's taking place at night. Even in the previous Dune movies, how is that looking so good and so just seamless? Meanwhile, you got some movies over here where it's just, especially the superhero stuff, it's like, yeah. It's like, why is that not looking as good? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, hey, studios, can you start taking the quality like that's over here, placing it, I'm not saying that it's always been bad, but I mean, there's been stuff that's just been bad in the superhero genre or just in other things too. But I don't know. I think there's going to be a shift that's happening when it comes to this, looking at what happened with like Obsession and the Backrooms. Just some of those techniques, and the fact that you have like the big filmmakers that are going like, yeah, look what these guys are doing. Spielberg, he's already going to be producing the next YouTuber series thing that's based on a series called the Mandela something. I have never watched them, but it's called the Mandela Chronicles or something like that. That's some YouTuber made. and Steven Spielberg is going to produce the movie for it. And it's like, yeah, that's the next thing, you know, because you have these. And when I saw Iron Lung, yes, from Marky Plier. That movie's not for everyone. I was even like, I remember I got asked, I'm like, would I like that movie? I'm like, probably not. But I liked it because I went, holy shit, this guy had a vision for something and he put all his heart and soul in this and it worked. For me, I was like, it worked. And yeah, I think that's just going to be, I think some of the studios are going to start paying attention to it. And what are they going to do? They're going to bleed it dry and then it's going to get old.
I think creatives will still keep coming from YouTube because that's where you can be found.
No, I just made that joke because that's
I know
studios want to do that. They're always looking for the next best thing and they want to, but and somebody even brought up to me too recently, like, when it comes to the superhero genre, it's now getting to the point to where the Western genre was way back when every other movie was a Western, back in the, 50s and 60s. And then all of a sudden it just ran dry. And that's kind of where we are in a sense, not fully because, but we're kind of at that point where, superhero movies they're just not there. That's why a Supergirl movie, even though it was in a bad place, badly placed release date. I mean, I even started thinking, I was like, is this movie going to even do it? I was like, and I kept on saying, if it makes even 300 million, fucking congratulations. It's not going to make that. It's going to make half that, if that. So, yeah. I mean, Fantastic Four didn't make a big splash last year. Superman, over 600 million, did what it needed to do. And now it's like, obviously, Spider-Man still, you can still bet on Spider-Man, no matter what. You can still bet on Spider-Man. You can still bet on Batman. Other ones, I don't know, like Avengers Doomsday, I don't see it making $2 billion for sure. I think there's a possibility that Spider-Man Brand New Day might actually do better than Avengers Doomsday.
Oh yeah, I think that's a very real possibility.
There's a chance. I think Doomsday will make $1 billion easy. I think if it's actually good and lives up to like expectations or exceeds expectations, then it could make $2 billion.
And I love this, Larry. Tenet freaking rule. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
People didn't like
his own.
I enjoy Tenet.
I don't love it, but I'm not against people that do love it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's no, I appreciate that, Larry, because I was one of those that defended Tenet. I remember watching that. That was the heart of the pandemic where my brother and I had to drive to San Diego to go see that movie in IMAX, and of course we had to wear a mask the whole time. But I enjoyed it. I was like, okay, I don't fully understand what's going on, but I'm like Christopher Nolan. And then I watched it a couple more times, and I was like, okay, I see what he was telling. Yeah. It doesn't translate, but even he says, "Yeah, you're not supposed to figure it out." I'm like, "Do you even know what you're doing in this?" But I appreciated. Well, I know what I was like, but I love I love what he was trying to do, and I still appreciate that movie. Like to me, I would say that Christopher Nolan's weakest movie for me is maybe Insomnia, just because it's not fully his, but it's still a fucking great movie because. It's based off of an actual story, and it's got Al Pacino and Robin Williams in it. And I remember watching it a couple of years ago I showed my ex that movie. I was like, oh yeah, we should watch this. I haven't seen it. And she was blown away by it. I'm like, yeah, it's a fucking good movie, but it's just his weakest because that was like his second movie after Memento, and it was not him writing it. He was just adapting a story.
I also really love his short film Following. I think that's
that's a good movie. Yeah, black and white.
Yep, very low budget, but just perfect. Like it didn't need like a 100.
I remember watching that movie because I think this was during the Dark Knight kick, and I remember me and my roommate at the time we watched it because we were he liked Christopher Nolan too. And we watched it, and we were both like, "Oh yeah, this still has very much a Christopher Nolan twist to it. No matter what, it's like it still has like this. Oh, when it gets to the end, you go, oh, kind of thing." So yeah, good stuff. But I think Dune is it's just gonna be very interesting. And I'm like I said, I'm excited for Avengers Doomsday.
but that's just gonna be like the roller coaster before I sit and just like dial into Dune, where oh yeah, this is gonna be the movie that is gonna, totally grab me. I haven't read Dune Messiah. I'm gonna try to read Dune Messiah before the movie comes out. But I mean, Avengers Doomsday, yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to it because it's just gonna be it's the roller coaster. It's Martin Scorsese wasn't wrong when it comes to like the amusement park of that. It is that, especially opening night. You're with a lot of other people, I mean, the last time I had a really good experience with that was Spider-Man No Way Home. That was during the pandemic time, and that was just the theater was just a fucking concert.
Yeah. And I'm with my friend and his girlfriend here where I'm living right now, and I was able to get advance tickets for Brand New Day through Amazon, so I'm seeing it like 2 days early. Obviously, I won't spoil anything for you guys if we do like a stream or whatever. But she's like, "Oh, I'm getting tickets for the 31st, like when it comes out." I was like, "Okay, great," and I'll see it again because I see every Spider-Man movie probably at least twice. So she did that, and then I was like, "Wait a minute, where'd you get it? Like, what are the tickets? What's the thing?" And she's like, and again, it was fine theater, but she was like, "Oh yeah, they're 4DX." I was like, "What the fuck is 4DX again?" I was like, "Is that the stuff where like the seats move and shit?" And she was just like, "Yeah," and I'm like,
"Yeah.
I don't want a theme park ride. I'm already seeing a theme park ride. I don't want it to be a full. I don't want like that. No,
to be there, live it, feel.
Yeah, I want to be in a cinema. I don't want to be in a fucking theme park ride. Like it's already simulating that to a degree anyway. So it's just So I don't know. I'm gonna double check with them and see if it got changed or whatnot. But if not, I may just go to another theater.
That's gonna be too much. I know. Too many, the gimmicks, especially when it comes to the Screen X, where it's on the side of the walls.
Hated that shit. I had.
Dude! When I saw Furiosa on that, I was like, I was over it after the first scene. I was like, nah, this is not for me.
Yeah, whoever invented that needs to go onto a field and be done with themselves.
No, I mean, I was always like, oh, that's cool. When I saw it, on my screen, when I see somebody post about it, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But once I fucking did it, I went, nope. This is not for me. I was like, after the first sequence, I went, this doesn't do anything. All it does is stretch out the edges of the screen right here, and that's all it does. I'd rather just be seeing it on a big screen in all its glory, and that's it.
Yep. Seriously. So the only recent movie I've seen, more recent other than Obsession and Backrooms was Toy Story 5. Saw that in an Adobe surround sound theater. It was great. There's kids, adults. It's a great time. It's a good movie. Yeah. Definitely recommend it. So
yeah, I know. I'm seeing Toy Story 5 on Sunday, finally, because I had like a friend of mine. She has like a 4-year-old daughter, and she has not taken her to a movie yet. So she was like, "I want to take her to see Toy Story 5." I was like, "All right." And then I got another friend who's bringing her son. And I was like, all right, let's do it. I'll coordinate it. I'll get the tickets, But I was like, we're not going. And she wanted to see it opening weekend. I was like, no, nope. No. We're not going to.
Well, honestly, with Toy Story, though, it's a mixed bag because
probably will still be crowded.
I think it'd be crowded. I do think there would be children, but I think there'd be just as many as adults. Because, I mean, I'm 38 this year, and I remember being 7 years old watching Toy Story 1 in theaters. So it's like it's a generational thing at this point.
Oh, totally.
It's like anything. It's like any other IP now with like Star Wars and whatnot. It's just Woody and Buzz. What are they up to? What's happening?
I know. I try to get my dad. I was like, Dad, you want to go see that? Because he took me to see the first one back in '95, and. But then he was like, because he's got the new wife, comes equipped with a bunch of grandchildren. He's like, I'm probably gonna go see it with them. And I was like, all right. I'm like, I'm not gonna go see it by myself. I'm not gonna be that creepo dude just to go see it by myself.
That's happened to me because I love animation in general.
Oh, I did that with Barbie. Yeah, that was.
No, the Barbie. Hey, listen, you're not gonna top my experience where I was watching in a regular theater, nothing special. And for some reason, 2 teenage girls were playing with their phone.
Oh,
right down the road. Yeah. And I just felt, I'm like, I don't want to be that guy, but I really got to be that guy, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, but I get it. Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like it when animation goes beyond like that stereotype or isn't trying to be Trolls World Tour and is just, something more like akin to a Miyazaki film or something like that. Like,
well, I think, well, from what I gather from people who've seen it, it's Toy Story 4 was for a lot of people, but this one brought it back to the heart of like, oh, this is what Toy Story is about.
I like Toy Story 4, and I think the reason why people don't like Toy Story 4 is fixed in Toy Story 5. I'll leave it at that without giving too much about spoilers. But we'll talk about it when you actually see it, Dave. And then
yeah. I'll see it. Like I said, I'm seeing it Sunday. Looking forward to it. Thank God the theater serves booze.
I don't think it's that type of movie. I think you could enjoy it without alcohol.
I'm gonna get at least a beer.
All right. I'm not going to tell the man who hosts the Vodka stream not to have a drink. So
exactly. But Chris, I know the bed's calling you.
Yep. Yeah. But enjoy Toy Story 5. Yes. Paul, enjoy your weekend. Stay inside. Don't go out and die out there. Eat.
Yeah. Don't get.
And William, wherever you are.
Well, no, it's Galactus. Galactus is running this.
Yeah, Galactus. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, Ollie. You have a great weekend.
All right, Chris. You too. Later. Take care.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, obviously, I don't know. Are you an Evil Dead fan?
So here's the thing how I feel about Evil Dead, because I haven't watched any of the new movies really. I watched the first, I wouldn't say it's the remake. I think
Bruce
it's
Campbell or the first remake. The remake.
Yeah, the Evil Dead or whatever, and that I thought it was okay. I didn't really care for it that much. I have a friend who's a hardcore guy into that and stuff, and he's gotten his son into horror movies, and his son likes the newer ones and stuff. But for me, Evil Dead is Ash Williams, and I think it always will be. Mine is Evil Dead 1 and 2, Army of Darkness, and then Ash versus Evil Dead, which I wish had gotten a proper ending, but it is what it is. But I'm not saying I'm a purist, because I'm not that type of guy, especially with horror movies. But for me, Ash Williams is Evil Dead. So I kind of leave it at that. Is William okay? What's going on over there?
I think. Well, he's still in the shop, so
Oh, okay. So he's going back and forth. Okay.
Yeah. So he's still talking to like customers and coworkers. So
yeah, I heard Evil Dead Rise was fun. This new one, Burn, I guess, is pretty okay. Like, I mean, they're not bad. It's just for me.
No, there hasn't been I'm an Evil Dead fan, because when I first got the DVD of the first Evil Dead, I fell in love with it just because it was just, oh wow, this was made for like such a low budget, and this is Sam Raimi's first movie, and just what he did with it, I thought, oh yeah, this is cool. And then of course, I always talk about this, is like how, like, when it came to that initial trilogy of Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness, I mean, he kept changing the story every iteration, because he always did, like, the first Evil Dead, it was just supposed to be a serious movie about 5 friends who go to this cabin, and then this shit happens, Book of the Dead and whatever. And then even you don't even know if like Ash survives, because at the end, it just, you get the fucking point of view camera thing. And then you see him turn around and go, ah, and then it just cuts to fucking credits. Of course, Evil Dead 2 takes place like right after that, where you see what happens. And then it gets goofier. And then when he does like, well, what happened here? And it went from 5 friends going to a cabin to just him and the girlfriend going to the cabin. So he changed the story. And then at the end of Evil Dead 2, he goes through the portal back in time, after like they already established like they're more of the lure of what's going on, where like this one lady comes in to help out. And then they see like, oh yeah, like they talk about this mythical this warrior that comes and saves them, which of course is foreshadowing that is actually going to be Ash, like a whole paradox thing. And then when he goes, him and the car go back in time with the portal, and then when he's like, what the fuck, they all go, oh my god, they start like worshiping, like, oh, this is our savior that was supposed to come. But then when you start up Army of Darkness, he's chained up, and it's like, okay, you change the story again, and then he has to like build up to be that, And
that's why Ash vs. Evil Dead is so funny too, because they do even do that within between seasons, because when they first started the show, they didn't have the rights to the rest of some of the Evil Dead stuff, so they only are just basing an Army of Darkness, and then they were able to to do it a little bit later in the
So
show
weird.
and have more fun with it. So yeah, I mean, for me, that's kind of the fun of it, sort of too. I mean, I kind of see it sort of a little bit like the Dollars trilogy, where it's like the man with no name. He has a different name every movie, but it is all interconnected somehow, you know, that kind of thing. So I kind of look at it as that way. To me, though, personally, as far as like horror sequels go, I think Evil Dead 2 is in itself a terrific sequel.
Yes.
And then Army of Darkness is again kind of a really great sequel in its own unique way. Because
it's funny too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm like, it's funny too because when the Evil Dead Evil Dead Burn trailer played in front of one of the movies I was watching with my dad loved Army of Darkness, but he had no idea about the previous ones. And Scott and I were talking about this. It was like, you can watch each one of those movies without watching the previous. Like they kind of stand alone where you don't really need, and maybe Raimi was,
or they explain enough and then it makes sense.
Yeah. Or even they changed the story from the previous one and it's like, whatever. Okay. You gave a little backstory and now we're here, but you don't have to. You can watch Army of Darkness and be like, oh yeah, this was the first movie. My dad had no idea that there were 2 previous movies. I had to tell him. I was like, you remember Army of Darkness? I know you like that movie. He's like, oh yeah, I had it. I'm like, yeah, I know you did. And I was like, there were 2 movies prior to that called Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2. And he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, this is part of that.
Do you know what Army of Darkness's original working title was? Like what it was supposed to be?
I forgot. I remember seeing it. What was it? I forgot.
Medieval Dead.
Ah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me, I saw Army of Darkness first because I knew Bruce Campbell.
So did I.
Well, because, again, Raimi had produced Xena and the Hercules show. And Bruce Campbell, I think, had been in both of those, as well as he'd been in that, like, that cowboy show,
Frisco County Jr. or something like Frisco County Jr. Yeah, I remember that show.
Which I barely had watched any of that, but all those shows were airing on like UPN or one of those
like, something like that.
So Bruce pops in and I was like, oh, that weird guy from those shows. And so Army of Darkness was on like Sci-Fi, and I was like, what is this? Like, what movie? Because I didn't know much about Raimi at that time. I don't know if the Spider movies had come out at that point or not yet, or I was barely learning that it was the same.
That was 2002 was the first
yes.
one. Yeah.
So I'm trying to line up with me going from grade school to high school, but also at the same time, it's like about was I connecting that the Spider-Man guy and the Evil Dead guy were the same person and that kind of stuff. But the Army of Darkness was the first thing I saw. And I think I even remember vividly. It wasn't even like I started the movie at the beginning. I came in the middle where he goes off to the graveyard and does the chant and then gets sucked into those books. And then like, and then like the evil Ash shows up and all that. And then like, I was like, what is this? This is so cool. And then eventually, you figure things out as time goes on and stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can enjoy each movie separately on its own. And again, like I said, I'm not a purist. Like if you're a person that came in and you like those other movies, like that's cool. Like, like that's, if you're enjoying, because I mean, it all is still, Raimi's not directing them anymore, but like he's still kind of a part of it. And so it's still kind of his thing to a degree, but it's like,
I mean, when it comes to the Evil Dead movie, okay. So that when they did the Evil Dead remake, I remember going to that, and of course, I'm like again, first Evil Dead, my favorite movie. So obviously, I went in there going, like, what is this? What is this going to be? And I walked out like going, okay, good modernization, because it was Fede Alvarez who did Alien Romulus, and I wasn't like going, oh yeah, this doesn't. This is better than the original. No, not at all. But I thought he did a good job of like, oh, wow. I mean, you have the same concepts. And then it's like, and then it's funny because that came out in 2013. And then Ash vs. the Evil Dead, I think, was coming out shortly after that.
Yeah, it was congruent, I think.
Yeah, but then like, enough. but then they weren't like the same. They weren't supposed to be like, but then Bruce Campbell in interviews said like, yeah, there's been talks about that. There's like 2 different timelines and maybe we're going to cross. He was alluding that it might
get to that point where it's like, oh yeah,
right.
We got the new timeline with that new movie, and then it might cross paths with this one. There's conversations about that, but that never went anywhere. And then Evil Dead Rise came out, and I thought Evil Dead Rise was a good little chapter because it did something different where it was like, oh yeah, now this is taking place in an apartment building, which you never, the Evil Dead movies and stuff like that are mainly ones like, oh, it's about a cabin and then shit happens at a cabin. Now it's an apartment building. People tend to feel safe when you're like, oh yeah, I'm in an apartment building. Nothing's going to happen here. So they like, well, yeah, that element added to it. And then the way that the story is told was really kind of cool because it's non-linear, the way that Lee Cronin, who did the recent Mummy movie, he did that one. And it was good, and it had a lot of, it had some gory, the gore fest in that was like, this movie, Jesus Christ, like this movie, this one, Evil Dead Burn, they did a good job of like expanding more of the mythology of what is like the Book of the Dead, and they added like another element to it. Now, my only gripe about it is the fact that they didn't really spend enough time with it. You kind of just go, oh yeah, the grandfather of this family was kind of fucking with this shit, and there's this right here, and that's pretty much it. And then it's a fucked up story of like the son dies, who was married to the main girl, and they were having problems, and then things just go to shit. But it does a good job of like, and I think what each one of the newer ones have done, the 3 newer ones, they've because like, again, going back to what Raimi was always, what he always tries to do is, you're watching a Sam Raimi movie because he goes, can we just kind of get a shot that does this? And you go, how the fuck did you even do that? Your shots, the way that you achieve some of these shots are just crazy. Even with like, that's what I love about the first Evil Dead is like with that limited budget, even back then, he was doing stuff with the camera that I'm going, holy fuck. Like, why did you just like totally just did something crazy with the camera that I wouldn't expect,
I think it's cool that Joel Cohen was one of the cameraman editors on the first one. And, I was watching Raising Arizona last year, and they have an Evil Dead shot in that where once the baby's taken, then they do the zoom in of the mom finding the baby gone, and right out of Evil Dead.
But see, that's what's so great. And then like what I've seen from with the remake, and then Rise, and then with this one, there is a shot in this one that I literally audibly went, oh, like I went, whoa, like that was cool. Like I want to say what it is, but it has to do with a mirror, so you kind of can guess what it kind of is. It's like,
okay,
it was like, it had to do with a mirror. And then there was like, because I guess I can kind of say it. It's just you're seeing things happening, and then someone's head gets smashed into a mirror, but then the camera pulls back, and we've been watching through the mirror reflection the whole time. So it just kind of like it zoomed back, and it was like, oh, and it was really seamless, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Then there's like another shot where like things go out, like things are happening, and one of the Deadites is dragging someone up the wall, the main girl, and the camera turns perfectly with it because they go up the wall, and I was like, god damn, camera work just really good. I'm like, yeah. Of course Raimi is like,
I just think personally we're I think you're saying earlier, I think we're coming to a point now where things are shifting, like, and really what it is it's just younger filmmakers are doing things like good camera work. Really, it's all about effort, because a lot of these movies, even the big IPs, even if it's big budget, it's just kind of lazy. You know what I mean? And I say this for movies I've even liked. I didn't hate Mando and Grogu, but I understand kind of why that movie bombed at the same time, because it's kind of not by the numbers per se as much as it is just sort of like, it's Star Wars coming back to theaters in like 7 years.
It should make at least 600. You think?
What? But it's not even just box office. It's like you gotta do more, right? Yeah. look, whatever my feelings are about the DCU,
Yeah.
I'm trying to come this from a unbiased opinion, but let's be honest, like from, and you know this, like, and I'm not trying to compare and contrast, but you and I, who are Zack Snyder fans as well, like we look at those movies, for better or worse, whatever you may think of those films, you can tell there's effort put in those movies, and then there's stakes in those movies. When I was watching clips that they were releasing in advance of Supergirl, and I'm just watching it, and again, I don't dislike the director. I have to check out I, Tonya. I know he did
great movie.
Yeah, I know. Even though it was bonkers, but I heard the Cruella movie was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it did well too.
Yeah, it did surprisingly well. But again, live action movie that's not copying verbatim what came before. Moana could learn, right? But anyway, point being is that like I'm just watching clips of Supergirl
flop.
Yeah, it's and deservedly so, because it's not doing anything.
You're doing a shot for shot again. It's like, what are we doing here? Jeez.
I mean, it can work for the Lion King, but that's because it's the Lion King. Again, kind of the Spider-Man ideas set there. But like Supergirl, I'm watching the clips or I'm watching the trailer just to be like, what are we in for here? Like, what are they actually putting out there? Because even though I'm not into the DCU, I'm still a DC fan enough to see at least like, well, what effort are they making here? You know?
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing anything on screen that's compelling me to go watch the movie. And this is from someone that liked the book it's supposedly based on, The Woman of Tomorrow. You know, Krem doesn't look like Krem and that bothered me too, because
that bothered a lot of us. Yeah.
Say what you want about the the Gunverse or the DC, whatever you want to call it. Like some aesthetics weren't that bad. Like I was not a fan of the Superman suit, but Lois Lane looks like Lois Lane. Mr. Terrific looks like Mr. Terrific. Guy Gardner and them look a little bit different, but that's because they're part of Max Lord's, Justice Gang bullshit, But there's reason why they look a little bit different. But like, Krem is not a hard design to create. Like, and that's kind of the point why Krem is supposed to look ordinary. So already that's throwing me off. But I'm watching the clips and I'm seeing the clips, and there's nothing about this that is like feels new or energetic or something different. And I'm saying this being a fan of the comic, because I'm looking at the comic book and I'm looking at how colorful it is, how different it is from not only a lot of other Supergirl comics that came before, but even for Superman, like it's very different. And the movie gave none of that flavor, none of that, the unique. And I know we have friends on the stream here who were very excited for that movie.
Yeah.
I'm happy as a comic book fan that the movie at least brought attention to the comic, because that's well deserved, you know. So I'll leave it at that. But that's what's happening now. You need these IPs to be
well. If I could like just talk about because I saw it twice, because I took my mom. She wanted to see it last weekend. And watching it after knowing what I was in store for, and then seeing like some of the articles about the drama and stuff, it's like, I mean, I even said it with my initial review, was the fact that I'm like, a story like, which I've read too, Woman of Tomorrow. I'm like, man, if you really wanted to capture what this was trying to tell you, maybe this should have been a miniseries instead, because there's just so much to pack into there. And I mean, I said that at first. I'm like, I mean, there's beats there, but just doesn't fully have it. And of course, Krem, I don't know what the fuck they were doing with Krem from the get-go. But then when I saw it the second time, I went, oh yeah, I mean, this movie is the pacing is just, you could tell that they were just like, cut the fat, cut as much fat as possible. And I'm like,
and that's we can't have. Look, I love Fantastic Four, but even I will admit that you could tell that movie was cut for time, and it shouldn't have been, because I think it would have added more to that movie. But I like
same thing with Supergirl, where it's like, oh man, you could have let this like because I like the castings. I like Millie as Supergirl, I think, and then what I noticed the second time too, I'm like, man, the witty, snappy dialogue that she needs to do, it needed punch up, because I'm like, she's selling it and she knows how to sell it. Her mannerisms are there. Everything's there for her, but the dialogue is just not, it's not good enough. It was like, I was like, it's not good enough. Like this should like her that little quip right there should be funny. It's not funny. It's just kind of generic. I mean, there's literally a point where she goes, "Ouch," and I'm like,
here's a different example. Somewhat committee controlled. Let's be honest, because it's MCU.
Oh yeah.
But this is I think a completely like parallel in again a better way, because it's more reflective on the DCU and Supergirl. Multiverse of Madness. Now, I don't know. I think you were kind of mixed on the movie. I liked it a lot.
No, I liked it. I liked it more than people. I'm with you.
Okay.
Because I thought it had a good amount of Raimi-isms in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Feige and company, or whoever was in charge, was smart enough to be like, we need to let Raimi cook a little bit here.
Yes.
Because they know they're not idiots at the MCU. They know they're lacking in visuals to a degree, unless they bring in competent fucking directors and not a director that they can manhandle or control. They've done such a good job where the guy who gave I only don't say his name because I can't I don't remember it offhand, but the guy that did Shang-Chi, they were like, you made us a good film.
Destin Cretton.
Yes. Yeah. You gave us some flair. We're going to give you Spider-Man. That's a big fucking deal. And him and Tom Holland, you see from those trailers, they are fucking cooking. Like, they're trying to make this
I think this might be some of the best Spidey fucking action we might see.
With the exception of Spider-Man 2, and I say it's even different than that because Spider-Man 2 still dealt with the big bads. This is the first official Spider-Man movie outside of the cartoons or the animated films where he is dealing with day-to-day activity as Spider-Man. He's dealing with the B villains as much as he's dealing with the A villains. And we haven't even seen what the main A villain of this is supposed to be yet. And I don't think it's going to be Sadie Sink. I think she's a red herring. So we don't even know that, but you can see so much more care given to that movie than on some of the other MCU efforts, because the director and Tom have been allowed to cook. Tom has literally taken over the production because he's like, I want to give fans what they're asking for, and this is it. This is the Spider-Man adventure movie dealing with
it's kind of a blessing because Destin Cretton was supposed to be doing King Dynasty.
Yeah,
but that fell apart, so they were like, hey, you want to do the next Spider-Man? And I think that was like, oh, that was perfect, because when you look at Shang-Chi, the fight choreography, I really enjoy Shang-Chi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of the stuff with the Mandalorian and that dude, the fake Mandalorian, of course, I like Ben Kingsley, and I think he made up for it when it came to when it came to Wonder Man,
which I haven't finished watching, but I know it's supposed to be very good.
It's a good series. But I didn't realize, I was like, oh, you're bringing them into this? It's kind of adding. I'm like, eh. But for the most part, Shang-Chi is great, and the fight choreography is great. And I'm like, when I heard that Destin Cretton was going to be doing Brand New Day, I was like, oh, we might see a whole new level. And sure enough, when I'm seeing clips, which I'm seeing way too much of, there's so many fucking clips that are just
I'm staying away from it, but I did see the behind the scenes.
I'm trying to, but every time I refresh my fucking page, I'm like, there's a new fucking Jesus Christ.
Nope, I'm staying away because I'm there opening day. So
do it because I mean, there is some shit in there. I'm like, yeah, we haven't seen Spider-Man do this stuff. Like, this is probably going to be the best Spidey action we've seen. Like, just him doing Spidey things, like, just doing flippy floppies up in the air and stuff. I think that was just like a perfect match where you had Tom Holland, who was like, all right, this is now when you had like No Way Home, or not No Way Home, but Homecoming, that was like our introduction. All right, cool. I liked it. The Keaton scenes were great. I thought Keaton was a strong Vulture. Great villain. Yeah. He's like I think he's like top tier when it comes to MCU villains. Far From Home, Gyllenhaal. And, Mysterio had the moments, but you had to get through the grueling field trip shit, which I was like,
it's basically, I like all the MCU Spider-Man movies, but yes, I will still admit that Far From Home is basically Spider-Man European Vacation. That's essentially what it is. And it's there to set up, essentially by the end, to set up. But
the final act is great. Like all the Mysterio stuff when he's like getting mind fucked. I thought that stuff was great.
Yeah. But every sequence with Mysterio at his full power, fucking with him, and all those dream sequences, you call them, are fantastic. Right out of comics.
Yeah. But the whole field trip stuff, I was like, fuck. That stuff just is grueling. And then when it comes to No Way Home, that's the epic. That's the, oh my God, we're having the multiverse epic. And yeah, you have to get through the first like 20 minutes of, that stuff until, because then you're just like, oh, we're the other Spider-Man. We know they're coming. And of course, when that happens, it's all epic. Now we're in this new chapter of Spider-Man, where Tom Holland Spider-Man, where it's like, now you have to be your own. Yeah, there's going to be other players. We're going to get, of course, Punisher in there.
Get
possibly Daredevil.
Fingers crossed. But
there's no way that you don't.
But that's fine, because this is actually now going all the way back around to Homecoming, because it's the same thing. But granted, different. Homecoming was great because the MCU wanted you to understand and make sure that you're aware this is MCU Spider-Man. Here's Iron Man over here. Here's Happy Hogan.
Yes.
Here's us talking about
I had no problem when people kept on going like, oh, he's just Iron, he's like Iron Spidey, Iron Man Jr. I'm like, what's wrong with that? He's being guided.
Yeah.
I love that scene. I love that scene in Spider-Man Homecoming, where it's not the first, obviously he thinks that Tony Stark's not in the suit. And when Tony Stark just pops out of the suit and surprises him, I think that's such a great scene where he's like, yeah, you're not even here. And then he just pops out, and then he just looks at him, and then he takes away his suit, because he was like teaching him a lesson. It was like, hey, you have to be more than the suit. The suit is not just because
every iteration of the superhero, you always have to think of what the context is.
Yeah.
First off, this is a modern day Peter Parker. He's in modern day New York. He has modern day technology. He is 15 fucking years old, even though Tom Holland is probably older at the time when he's filming.
Yeah.
But he's a 15-year-old kid. He doesn't know any better.
Yeah.
And so, of course he's going to go for Tony Stark, who is essentially the hero of the universe. Of course he's going to fucking gravitate towards this guy, for better or worse. And that's just what's going to happen. Now, granted, I still have issues with how they handled the Uncle Ben stuff, because I think Uncle Ben is very... it's very important to who Spider-Man is in terms of how he exists. For the most part, I know every iteration of Spider-Man, there's always, Spider-Verse has gone into that about how different each iteration can be. And they've kind of transferred that over to May Parker. I still kind of want to know what happened to Ben. Like, I'm assuming he was murdered. It sounds like he was, but they never really go into it.
Kind of makes you wonder if they what if Brand New Day just kind of like shoehorns that in a little bit, like, hey, here's Uncle Ben. This is how he died.
And it's Joe Pesci or something. But whatever makes him happy, No. But like, just don't make it feel too forced, I guess. But just for the most part, honestly, this is all as far as I can see. And again, like saying I like the MCU stuff for Spidey, I think this is more about what people want from Spider-Man, where he is doing his best as Spider-Man, having a rough time as dealing with being Peter Parker, and all of these shenanigan things happening at the same time, where he's dealing with every aspect of the Marvel universe. He's dealing with his B and C list villains. He's dealing with trying to get back MJ. He's dealing with having to deal with the Hulk. He's having to deal with the Hand. Like, he's just jumping from one scenario to another. But again, the movie, I think, obviously, I hope, knock on wood, it's going to be more than just that. It's going to be him, juggling all of these scenarios and trying to keep it like all together, basically. And, and just dealing with being a guy in his early 20s who I guess he got a GED, because I guess it's been officially 4 years since No Way Home, right? That's the timeline now.
Yeah,
it's been 4 years. So yeah,
it's been like 4 years. I think it's like real time kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really funny, because again, this is not looking at clips or anything like that. This is just me making fan theory. Like, I think MJ and him are probably going to get back together by the end of the movie.
Yeah,
she's gonna be super, super fucking pissed that he wasted 4 years not, reconnecting with her. So I think that'll be a really interesting scene. So there's stuff that they can do. My only real expectations for it that I would want is they add a little more character, maybe, to other things. Like, what's his relationship with Punisher?
Yeah.
Will Ned have more of an advanced role other than just being best friend who makes, side comments? Like, are they going to evolve him? Will he become Hobgoblin at some point? Like, does that happen? Just things like that. Just like, where's that going to go?
Yeah.
But again,
Ned's kind of been just like nothing really, but the chair guy.
I like Ned.
He's fun.
But he's Genki. He's Genki from the Ultimate Universe without being called Genki, because they would owe Bendis money, and they don't want to do that. So yeah, it's It is what it is, but I think that the chemistry is good. I think that it's really funny because he's now married to Zendaya in real life, so I don't see MJ going bye-bye anytime soon. They're not going to try to hook him up with Black Cat, I don't think. I think that'd be really weird if they did. But no. But the fact is, right now, it's not even just being a Spider-Man fan. I think that definitely fucking helps. But the fact that we're talking this length about just from what we've seen of the trailers and how excited we are, DCU has none of that right now. Not really. And Supergirl was not, in my opinion, bringing that. But again, looking at Multiverse of Madness, they brought an experienced director who they trusted. They let him cook enough. They obviously controlled, the plot points and where that was going to go. But by the end, you had a really fun Doctor Strange sequel where, he's dealing with something. He's able to hand over the knife for a bit. He faces off with Scarlet Witch. And you have some amazing sequences that the MCU wasn't really doing at that time. They were really bulking it up. They literally were making references to Evil Dead and having him do a Code of the Dead. That was just awesome. I enjoyed that so much. And I just think that's what DCU or whatever DC cinematic universe.
But it's so funny too, because even though that movie made money, it's people just kind of went, all right, on to the next thing. That wasn't people wanted that to be much more of a multiverse thing, and we got the multiverse scene. Obviously, Patrick Stewart coming back, literally in the fucking Xavier fucking floating.
People wanted that movie to be some cross between Spider-Verse and Deadpool and Wolverine. Yes, that's what they wanted. But
and then it's hey, we got our first hey, there's Reed Richards and it's the fan cast, But then everybody gets fucking killed, It's
Yeah.
So people were like, "Oh wait, that was it." Well, I was excited. So people were harping on that, and I hated that because I walked away from that movie going, "That's that's what I wanted."
That scene is great because one, it's basically Sam Raimi going, "Fuck you anyway," because that's not what this movie is, for one, and two, if you're paying attention to the actual movie, the movie is setting that up. Because right off the bat, it tells you these are not the Avengers. These are the Illuminati. These are corrupted Avengers, if anything else. Those guys had that coming. And also, Strange warned them 3 separate times. I'm telling you, what's coming right now is going to get you guys killed, and they don't listen to him.
All right, sorry about that.
And they end up getting murdered.
We're glazing up Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness right now a little bit.
Somewhere in there was a good movie. I could see Raimi's effect on that movie. That movie was one of those videos, like a rock video or something like that. It moves in too many different directions for me. It's a bunch of different movies, but I would have liked to see. Now, I'm not big into director's cuts, like I said last week. There's a movie where I would like to see something else because besides what that movie, it wasn't a bad movie. Don't get me wrong. It just didn't flow like the stuff I watched from Raimi. Maybe I'm in a minority, but
I think he was held to the MCU standards where it's well, you can't, we'll let you do your thing, but you still have to be within, that we're going to have
parameters. He needs to do a Batman movie.
That'd be cool.
James Gunn. I've been saying it. I'm if you want somebody to direct your Batman movie, get Sam Raimi to fucking direct your Batman movie, and you might have I
also think he needs to rethink the Brave and the Bold plot.
Yeah,
because I'm not sure if a Batman with grown ass kids and stuff is going to relate as much as the Batman that just is crushing people's skulls and is a pure detective. I think we're in a different place than we were when he announced this stuff, and it's okay if he evolves. That's the one thing about this whole thing. It is allow people to evolve, but they got to just do it really quick because we're going a year now. I'm going to put a timer on our shows, a year to the next big movie for DC.
At this rate, I see them getting to Man of Tomorrow, but after that, who knows? And I say that more so just because of the company.
My contract's ending sooner than a lot of people realize, and And if there's better opportunities, he might not need to be chased from DC. I don't think he will, but there just might be a better, more comfortable opportunity that's more stable. That's not a hot potato being handed off every 4 years.
Yeah, I've said it to you guys a million times. I'm not worried about him because all he needs to do is go to Kevin and be like, "Hey, do you want Guardians 4?" And Kevin will be like, "Yeah, great. That makes us at least minimum $800 million."
Well, he's instantly the number 2 guy. The moment he decides, he's instantly the number 2 guy.
He's got that to fall
become
back.
the number 1 guy once Kevin Feige goes on to somewhere else.
He's got that to fall back on. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and I don't think like when people are just like that, cancel the DCU, it's done, it's over. It's like, no, don't do that. Just if Gunn needs to step down. Keep Corn Sweat, Brosnahan, keep what's working. You know, you don't have to revisit Peacemaker. I don't think we're gonna see that guy anytime soon. But but when it comes to certain things, I mean, like I said, there's not a lot of like you even said, William, was like there's not a lot established. But I think like if you're gonna, I think like recasting another Superman and his side characters like Lois and Jimmy, I don't know if we need to do that. I think we could just like, all right, I think there's enough there for them to be like, all right, we don't need a reboot again. We're just gonna have different leadership.
If it were me, I would take a big bold swing. This is something that I wish he would have done when he first took over. And I'm taking everything that's worked, not just with the DCU, what worked with your predecessors. Harley Quinn, Fantabulous, whatever bullshit, you can toss that. But I'm talking about when you think of the DCEU, what are the good things you think about it? And I take those and I make a big. I would have done a Kingdom Come, and that whole Rock thing. Guess what? People made fun of the Rock and all the rhetoric and everything else, but I, as a fan, still wanted to see that battle between Black Adam and Superman. I don't give a fuck about shit. I wanted to see one last ride with those characters, and I think they could have done a No Way Home type of situation where one universe is blown up. The purpose, you literally had something to burn. You literally had something to burn in the DCU in a way that could have primed, and you would have learned a lot. He would have learned a lot about all the stuff he's learning right now, and all these things that he's doing that's not necessarily working out. And the distribution of all these, I think there would have been a lot to learn, and it was right there for him. Literally build your universe on the ashes of what came before, but end it in a way that is a story. It just didn't, the part of the problem with the DCU for me is that it was just a sense of urgency to blow up the old thing before you had the new thing.
I think the other problem though too is, or at least from my perspective, and you guys kind of already know this, is like I'm kind of tired of him wasting his time with these. Like, I mean, and I get it because it's James Gunn, but like I don't want, nor do I need to see a Jimmy Olsen Gorilla Grodd show. Like I get the novelty of it, but it's like I don't want focus on that. I think you need to take your money and put it towards things that people are going to see, like the Batman or Wonder Woman or Aquaman again or whatever. But prime up. This isn't rocket science. We've seen this done with other things. Prime up your main players first. You have access to them. This isn't behind a paywall. This isn't behind another studio.
The thing is I think what it is like you're talking about the guy who fucking made Guardians of the Galaxy.
I know,
and I think like that's what. And then I think there was like people begging for, hey, don't follow the Marvel formula. And then it's like, well, I think you got to follow the Marvel formula a little bit. It's like, well, I think you went so far. He skewed so far away. It's like, all right, you have, let's do Creature Commandos. We'll get that up there as an animated series. And then it's like, we'll do Superman. And then we'll put these other characters in there and maybe we could do something with them, like spinoff, which I don't mind him doing other characters because I don't want to just do, movies where it's like there's
time and place though. Time and place.
I mean, I think in a perfect James Gunn world, like the thing that would be set up is that you set up your prime players, but look over there's Batmite, and then you move on, and that's it. But it's not like a thing. It's just, nope, that's there because it's there. And then we move on. And then if we need to come back to Batmite, we can. So someone's like, what is that? Okay. Oh, well, there's this dimension where imps exist or something.
Can you bring up Devin Wooder real quick? I'm sorry. Can you bring up that Devin Wooder guy real quick? Because I want to address that if you could. If you're in this business, if you're in the business of making movies, if your name is on an office, if your name is on somebody's check, which is everybody we're talking about, they all, and I know you meant ego, they all have egos. That's fine. That's fine. You know what? The best people at the best of their job, for the most part, have egos because they believe in themselves. And what The Rock was doing, The Rock did the right thing. The Rock did the right thing because he basically was on a plane with no pilot. What the fuck was he supposed to do? Go back and sit in first class? He filled a vacuum that those idiots should have never left. He invested a lot in that movie. That was his production company. Was he the right guy to do that? No, but no one else was there. So, and I still want to see Rock versus Cavill Superman. I want to see that. I wanted to see Shazam going up against Supergirl because there's a way you could have done a Kingdom Come and had a nice goodbye and put his name on it and then smooth transition. Because if you look at what the MCU is doing, the MCU is basically doing that. But you got to have payoff with the MCU. When you showed up in 2008, you got your payoff. So a lot of people feel a different way about the MCU because it's a brand you can trust. You know you're going to get a beginning, a middle, and an end. You're not going to be left with an empty bag. Right now, even as we sit here, I don't know if I'm going to be left with an empty bag again because my last bag wasn't full. I'm like a trick-or-treater going to the wrong houses. So, yeah, it's I would have done the Rock having an ego. Guess what? So does James Gunn. So does everybody who's got their name at the top of a movie. And if you don't have an ego, I don't know if I want to hire you, to be honest with you.
Oh, no, no. That's the thing is like everybody always talks about it is, everybody has an ego no matter what. It's like, everybody has an ego. Yeah, like you said, Dwayne Johnson has an ego. James Gunn has an ego. Zack Snyder has an ego.
Yeah,
you have to have a little bit. Like you have to have that when you're confident in what you're trying to do. Like no matter what. I mean, but at the same time, there's different levels, of course, of ego.
Then it's conceited and you
can be full of yourself, and there's like a lot of things. Yeah, there's different stages of that, but I mean. Like I said, I totally was optimistic of like, all right, don't do exactly the Marvel formula and everything. But then as we got further along, I'm like, all right, like we were talking about at the beginning of the show, I'm like, Comic-Con is just skipping Comic-Con when you have a lot of writing on Man of Tomorrow and you have an opportunity to introduce your Wonder Woman and Batman. If it's going to be, if they're going to have a presence in there, it's a perfect opportunity to do that. You spend the money to do that because you're going to build hype. It's going to blow up the internet if you do that.
We're not going to talk about Supergirl.
And then if you have Millie on the stage, hey, guess what? She gets attached to good press of like, oh, look what Man of Tomorrow is going to have. It's going to have this. It's going to have Supergirl's in it. We all loved Millie, even though the movie, it's just like there would just be so much good that would come from having that and announcing like, here's who Adria Rona's playing. She is Wonder Woman.
Yeah, come out in a Wonder Woman costume would be cool.
Yeah,
right. I 100% agree, which is exactly why like I'm sitting here being like I'm worried for what I mean. I don't know. Like I said, you guys know how I feel about DCU, but like this is why I'm just saying like I don't have much faith in like him and his guys not going and not setting up a thing at San Diego Comic-Con is not a good sign. Grant, I'm glad that like the Absolute Comics and DC Comics in general, or that they're trying to do a Lanterns thing. Like, they're trying to pivot and do what they can and, and prop up what is good about DC right now, which is great. But like, it's not a great, I mean, in comparison, right? What was the other movie? Masters of the Universe. You want to talk about a movie that bombed just as much as Supergirl did? That's the fucking movie, worse. Right? Right, worse. And I could be wrong. If maybe there was another article. Yeah, Amazon's still backing it. I don't know if it's going to be a theatrical sequel. Maybe they're going to put it to like a mini series on Amazon Prime. I don't know what their plans are, but Amazon is still like, no, we're backing this. But like all the fans, as far as I can tell, seem to really like it. I was mixed, but I didn't hate the film. It definitely still was very much a He-Man movie to me. But like,
It was so cheesy. It was
so yeah, man. Yeah,
well,
they're both they both did the same, and they're basically like Masters of the Universe is about 20 million ahead of Supergirl.
Yeah, but it also came.
That's a bonus for Amazon because that's not what they're in it for. They want you.
They want you to watch it right there
on their website.
And Supergirl will get a second life too on HBO Max, but at the same time, they're not. I think
that's not what they do. That's not
what they. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
Amazon does want people with the app and everything. Yeah.
Now, when you say the Marvel formula, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
It's the DC formula, because before you learn how to walk in America, you know what Batman is. Before you know how to talk and form word, you know who Batman's butler. You know everything. That's why when people say, well, it's a Joker situation. No, Joker is in Batman #1. Joker has been around the same eight and a half decades. He's a household icon. I could throw a Frisbee out there with the Joker's face on it, and some little kid, and no matter where in the world, is going to do that. That's the Joker. That's the kind of thing. So the expectation is built into your DNA to where when you see the bat, you need to see the S. When you see the S, you need to see the bat. Super Friends, lunch pails, underoos, no matter what, that has been built into us. So you have that going for you. So when you give me the S, then guess what's next? I know what's supposed to be next, not a test. So you give me another S, but it's a derivative S. That messes up with the rhythm of people's mind. And sadly, if you take Supergirl as is, I don't think it's a very good movie, but you take Supergirl as is, and it's movie number 4 or 5, Supergirl does just fine. Yeah. And we're not having this doom and gloom conversation that some people have.
Yeah, but for it being the second movie, yeah, I know. I know. It's just but they have that Batman problem where they have another Batman, and it's like, oh, okay, well that'll.
Why is that a problem?
Yeah, huh? I think I
think they look at it as a problem. It's like, well, like as a fact, it's like we, they look at it as a problem. We don't look at it as a problem. It's like more Batman, more.
That's telling me they need to go, man. Not just John.
I think personally, like I said, I'm on both. I'm with both you guys. Like I can agree with both of you because on one hand, it isn't a problem, but it also is a problem.
Yes.
Because look, I'll be honest, James. I know James can be, an idiot sometimes, but I don't think he is an idiot. And I think he's very aware that if he makes a, dad Batman, and again, William, you were talking about this and about the direction of Brave and the Bold, and I agree. But if he makes a dad Batman, you know what I mean? And then you have Pattinson's Batman, who is much more akin to what we're used to with Batman movies. Yeah, I think Pattinson's version is going to do better than James Gunn's version. And I don't think James Gunn wants that. I don't think he wants to be seen in that light. He wants his to be just as successful, if not more. And so that causes problems.
You are probably 100% right. And
okay.
Here's the thing. You signed up knowing that movie was in production. I said, and I will quote myself, that they tripped over their own dick getting the right guy. They fucked up the process. It was an ugly process. Damn, all this stuff made them look like beggars, but they got the right guy. I gave the benefit of the doubt that this guy who does know comics understands what it means to be DC. And what it means to be DC is that you got a couple of different ones. Your audience, and I always, these guys who run this thing, they think we're stupid, and they think that the fans are stupid. Fans do and say stupid stuff. Don't get me wrong. But we're not stupid, and I will always stick by this. If you think that what your story you're telling will confuse your audience, you either think one of two things. Your audience is a bunch of fucking morons. They're not. Or you as a storyteller are a bunch of fucking morons. That's the only way there's confusion. It is literally your job to articulate and tell the story in a manner that your audience understands. And your audience is not scratching snips. They'll figure it out. They can read. They're reading comics. And we just put two giant lizards with the same name 4 months across from each other. Nobody had a problem with -0, and nobody had a problem with the MonsterVerse Godzilla movies. Fans aren't stupid. And I don't know what some of the other movies that these guys make that might be the case, but you're signing on for comic book movies. Batman has 3 titles out a month, including one that takes place in another universe.
Yes. The multiverse concept at this point is not new.
They created it.
Yeah, I have the Flash comic where it was introduced. Believe me, I fucking know. Like, but it's what I'm tired of. James Gunn and Peter Safran aside, I'm tired of Warner Brothers. I'm tired of a company that, if you guys ever seen Glengarry Ross, we have the Jack Lemmon running the leads in DC. That's what we have. We need Alec Baldwin to be running.
We need the Alec
leads.
Baldwin type.
Who's
gonna get in there and be like, "This is how we're gonna fucking do it." If you don't like it,
I
know it's all pretty crazy, but it's who knows. I don't know.
Did you talk about the Green Lantern yet? Or did I miss that?
Oh yeah, we already talked about the.
We talked briefly about the plot leaks. We didn't go into it too much, but or at least when I came in, we hadn't at least. But
is that really? I've been saying, and I think a lot of people are saying that I said he was dead. I told people, don't get if you're a Hal Jordan fan.
Yeah.
Prepare to say goodbye.
I mean, like they're talking about the first episode, but at the same time, it's like, well, first off, we don't know if it's true, but at the same time, it could be like a thing where there is two timelines. So let's not, it's not like people are making it seem like, oh wow, if he's off on the first episode, then he's not in any of the episodes. Like, no, that's not it. Right. It might be, and then of course, when it comes to like superheroes, who knows?
Yeah. This is Captain Marvel.
He's Parallax. He's back from the grave. I don't know.
Yeah,
but they're telling the HBO Max story. This is, and I've heard the uproar coming from people who, my brethren of the papers and staples, and that's fine. But we're not writing a comic book. We're telling an HBO Max show in the vein of HBO Max and HBO. Mm-hmm. This is what they do, and it's worked. So guess what? The median generation that is currently aware of Green Lantern is as much aware as John Stewart is Green Lantern than they are Hal Jordan. You got to remember, Hal Jordan wasn't even the Green Lantern in his own book from 1995 to 2005. And there's a reason why, because you couldn't give away Green Lantern. You couldn't line your fucking birdcage with Green Lantern in the mid-90s. That book, Volume 3, was about to get canceled again. That's why Ron Marks and Darryl Banks were given license to do what they needed to do, which was killing off Hal Jordan, making him a heel, and doing all the stuff with 0 Hour Parallax. But what they did was permanent in their eyes. And for the next 10 years, Kyle Rayner's character, along with Jon Stewart and anime stuff, resurrected that character to the point where Jeff Johns was able to come back, and there was something to salvage and build on.
So, for me, because that was my Green Lantern, essentially, at least my generation, I always considered Kyle, I don't think was ever as popular as some of the other ones, but I think Kyle, to me, was the torchbearer. He was the torchbearer, getting it from that time to Jeff Johns relaunching pretty much the entire series and keeping in continuity at the same time, which is like, masterstroke. As much as I hate Jeff Johns, like I will never, ever besmirch his time on.
Nah, he did. He's a good creator. No. He's a jackass. And he was, the DC movie stuff wasn't his fault. His boss should have said no. But if you're 30 or 40, there's a good chance that Hal Jordan, for you, if you've never picked up a comic book, which is a lot of these motherfuckers, if you've never picked up a comic book and all you did was watch the cartoon, and then you got into things late, there's a good chance that Hal Jordan wasn't a formative part of you're literally a millennial or generation, and it's really never been a big deal. So killing Hal Jordan off, like they did in the comics, if you want to be comic accurate, is part of a story. Do I think he's going to stay dead? No, because he's alive now in the comics, and he died. So,
well, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, again, you could that whole thing. It's like, okay, whether it's true or not,
I read the Jeff Johns run first, knowing what happens to him, especially with his resurrection with Parallax and all this other stuff, right? And then, or how Parallax became his own character. And then I went back and read Emerald Knights when the actual thing happened, where he went fucking bonkers berserk and it went to Kyle. And that book reads great now because of what I know to be in the future. It probably didn't read great at the time because people lost their it's still a great cover.
Oh,
it's hilarious.
They got death threats over this.
Oh, I'm sure.
I wouldn't doubt it.
The purists out there, of course, hated that.
But they weren't buying the book. The book's about to get canceled. So all these people who rose up and said, you can't do that to Hal Jordan, where the fuck were you guys when that shit was sitting on my shelf?
Listen, comic sales for the most part sometimes just don't make sense. 616 Spider-Man is the worst he's maybe ever been, and yet the book sells. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I every time I come
I'm
back
happy.
to it,
I don't know why either, but I'm happy because Miles was holding up the
well, Miles is Miles. I'm just talking about Peter Parker 616.
Yeah.
Like whatever's
That's what I mean.
happening.
I couldn't move it. Before I could. It was hard to move that title. Now it's moving, and I'm looking a good gift horse in the mouth because I don't think it's as good as it could be. It's not Daredevil level. Daredevil. What Stephanie Williams is doing. Phillips is doing with.
I heard her
Daredevil
stuff is incredible. I can't wait to actually sit down and go through it. Because the last thing I read was Zdarsky's run, which I loved, but I have to sit down and go.
There was one run. What was the run where him and the Punisher were doing demon magic and shit? That's where I had to put it down.
That might be a while ago. That might be Shadowlands. That sounds like a Shadowlands bullshit.
And I'm like, Punisher's doing sorcery and shit. I'm like, okay, we need to close this up.
I don't. Wait, was that the one where they changed the symbol where it wasn't the skull for?
That was afterwards, but he was. Okay. That was when they get that whole goat horn. Yeah, they went away. That's gone. Yeah, they didn't because the symbol
was getting controversy.
People are using the symbol, and Punisher hates cops. So
they've since brought back the symbol, but for that brief time, they were trying to make him part of the hand, and they gave him like a demonic skull symbol instead, and everyone's like, "What?"
And that's it. He was running around with.
Anytime they try to like make those kind of changes, I still remember when they tried to change Superman's costume in like the late '90s, early 2000s.
The electric, the red and the electric thing.
Yeah.
Oh god,
I got plenty of copies of that too.
Good lord, it's like how are you going to even? Why would you even attempt?
I will say this. I maybe I have to find it. It was either The Onion or The Hard Times, which is another satirical headline.
I think generator. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they made it because this was right after Supergirl basically bombed the first weekend, and then they came out and were like, "Hey, you know what will save the DCU? The red and blue Superman arc. $2 billion.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. They said something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
I would love to run DCU for a day. Like I said, I'm doing. We're gonna have some. We're gonna have a lot of fun.
I know you can't see it, but yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Saw it though.
But I know I saw that headline. It's funny.
I can't wait for Lanterns, man. I mean,
yeah. No, I think Lanterns will be.
The thing is, like, if that. I mean, it sucks because the fact that somebody dug that out. If it's true, but at the same time, I'm sitting there going, okay, you guys, people who are blowing this up, are making it go like, oh yeah, so Kyle Chandler's just in one episode. It's like, no. If that's
he's in flashbacks.
If that was the crazy, like, oh my god, ending of the first episode, there's two timelines. We know that there's two timelines. There's present day and then 10 years ago. He is in it throughout. And then again, we don't know if he is fully, that
he's not in the present day stuff. All that stuff is
exactly. So it might just be like, it's like, and then, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, you whoever dug that up, whoever fucking posted that, fuck you. First off, because I'm like, Jesus Christ, why can't we have DC? Can't just have good things. They have to get, and well, nowadays everything's like that. But I'm just kind of going like, all right, well, that's, when to the people who are making it go like, oh yeah, how, he's only going to be in the first episode. Like, are you guys dumb? You guys are willfully being dumb because you want this thing to fail. And you're just saying like, oh yeah, there's this. But I'm like, well, there's probably more to the context of the story. Can we at least watch the fucking series first before
I think he's dead before the show starts and everything you see.
That's the murder. Maybe he's like because it's supposed to be a murder, and maybe it's present day of the murder of Hal Jordan, and then they're flashing back to there could be that.
Well, there's a connection to 2026 and 2016, but I think everything that you see, I think this entire show is taking place from Jon Stewart's perspective.
Yeah,
and that Hal Jordan, and I said this months ago, even last year, that it felt like they were going to kill him off because and you know what? Ned Stark, sorry, spoiler alert, it's been 20 years. Ned Stark died and at the end before the first season of Game of Thrones is over, and guess what? They had 7, 8 more great seasons. Sometimes that kind of death, it's a plot device. It's a plot device that they're using. I think Kyle Chandler will eventually return at some point, but this may be to focus because if you notice, there's no Hal Jordan mentioned going into Man of Tomorrow. It's only Aaron character.
Yeah. So like, but at the same time, I'm saying like let's pump the brakes, everybody. I mean, he's going to be throughout, and we'll see what happens. Again, 2 different timelines. And it just sucks that when I was like, oh wow, I'm not gonna have any, I was like, I it's funny because every time I like start thinking about, okay, what am I gonna talk about at the opening of the Vodka stream? And it almost seems like the universe always gives, because I'm like, oh, maybe I'll just talk about, the movie I saw and my thoughts, and that'll be it. But then there's always something, there's an article, there's something, there's a leak, and and then I saw this whole lanterns thing, and I'm like, good God, here we go again. And everybody's all, of course, the people who are like not even who don't even care about this, or of course just like going, fucking,
how come you can't people that love comics?
Tom King, fuck these guys, it's like, but I'm like, can we let's just watch the series first before we start, coming up with conclusions? Can we at least do that? But there's some people,
or don't watch.
Yeah, or don't watch.
Commit to one thing or another. I would love to have everybody watch Lanterns. There's more people to talk about it. But if you're coming in with the pretext of misery, that's the same thing they did back in 2013, where they were never going to give some of these jackasses were never going to give Man of Steel a chance. They were dive bombing BVS as we were fucking promoting it. I had people people hadn't even seen the movie. We had been shown it. Yeah, they had done the pre-screeners a lot earlier than just the Tuesday before, so we had seen it weeks in advance. So, and I had people talking all kinds of shit that didn't see the movie and were talking about leaks. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because their whole thing was to destroy that movie because it wasn't being done in the vein of Marvel.
Yeah,
and I'm like, at some point,
Batman needs his own movie first. What the hell? Wonder Woman needs her own.
Get that Trinity out there immediately. And whenever I hear, "Oh, you rushed," I'm like, no, if it were me, after the first fucking credits are rolling, the bat, the lasso, and the S are all standing there, and you can just deal with it because that's going to set your foundation for everything else. Nobody gives a fuck about anything else without them. Most of the characters from half a generation come from Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, Green Lantern. There's your rogue gallery, and it's like they have grandkids out there. So I know the people who watch the CW stuff, I know the people who watch the car, they think that the general audience is going to care about Blue Beetle and Booster Gold and all these other ones because they do. But Johnny Average, once you get past the Trinity and Alfred and Robin, they're going to start squinting their eyes about who the rest of some of these characters are.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think Lobo brought so much extra box office to Supergirl. I mean, everyone was talking about Lobo.
The milk magnet, but hey, listen, whatever he might have been the reason why it made what it did.
Probably.
If he'd taken off his shirt, maybe
even within the DC comics, the only time, not counting a giant events or whatever, but I think the only time that the Trinity was not really involved was the 52 event, not New 52, 52.
Yeah, the actual event, the culmination.
Right.
Yeah, I got you.
And that was, you had the creme de la creme at the time working on that series to make it what it was, and even then, that was an experiment and it was fun and they did some cool stuff with it. But at the end, man, the Trinity is the foundation. That's it. Don't get me wrong. I want there to be, Ted Kord and Blue Beetle doing, blue and gold or something then one day. But we got to get
that. You got to have that core. You got to
have
that core.
To that. You got to show the creme de la creme.
And I think that I'm hoping from at least things I'm hearing behind the scenes, and what's been even revealed a couple of weeks ago, where someone was on here, Yara, she heard something and she basically was like, "Oh yeah, Adria Arona, she is Wonder Woman," and I'm like, but they should have. Yes, this should be something that's revealed at Comic-Con. You go you have James Gunn on there, you have the whole cast, you're doing the thing, and then he just goes, "But hey guys, there's more characters in here that you know of," and and then it's like, remember we heard about Adria Arona, she's supposed to be in this movie, and then people start cheering, and then you're like, let's bring out our Wonder Woman,
bringing out the bat in costume, in a generic costume, even at the one, do like you did when Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah.
Guess what? Kind of like what you did
bring
with
her
Robert
out in just like a Wonder Woman type of thing or something.
Wearing a hood that she's wore with the sword and shield. Yeah. And then you bring out the bat standing next to her.
Oh yeah, same thing. It's like, by the way, did you guys know there's a Batman in our universe? Of course. Boom. Brandon Sklenar. I don't know. Who knows who the fuck it is? It's like, yeah, you just
how they did Dr. Doom in 2024 is perfect. Have whoever it is, I don't care if it's Dave Pena. Have Dave Pena walk out there But you're wearing the full-on costume, right? And we do the reveal when we take the cowl off.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
I mean,
works.
you're just. I know there's a missed opportunity here. There really is. I mean, especially with now that there's. I mean, at first I was like, all right, whatever. But then I'm like, then at the same time I'm going, is this a DC Studios decision or is this a Warner Brothers decision? I don't know. Whoever's making the decision is fucking up.
You can't.
You know this.
I feel trepidation. It's like, listen, you can't. Once you decide to get into the corner office or strap yourself into the jet or do whatever it is that's high risk, you cannot be a pussy.
Yeah, you can't.
Pussies are the guys who work for you.
And it seems like they're just being a pussy, and it's like
they're hitting the eject button, I think.
Well, they're not confident, you know. And that's the thing. It just feels like they're not.
Yeah.
You're not confident in your product, and it's like, hey, you're gonna have to take your losses, but you have to be confident in your product enough to be like, hey, you got to make a presence. You got to know where to make your presence be known. And with something like Man of Tomorrow, that is going to be this probably one of the, you know, this is the first time we're gonna have Brainiac face off against Superman while he's teamed up against Lex Luthor. And then you got these other heroes. And then you're going to have most likely a Wonder Woman and a Batman in there. Hey, guess what? Maybe Comic-Con's the stage to kind of be like, hey, yeah, this movie, remember, like when James Gunn said, remember when I said this is not quite a Superman sequel? Well, there's a reason for that because Adria, come on out, you know?
Or Wonder Woman.
The fucking
Wonder
shit
Woman
is there where it's like, I mean, James Gunn has said on social media that it's not really a Superman sequel. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean, man? Or unless you want to like say like this is a Trinity movie, like the Trinity, while there's a Green Lantern, 2 Green Lanterns, a Hawk Girl, and there's going to be like a presence that are going to fight Brainiac because it's a global threat. So
if you look
yeah.
at it,
I mean, we're in the age where it's like if you have a global threat, you need to have there, and there's other heroes that exist. People are going to be like, well, where are they at? You know, and that and again, that's why I loved when it came to the global threat that was in Man of Steel with Zod and trying to change the world. When people were like, well, if there's other heroes in there, where were they at? Well, turns out in the next movie, we found out there was a Bruce Wayne that was going around. And he was on the ground, and he was there, you know.
Yeah. And Zach goes out of his way to show by the end of BVS like where the heroes have been, where they're at, or why did they?
500 years of Wonder Woman.
We know why Wonder Woman was like fuck humanity. I'm just gonna do my thing and whatever. Aquaman was like, I'm not gonna make my presence known, you know.
You guys are shitting in the oceans. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
I just think that there's just a sense of awe. Say what you want, even if you want to be critical about.
Jesus Christ! Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's like a couple of Doomsday, Avengers Doomsday things that have come out.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of leaks online. My
real ones are I've been staying.
It's not really leaks, but there's art. There's like art. There's like something that's happening where they're like people are taking pictures of art. I don't even know if I should show it.
I wouldn't.
Is it Comic-Con stuff or is it
Comic-Con?
Or is
this is from the Shanghai Expo. So I got somebody just tagged me.
Well, if it's at Shanghai Expo, then it's public.
True.
Yeah, if it's not an expo, if somebody can take a picture of it, then it's.
Well, I mean, fuck it. I don't care. Let's just do it. Okay. There's this right here. I mean, look at that.
Okay. Is that real?
I don't know. But so
like
we got Dune.
It makes sense, man. I can't wait. This is.
I just thought, I mean, like if Steve Rogers in his fucking little tight T-shirt. That's it.
It's all his fault, by the way. But
of course,
2 years ago, when we saw him taking, this is what I mean. This is what I want DC to take a look at. Robert Downey Jr. took off that mask 2 years ago.
And that was perfect. I didn't like it, but it was perfect.
We're still, ever since there's been a buzz about what Marvel is doing. And that's all you need from James Gunn. Dude, that buzz lasts a long time. People are the benefit of the doubt that Robert Downey Jr. taking off that mask has given Marvel and the MCU in the interim is massive. That's the kind of thing. Even if your movie's not coming out, if you come out and somebody takes off the cowl and it's so and so, then that's gonna last a while.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like if and I know, and I've been told, and I've said it many times that they have auditioned for Batman, and then of course, like I said, Yara, she had a very credible
I was on that.
What she said, yeah, you were, yeah. She had a very credible person who explained oh yeah, when they were this whole holding auditions for Maxima, it wasn't for Maxima, it was for Wonder Woman. It's so you have this unique opportunity where you could literally just have again, the Man of Tomorrow, you'd have David Corenswet, you have pictures. You could have pictures of the Trinity. You have David Corenswet and the other two actors, pictures. Yeah, I mean, I was holding back. I mean, when I was going, oh yeah, lanterns will be there, and then I'm I started thinking today. I'm because I wasn't even thinking. I was oh yeah, Comic-Con's coming up, and then I saw oh, DCU is not gonna have a presence. So I'm all right, yeah, and then I wasn't thinking about it, and then I was oh, lanterns gonna be there. That's good, and then I just started thinking. I'm wait, yeah, Man of Tomorrow, and you got to build up this movie. This movie, there's a lot riding on this movie now. Just like Superman, there was a lot riding on the first Superman movie, and you achieved that. Second movie bombs. Now you got this third movie, and you have this unique opportunity to just.
It sounds like they're run by a company that doesn't know what to do with DC properties.
I know.
He's got to speak up. He's got to assert himself.
When you hope that things have changed and they don't change, I mean, literally had Zach on here going, "Oh, the new regime is great." Somebody who got fucked over by Warner Brothers. I mean, Zach literally said on here that, because of when it came to back in 2021, but at the same time, that was 2021. That was 5 years ago, when, and it's you think that, all right, they finally learned their lesson. Everything's getting in order. Oh yeah, we got a DC Studios. Cool. And now we're just you have such a unique opportunity for Comic-Con this year that you could just fucking blow it up. You could win Marvel Studios. You could beat Marvel Studios at Comic-Con this year if you were to bring the Man of Tomorrow cast, talk about it, and then reveal Wonder Woman and even a Batman if you have it, and then even go oh yeah, by the way, Matt Reeves. Hey, there's Matt Reeves, and he comes up on the fucking big screen. Oh yeah, we're kicking up the gear. We're filming.
Yeah, they're currently filming Batman 2 right now, aren't they?
It's they'll have enough footage to show us something.
It's yeah. I mean.
You could have shown a teaser for Batman Part 2. That alone would have at least gotten more hype.
Something shown a little bit of something. Have Matt Reeves be yeah, we're starting to film, and even have Robert Pattinson. Hey, everybody. We're starting to film, huh?
They had the Fantastic Car at Comic-Con. There's no reason for that.
They literally had it flying.
And it flew over my head.
Yes.
It flew over my head. And they're well, they can't afford that.
Good God. I mean,
it's just afford not to. That's like spending all this money to open up this place and then not advertising the fact that I'm here. I can't afford not to. It sucks to spend money sometimes, but I can't afford not to. You can't afford not to go to and be at high. And if you're not at Comic-Con, you need to be somewhere and doing something and have something to report on. The frequency so far is horrible.
Especially when you had your second movie just come and go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What the fuck?
It'll be on PVOD, in a couple of days here?
Oh yeah, it'll be on. Oh yeah, it's gonna be. I think they said July 28th or something like that.
Yeah, it's less than a month, I think.
No, it was a little bit more than a month. It was 32 days or something like that, which is
yeah,
because
it came on the 26th.
No,
you're right.
And then it'll be on HBO Max in August, probably. Who knows? Or in September, probably early September. It'll be on HBO.
By the way, you know what having Millie Alcock there with you at Comic-Con? Huh. Now you can say, hey, guess what's on streaming right now? For those of you motherfuckers who didn't go see it, here you go. Here she is. Go see that.
I mean, that's the thing. And the thing is, collectively, even with the mixed reviews, a majority of people liked her in the role. They thought she commanded herself, and I thought so too. I just think she needed better dialogue because I thought she handled she has a presence, like where she like in those opening scenes when she was the drunk Supergirl, it didn't feel forced, like she was, and then her just little quips, but I just felt like the quips needed to be sharpened a little bit better, and I think the relationship between her and Ruthie should have been more, taken care of, and I don't know. It's just like, because I thought Eve Ridley, who played Ruthie, Eve Ridley had a good oh shit face, when she's running and she looks back, she had a good like I was like, she had a good oh shit face, and I'm like, poor thing, that poor girl was like, she gets a break in a big blockbuster and it flops, and I'm like,
but that I mean that's just kind of the problem with, at least from my perspective, that's kind of the issue with the DCU movies, is like the casting has never been the problem.
That's the thing.
But I was telling you guys when we were talking about Superman last year, like I like the cast. I thought the Superman cast was well done. I think Nicholas Hoult is a terrific actor, but the dialogue they give his Lex Luthor is 1A, and I'm just like, I'm exhausted. Like, I'm just like, this isn't good. I mean, I know you like the movie, Dave, but like I was exhausted by that. And I like Millie. I have not seen Supergirl, but I've seen House of Dragon. She was terrific in that.
Yeah.
And I felt bad when we stopped because they do the time jump. And I was like, no, I want to see more of her. Like, I like her as an actress, and I don't doubt that she can play a good Kara Zor-El. But it's like, if you're giving her like
uninspired clips, once you see Supergirl, you're gonna like it more than Superman, which is
I mean, Phil liked it more, so I don't doubt that I'll probably like it a little bit more. But I guarantee you, I probably also will be feeling the I don't want to say colored by numbers, but like I'm going to be feeling certain things, you know what I mean? And I've read Woman of Tomorrow, so I probably will also be simultaneously comparing it in my head,
That's what's going to be interesting for you.
Yeah. I don't know, but like I said, I'll check it out probably by the end of the summer, whenever it's on streaming or whatever.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think overall, wrapping the stream up right now, and there's like, I guess that's happening in Tokyo or Japan, wherever, like
the Shanghai thing.
Shanghai. So I don't know. And of course, Kevin Feige even said that, because he brought up like somebody who's dressed up like Yelena, and he said, well, and he was just like, talking about, hey, you'll see her in Doomsday, but you might see her sooner. So she's in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. I mean, he's interacting with everybody
like
else.
Sex scene or something or whatever.
No, I don't think it's going to be that, but maybe. No, but there was a rumor out there that she was actually she's keeping tabs on Peter, so she like lives in the same building. So you might
that makes sense, like because she works for Valid.
Yes, so because she's now part of the new Avengers, so she's keeping tabs on Peter.
Won't Peter recognize her, seeing as she's now part of the famous Thunderbolts, which is the new Avengers everywhere? Won't she stick out?
Maybe that's going to be what's interesting.
Okay.
Well, she's also a spy that can fit in an assassin. And when she doesn't want to be seen, she doesn't. All
right, fair enough.
This was the other thing that was actually shown. That was artwork also. There.
Okay.
So, I don't know. It's just, not bad. It's like there's Doom in the middle. There's Steve. Now he's got a jacket. There's Yelena.
There you go.
But we got Xavier.
Half those people are going to get prunes. Say goodbye. Serious, they're going to get prunes. This is the purpose of Secret Wars, and
prune implies that they will go to the void.
I'm sorry, I consolidated this more.
But see, this is the thing. It's like, I don't even know why I was hesitating on showing that from Marvel Studios, because Marvel Studios they recognize the game and they don't fucking do that shit. They don't. They look at it as promotion. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like anytime that I do a reaction to a Marvel Studios trailer, I never get a fucking, like, not a strike, but a little ding where it's like, hey, you can't, sorry.
They monetize or they block you.
Yeah. But when it comes to every other studio, I have to appeal it, and then I got to appeal it again, and then it gets lifted. It just happened with the Dune 3 trailer. It's like, haven't you guys fucking learned that this is free promotion for you? Like,
dude, it's all AI bots at this point. They
it is because we got cut off by Warner.
Yeah, but
Brothers.
apparently Marvel Studios does it. Yeah, I don't know. It's like Marvel Studios. I never, ever, or even it's just never.
Superman 2025. We were tasked with promoting it by them.
Yeah,
told
and
to
they
play
still
the
dinged
trailer
you. They still
by
dinged
them. They still, because the algorithm took it, they fixed it. But I'm like, I got all these.
Oh yeah, you have to dispute it, and then you have to appeal it.
I just called them up and like, what the fuck? And then they fixed it. They said something, and then to dumb Netflix, fucking Netflix.
Oh yeah, they do that shit.
Promo material said, we want you to play these clips. We want you to. Do you mind streaming it? You know, something like we did it. They ripped us down. And we had to send them the email that you selling what you said to do, and then they fixed it. I had already because it was a good stream. We had a lot of people, so I downloaded it, cut out their stuff, and uploaded it. And by the time I was finished doing all that, they said, "Oh, we apologize for this. Here's your full stream."
Yeah, even Kevin Feige is talking about X-Men. Ooh, he said, "Well, Marvel is 90 years old. There's so many great female characters, and some of my favorite female characters are in a group called the X-Men, and the X-Men are coming very, very soon." Yeah, like in Spider-Man.
I really hope that's not the case. But you know, if it is, it is. But I hope.
They said very, very soon, so it's gonna be. You know,
Avengers comes out,
and then Avengers Doomsday in December. So.
I don't know what sense it makes in Spider-Man, but I don't know the story, so
it's all gonna get retcon in Secret Wars anyway.
So well, that's
let them do what they want to do.
If it's a summer, I think like we were talking before, maybe Rachel Summers, and if so, she would be on the outside of reality because she's not from that reality.
Mm. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
She would know who Spider-Man is because in her reality.
Real quick, because I know we got to wrap. But William, have you seen, or Dave, have you seen X-Men 97 season 2 at all?
Not yet. I haven't seen season 2 yet.
Pass.
Okay.
I hear it's fantastic.
Pass, William. All right. I don't want to. Sorry. I don't want to touch that. Okay. But okay. Yes.
I thought that X-Men 97 the first was an improvement upon that cartoon, but if you listened to me for any degree of time, you know how I feel about X-Men 92. So it's like
you were the only fan on the planet that I know does not love the original X-Men show or Batman.
Find
series.
some fans of my age group. You'll find a lot more people that hate it, especially those of us who grew up on Chris Claremont, not neutered Chris Claremont, but actual Chris Claremont stuff. So
I get it.
Below my age, they'll love it.
All right.
Sorry.
I get it.
I watched the first season and I liked it. And Phil was telling me how great the second, and I've seen people's buzzing about the second season.
Yeah, season. If you like season 1, season 2 is more or less same great ice cream.
It's just got some crazy, like, apparently he was like, "Oh, episode 4, or something like that."
It's good.
So I'll probably try to catch up on that soon. But let's go ahead and wrap this up. But I mean, again, going back to look what Feige's doing. He's over in Tokyo, and now my feed is like, I'm looking at my feed, and guess what? It's Avengers Doomsday stuff. He's doing his thing, and I'm just like, this is what needs to happen for Man of Tomorrow.
Well, I know.
But it's not happening, sadly. It's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna save it all for what? We're gonna do another DC fandom? Whatever. Anyways. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you guys, of course, for being on, William and Paul, and then, of course, Phil and Chris. And Taladia plays as well. So, what? Oh, shut up.
Drop?
No, he said in 2 weeks. Yeah, because he's joking like, the trailer's going to drop.
Middle of the night? That would have been sunny.
Ghoul out there. Yeah, I saw that right there now. Nah, they're just talking. That's all. They're just talking. That's it. So, but I think the trailer's probably going to drop the probably that Thursday or Wednesday of Spider-Man week. I would not be surprised.
Don't wait. Do it in Comic-Con while I'm there.
Well, when is Comic-Con again?
22nd.
2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe it'll drop at Comic-Con.
I think the Doomsday trailer is dropping at San Diego. I mean, that's been said. I think. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I'm going total fanboy mode this time around. I don't cosplay, but I'm going to be one step below a cosplayer.
Okay.
So I'm just complete geek this time. I didn't have fun last year. Last year's Comic-Con sucked for me, but this year, determined to have fun. Goddammit.
There you go.
See, you got to have fun there. But anyways, all right, William, what do you got to promote?
Tomorrow we got our normal show. You can find me at YouTube, Sci-Fi Center, right there below the name, or you can Google me. We're going to be spoiler reviewing Absolute Batman number 22, Catwoman number 2. We're going to have a conversation about race swapping and when is the right time to do it, and because that's been coming up a lot. Got a couple other things that'll be in the thumbnail as well, but those are going to be the things that eat up the most time. So, and if you're in Vegas, come visit me. Unlike Dave.
October, I'll be there. Don't worry.
And find Phil on Twitter. Keep looking. He's there.
He's got a burner account. Paul, what do you got?
My life is it's a hot mess, Dave. Nice. I'm not gonna lie to you. No, it's just Florida right now. I'm writing, but still doing stuff with that. But that's about it, pretty much. Other than that, I'm basically gonna try to be back in the Northeast probably by mid-September, if not early October. I will be definitely going to New York Comic Con. So if any of you guys are going, let me know. Maybe we can meet up.
I'm going to try to be there.
Okay. Well, let me know, William. I'd love to meet up with you and stuff.
I'm going to lay on the couch with you and do your pose, your Michael Jackson pose.
No, that's fine. You don't need to do that. I think we'll be all right. But yeah, other than that, not too much. Just been playing things out and stuff. Got some new games. I got the Assassin's Creed Resynced, the remaster. Really good. Check that out if you can. That's pretty much it. Other than that, I've just been catching up on Spider-Man Noir. It's really good.
Oh yeah, I still have like.
What episode are you on?
I'm on episode 2. I'm gonna binge it. I'm gonna binge it this week. I want to get through that and Wonder Man. Those are the ones I've been holding off on too long.
Wonder Man's good.
Yeah, everyone has told me Noir and Wonder Man are great. They are worth your time and your effort.
They are.
Yeah, get through them. So. Yeah. Anyway, other than that, I may be traveling later this summer, but I will let you guys know in advance. So
Vegas.
Maybe.
I shouldn't have to pry people to come to Vegas.
Go in October, Paul. We'll meet up.
Yeah.
That's your birthday too, isn't it?
Yeah, my birthday is in
Big
October.
5-0. You can join the club.
5-0. Shut up.
A party for you.
Big 4-3.
There you go. There you go. But yeah, so we'll if you want me up in October in Vegas, I'm down for that. And then like I said,
3 days.
Yeah. All right, let's do it.
Good weather too.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. Just going on with my life, just a lot of reading as well. And anyway, I'm going on. But yeah, if you guys want to find me, P Mickey 1988 at Instagram and Paul Pinhook on Vero, but no one goes on anymore. So
I know, right? It's like pretty dead in there now.
Pretty much.
Thank you guys. And of course, again, thank you to Mr. Balga. Thank you to Taladia. And thank you to Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody who's joined us tonight. Great conversations. And yes, we will talk to you guys later.